The organisers of the rally were the Munster Motorcycle and Car Club, who together with the sponsors combined to offer £10,000 in prize money.
McHale extended his lead by 5 seconds over the final Lock-a-Loo stage.
16 seconds quicker than the Cosworth on this stage.
Andrew Nesbitt is not being left out of this race. And the front wheel has snapped off.
Derek McGarrity has chosen the wrong tyre compound and is still suffering.
And you're very welcome this morning for 2 days of coverage of the 2023 O'Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally. We have 8 stages today and 7 stages tomorrow, combining for a total of about 220 kilometres of stage distance. Joining me in the studio once again is Michael Patterson, a name synonymous with rally bulletins from years have gone by, and of course Patterson's pace notes. And Michael has been in Cork and can fill us in on the challenges that lie ahead for the crews.
Morning, Zav. Thanks for the introduction. And challenge it is going to be. It's going to be a very tough rally. Kevin O'Riordan, clerk of the course, has decided to really push the boat out this year with some very, very challenging stages. Fast, technical, lots of different surfaces. It's the middle of harvesting, which we know, so you've got lots of mud on the road. And of course we have Storm Antonio, or whatever it's called, has come overnight and deposited a huge amount of water in pretty much all over the British Isles, including County Cork. The rally's primarily based out of Fermoy, which is about 20 miles north of Cork City, and it really stretches its legs today. It goes to the east of Fermoy, down almost to the coast at Youghal, almost on the Waterford county border. Yep. So it's a big route today, and then again tomorrow it goes west out towards basically West Cork and the County Kerry borders, and so very, very big route. A big challenge for the crews. They've had a couple of days recce over the last couple of days, and we have a different format, which I think is really interesting. It's innovative.
Yeah, it's good.
Kevin has decided, the clerk of the course, Kevin O'Riordan, when we refer to Kevin, has decided to run the historic category cars first on the road, which hasn't been done. It was done in Killarney a few years ago when it was around the European Historic Championship. But the standard of the historic cars is really, they are works of art, most of them. They're all very reliable. The speed, we know that Duncan Williams, for instance, on West Cork this year would have been into the top 30 of the rally in his historic car. So there's no problem with pace with these guys. It's become quite a competitive part of the championship. So they were sort of getting pushed to one side a little bit, if you want. Maybe that's not the right term, but they weren't being prioritised. So I have to tip my hat to Cork 20 Rally, bringing them in and giving them first on the road. It's a really
funny.
thing.
I was thinking about it when I first heard that this idea was being mooted, and I thought, you know what, it actually makes sense. You know, any other event you and I have covered, we've had the main course to begin with, and then we get the dessert with, you know, the historics. Here we'll have a starter in, there's probably 20 cars in the historics before we move into the competitors fighting for the Irish Tarmac title this year. But really looking forward to seeing some very good coverage of the historics to begin with before we move into the likes of Josh Moffat, Callum Devine and Marion Evans. I think you were mentioning Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver. I think they've wrapped up this year's title, haven't they?
I think there's, because of the double points with the Ulster Rally, I think there's still possibly
there is
a few. Maybe things can change, but yeah, they've pretty much.
So they're not going to be like John Armstrong and just all they've got to do is go over the finish ramp and they're a European champion.
No,
so
and those two gentlemen are the best competitors you'll ever. Oh. They are absolutely committed to this, and I have to say, I'd be pretty good friends with Guy, and he'd be a very good customer of mine. And he's helped me out a couple of times this year with something, and I have to thank him for that. Will they be the pace setters? I don't see any reason why not. But Neil Williams is probably he just, whenever it's going well for Neil, he just seems to have the edge. What we do have then is a bit of the timing. The leave service and Park Fermi, which we're going to go to shortly, pretty much as a group. But when they get to the actual stages, I believe there's maybe a 5 minutes or so between the last historic car and the first modern, what they call modern car, starting the rally. So we'll get this small delay, but it won't mean very much on the day.
So we have the historics heading the field. They will be the first cars we will see when we go live to stage 1. But then behind them, we have the Josh Moffat, Callum Devine, Marion Evans battle, and of course Callum Devine has been more or less unstoppable this year, very emphatically won in Donegal, and while I think of it with the day that's in it, if he'd still been with us, it would have been Colin McRae's birthday today. So
really?
Yeah, so
there you are now, I didn't know that.
we have of course Robert Barber, Johnny Greer, David Guest I see on the start list is slotted in at run number 6. Ryan Loughran, who Gary Jennings has recommended, has been very competitive and combative behind the wheel, and then the likes of Owen Murphy, Colin McCarthy, James Ford. I see Keith Lyons has a new car, so I think in the battle for the overall championship, in terms, I think we're in for a battle there, but of course then we're into the McAvoy Motorsport Modified, and that has a healthy field. And then of course, as we were speaking about, the Synergy Motorsports Engineering backed Tarmac Historic Rally Championship, and of course tomorrow we'll have the juniors, the Paul Brown Plant Hire, and of course that has been a battle that has been raging throughout the year, and I'm looking forward to catching up with them tomorrow. So as Michael said, we're heading to Tony fairly short, I think.
I have one on the entry list that has took me by surprise. Dara O'Riordan. Car number 80. Dara, former winner of the Cork 20 Rally.
Yep.
In a Class 20 Fiesta. He's seated way down, probably by request. Could this guy get into the top 10?
Well, it's funny. I caught a little bit. It's talking about outsiders. I caught a little bit of the spectator stage on Rally Finland on Thursday, and they were asking Julian Porter, well, where do you see Jari Matti slotting into the top 3? And Julian said, look, being realistic, I think if he gets a top 6 or 7, that's the best he can hope for. And as we found out yesterday with Cala Rovanpera, who roofed the car, and Esa-Pekka Lappi, who tree ran out in front of him at high speed, anything's possible. Yeah. Dara is no mean pilot. He has, driven some terrific cars over the last few years. He's been kind of a bit quiet. I wouldn't rule anything out. You mentioned...
I just think it's really interesting that
Storm Antonio, and we've seen on events that we've covered, Galway and the circuit and Cork in previous years, whenever the water gets really bad. And as we know, as you alluded to, it's, as they say, sort of locally to me, slurry time. and the roads and the lanes are very wet and damp. And if you get the water running down the hills... Oh, and it
drags so much stuff onto the road and everything, yeah.
And, the south of Ireland's no different to the north. They don't clean the shucks out anymore. They don't clean the drain pipes, so the water builds up. Standing water, we hear the Finns talking about shiny tar. You have to keep it on the road, and anything will be possible. And I think rallying in the last while has shown us that, both in good ways and in disappointing and sad ways. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think Cork, always a great event. It's very short turnaround to the Ulster in a couple of weeks' time.
Yes. And
again, that's an event that has tweaked some of the layout for the Friday and Saturday, but we'll come on to that later on. And first cruise should be leaving somewhere about 10 minutes ago. That's the historics. We will be going live to stage 1 very shortly. And I'm looking forward to this. I really am. It's a
Yeah.
while since we've done a live event ourselves.
I think the Josh and Callum thing. This is building up. They've not just on the Tarmac Championship, which of course we've been doing events, but also on the National Rally Championship. They've been carrying it on Sundays on the National Rally Championship, and it's been, you know, second for second. And I have to say, Callum seems to have the upper hand at the moment.
Yeah.
Just ever so slightly. He just seems to have a couple of seconds here and a couple of seconds there. I'm sure Josh is going home after these rallies and going, right, I'm going to look at my onboard, I'm going to look at this, and where am I losing that wee second? And these guys are that intense, and they do work that hard. They analyse everything afterwards, and they'll look at it, and Josh, we know, over the years, I mean, Sam was always his yardstick. It was like, when I was doing Rally News at the end of stages, you'd have said, Josh, how'd you get on? What's Sam's time? And it was always, what's Sam doing? Well, Sam's not here this weekend, which is a bit of a shame actually, because Sam's been having quite a good year in the newer model Hyundai, whereas we know Josh is using the R5 car as opposed to the Rally 2. Is it Rally 2 car?
Yeah. And it's funny you say that. Again, I was listening on Thursday night, and they were talking, Julian and what do you call them? We're talking about the elite level competitors, and they were saying that Andreas Mikkelsen and his co-driver Torsten go back over every rally previously that they would have done, and they said that Andreas went back to the WRC2 cars last year in Finland, and he watched the top 5 in WRC2. The co-driver watched the top 5, the next 5 to 10 in WRC2, and they watched their lines to see if the people where they're battling for tenths of seconds, they were looking to see where they cut a corner, where they didn't cut a corner, where they carried more speed. And I'm sure, like you've just said, Josh has gone back and looked at his own boards, then he's looked at what Callum's doing. But as you know, having competed yourself, and as you said, did Rally News, there is so much, and I mean this in a nice way, Irish drivers are close to the top level. They're not the elite top level. And a lot of it's in the head between the ears as well. So, you know, and there was no better exponents of psychological warfare, if you like, as Andrew Nesbitt, Austin McHale, Eugene Donnelly, a generation ago. I'm sure that with Josh and Sam, Callum Devine and Mary and Robert Barrable and Johnny Greer, there was a wee bit of psychological warfare was on there as well.
Absolutely.
So, and I'd love, and that was the beauty when you did live radio, and you would get a driver at the end of 15 mile flat out. You know, they've had a couple of high speed spins at 130 mile an hour. They come out over the flying finish, hit the flag. Within 500 metres, they're at the stop line. The mind's racing, the endorphins are going. And that minute you got with a driver and a co-driver at the end of a rally stage on radio is just the most amazing section of time, because they're not wound down. They're still buzzing. They're still, and that was a very special moment. And you know, if you could capture that, it'd be great.
Yeah. Look, it is a very on the edge thing when these guys get to the end. I mean, rallying is all about controlled aggression. I often remember people saying, when Barry McGuigan came rallying, saying boxing is controlled aggression, and yet Barry couldn't crack rallying.
He couldn't crack rallycross either, no offence.
I mean, that's no criticism. It gives you an indication of how difficult it is and the respect that you have to have for these guys at the top, what they are actually doing at the top of the sport. They are, and all the way down through, I mean, it's easy. Yeah, sure, we talk about the guys winning the rally, but remember, the people doing the modified are on the limit as well. The people doing the historics are on the limit.
The juniors.
The juniors, the classes. There's nobody really going rallying. Yeah, there's a few what we call gentleman rally drivers still, who you have to fully respect them because they're not messing about either. But the vast majority of them are on the absolute limit of controlled aggression, maximising their performance through the stage, yet staying with, staying within the boundaries of being on the road. Now, we are getting word that we have our cameras are getting up and running for stage 1, and we're going to be going there shortly. Which is
speaking
good
there
news.
about controlled aggression, the best bit of being a party pooper I've seen, and now it's not rallying related, but NASCAR went to Detroit a couple of weeks back. Shane van Gisbergen from New Zealand had a one-off drive and wiped the floor with the NASCAR drivers. And social media for 2 or 3 days after it, all the top NASCAR drivers saying, I'm not happy. This guy from New Zealand, Shane van Gisbergen or whatever, came and he beat us. And he beat them and he beat them well. It was a bit like when Sebastian Loeb went over to do the rallycross in America, and they wrote him off. He wasn't going to do it. And he just went over there, bang, bang, qualifying fastest time, bang, bang, walked away with the event.
Why do they constantly underestimate these new people coming in?
Yeah, I mean, and I think having new people come into the sport is superb, and we've seen that, and we've seen some people dip their hand into rallying as well. But as Michael says, hopefully going live now to special stage 1. It was due off. There we go. First pictures in for stage 1, and a bit of a breeze.
Well, obviously we have got a national weather warning out for this weekend, but we were having a discussion in the production suite before we went on air, and it does seem that the vast majority of the storm has probably passed. And I mean, we can see bits of blue sky there. Road looks damp, in my opinion, Zav. I mean, obviously we've talked before about the amount of work that goes on just before the roads close, where the top guys will have their own people out on the stages where they will report back into service, tell them about standing water, tell them about gravel, mud. That has happened overnight, basically, from probably yesterday, where there was a bit of a shakedown yesterday afternoon, but equally all of the top guys will have had a final run over all of today's stages yesterday afternoon. But overnight we have had this storm, and it'll be very interesting to hear their comments about what mud and standing water and everything there is. Or equally, sometimes a big storm can clear the stages, and we could end up with nice, fresh, wet tarmac, and an intermediate tyre maybe, or a wet tyre. What we really have to wait and see is when the first cars start coming through.
Well, the first car went off, was due to start 8:57. I'm just double checking our camera location is very shortly after the start at a left and down into a square right. So we should be seeing them imminently.
Yeah, just it's not the most interesting shot of the trees at the moment. So running first on the road, as we've already discussed this morning, are the historic cars. So first, hopefully, is Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan in their RS 1800 Ford Escort, Class 18. So the first 4 cars are all basically RS 1800s. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver second on the road. Michael McDade and Declan Casey third on the road. An interesting entry in the historics, and slightly out of kilter to what we've seen earlier, is Trevor Wilson and Paul Mulholland. They're out in a Mark II today. They obviously had some really, really good runs in their historic Porsche earlier in the year, so this is a slightly different change of tack from these guys. It'll be lovely to see Ray Breen, who has Damien Morrissey alongside. He's the first of what I would call the more modern historic cars, which is a Subaru Legacy. Ray, lovely to see him out on the stages again. Obviously, a bit of personal tragedy this year when we sadly lost his fantastic son, Craig, in a tragic, very sad incident testing the Hyundai in earlier this year. Thomas Davies and the irrepressible Di Roberts co-driving. They're in a Class 19 Escort. Now, I'm personally, I'm not quite sure, Zav, what a Class 19 Escort is different to a Class 18, but there we go. Alan Tracy and Brian O'Keefe, Philip Rogers and Sion Jones, Peter Walsh and Grace Walsh. They're in their Mark 1 Escort, which will be nice to see. Grant Shand has made the trip over from Lincolnshire, I think, and Rosa Shand. And they're in a Mark 2. Martin Rossiter and Ian Davies in an RS 1800. Then Robert Falvey and John Doody in their RS 2000. Alan Watkins and Owen McCarthy in their RS 2000. Ian Davies and Mark Crisps in the lovely little BMW M3. And the final historic car is Johnny McDade and Tony McGovern in what we call a Group B Samba. So a Group B Samba at the time was a little 1600 Samba, homologated for Group B at the end of 1986. And because they were smaller engined at the time, they were allowed to carry on rallying for a couple of years after, until they became fundamentally uncompetitive. First car due into the stage, and I just want to check my schedule here, Zav. So
I have it as
08:57 at the arrival control and 9 o'clock dead for the first car into the stage. Now we don't have as much technical data this weekend due to
some people wanting to watch the world burn.
I don't know if that's quite, and I need to choose my words carefully, but we're being restricted on some of the technical data that we have had in the past, and we'll maybe have a chat about that later on, if it's okay with the production company, that these restrictions are being placed by people outside of our control. So we really are pretty much just waiting for the first cars to arrive here.
So not long now, as Michael said. And you've driven this stage, Michael. What was your take on it?
It's fast. I think the whole rally's fast, Zav. Very, very difficult because you have long corners that tighten and open. I know this sounds probably a bit flippant, but whenever you've got the simplicity of a crest and a distance into a junction, you really know, you can picture it in your head very easily. You have the map up on your laptop and you can see. I mean, it is absolutely flat out. It's just, and there's not even many junctions in the stage. It's relentless. It's you're carrying so much speed for such a long period of time, that, and very long corners that they're not quite flat out, and that's what makes it a bit difficult, because they're not flat out, and you just have to be, it's a balancing act almost. Now, we actually used part of this stage last year, and where the stage finished last year, they've joined up with a stage from a few years ago. Been quite a long time since it's been used, to make it a much longer stage. And yeah, I just think it's going to be interesting to see how close the guys are at the end of the stage. And I have to say, Zav, looking at our pictures, it doesn't even look that wet.
No, it doesn't. But what you were saying there earlier may well be that Antonio was just bringing high winds with a little bit of rain. I know. When I left Banbridge this morning, we had a lot of rain, an awful lot of rain, and there was standing water. But the closer I got to the studio here, the better it kind of was.
Yep.
There we go. So. And of course 30-second intervals, so the action will be coming thick and fast.
So we are having reports that there's lots of leaves and branches on the roads from last night. So that was Duncan Williams through. And just checking our own monitors here, I was wondering if maybe the production people could possibly put a clock on the screen so that we can get an idea about stage time. So that's Michael McDade and Declan Casey through in their Class 18 RS 1800. Next up should be Trevor Wilson. Obviously, we just talked a few minutes ago, Trevor making the change from the Porsche 911 to his Mark II. And probably the Porsche would have been actually a really good car for this rally. Mark II looks good though.
Yeah,
Trevor,
they sound amazing.
Trevor, of course, a former Tarmac Championship class winner in the 19... goodness, well, we won't go there. A while ago. Super. Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it does. That boxer engine just superb.
Ray, of course, former national rally champion. Thomas Davies up next. With Di Roberts co-driving. Alan Tracy safely through with Brian O'Keefe co-driving. Oh, we've got the clock working. Well done to Andrew Bush in our studio. Andrew looking after production today, directing things. And I've just been told that it's Peter Hamill fixed the clock. So we have Peter Hamill and Andrew Bush in our production studio, plus being overseen by Tony Wise of our great studio facilities, Wisecom. Here's the Mark 1 through. These boys aren't messing about, Sav.
No, they're not hanging around at all.
It's a pretty fast bit of road, and you can see it's just the width of the car, but these high-speed corners, you know, it's actually a good indication where they're just ever so slight corners and flat out, but maybe just not quite flat out. I know that's a contradiction, but rally people will get what I'm talking about. Yep, Grant Shand, been around for a while now, absolute gentleman. Great to see him coming over and doing these Tarmac Championship rallies. Martin Rossiter up next, and Ian Davies.
Next up, we should have Robert Falvey and John Doody in an RS 2000.
Falveys are, as a family, great supporters of Irish rallying, Kerry-based copy of the Eton Yale car. Anybody old enough to remember Hannu Mikkola, Bjorn Voldegard? 1979, 1980, I believe.
78, 79, of course, part of the David Sutton run cars.
Yep.
When
Oh no, they were Borum. They were Borum cars. They were proper full Borum Eton Yale cars.
Was Sutton not run there?
Nope, that came afterwards. I'm pretty sure. Now, I've just been told that Sutton started to run them in 1980. We have our encyclopedia in the production room.
I stand corrected.
So do I. There's a BMW. Ian Davies and Mark Crisp. And we're going to round off the historics now. Johnny McDaid should be and Tony McGovern in the Samba. This is a little Group B car, a pocket rocket they were known as. Used to get some extraordinary results from these cars when they were a contemporary rally car in the mid-1980s. So that's the historics through for the first stage. Now we will have a few minutes. Okay, so we're back into the studio. Now, I just want to check, it's actually quite a long stage, Sav, so, but we should be starting to get results in very shortly, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying there that, you know, it's very fast. It is very fast until you get towards the end of the stage when you have square left, square right. It's very tight towards the end, but the speed carried through, as we saw there, especially with it being relatively dry, even though the ground temperature would be quite low. Very evident, and really good to see the historic cars through first, but really good indication there of just how narrow the stages can be with the high hedges and the trees, you know, that come over. And of course, trees are great in one thing, but they do tend to keep a lot of the damp and water. It doesn't dry out, so under trees, slippy, and as they mentioned there, you know, with the wind, loads of leaves.
I think our fears are being a bit unfounded. Maybe the weather forecasters just were being cautious, but I mean, we have got reports that lots of branches and leaves on the road with the winds overnight, but it certainly doesn't look as damp, and those guys were not messing about there. They were all on it. No,
and of course now we should have a few minutes from the last historic car before the safety car goes through, before we begin to see the likes of Callum Devine, Josh Moffat, Marion Evans, Robert Barrable, and the remainder of what's really a great entry for this year's O'Connell Group, Cork 20.
Who's your money on rally today?
Marion Evans. Marion Evans, I've noticed, if he can kind of set a cracking stage time, first stage, he will sit first or second. Now, I think the last time we covered an event, he didn't have the greatest of starts, but he won Galway. If Mary can get his nose in amongst the top three, I think he'd stay there. Does Callum start thinking about a championship? I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
I'm not so sure. I think Josh is very, very good at thinking about championships, yet maintaining like a 99% pace.
Well, he did that at the Ulster last year. Do you remember?
Yeah.
He drove. I'm not saying he drove like, you know, Mrs. Doyle out of Father's Head, but he drove, and when Tony interviewed him, I remember being struck by the fact that he was driving to secure points, and he didn't like it. He wasn't comfortable with it. It didn't compute for him.
Yep.
But he was, exactly as you said, driving with a championship in mind. I think he just has to go for it, Josh.
I agree. I think we could have a big race on
Josh-
here today.
Josh
and I
has to
think
go.
I think Marion's annoyed that he got left behind a little bit in Killarney and Donegal.
But I think he's his own harshest.
Critic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm aware that Marion does a lot of background work and looks into things and reads. You know, he's his hardest. And of course, listen, it's not as if sort of, you know, Callum goes home to the dad and says, you know, well, what do you think? I mean, Marion goes home to Melvin, you know,
Yeah.
Ankle champion, Welsh champion.
Well, Callum does go home to his dad. I mean, his dad wasn't a bad driver either.
Oh no, I mean he was. I mean, but you could just imagine the kitchen table with Robert and Josh and Sam, and I believe that we are heading to back to the opening stage, stage one.
We've had the first of the 00 cars through, so which is fair play, and that's interesting. Obviously, there's a bit of cloud cover. We can see the light changing as the clouds roll over fundamentally the countryside in County Cork, and that road looks like it's getting drier, Zav.
Yeah, it looks fairly dry as it is, if I'm honest.
So is tire choice a thing here this morning? Normally we would have had a text or two from both Pirelli and Michelin. So here's the second 00. 00 doing their jobs properly. So the 0 car just prepares everybody, makes sure all the radio points are in place, all the signage is in place. They're in constant radio communication with Rally HQ and Control, and they also approach the controls. They go through the procedure just like they were doing the rally, but they can stop and advise. If they see a problem, they can report back to Rally Control, to the clerk of the course, who is in terms, sometimes they call it the bunker. There's a room somewhere in Rally HQ with all the tracking, the radios, a bunch of people. I know this morning Greg McCarthy and Barry Duggan, both Greg, former clerk of the course of the West Cork Rally, and still very much a man with his finger on the pulse in Cork Motor Club, who have a forestry rally, actually, the Jim Walsh Cork Forestry, in a couple of weeks' time. And Barry Duggan from Waterford, who is a former clerk of the course of the Carrick and Shure Willie Lockman rally. And I haven't seen Barry in a while, so he sent me a wee text earlier on this morning. Good to see you up and about, Barry.
And I'm just going to give a shout out to Bones O'Connor. The next 00 comes through. Bones, who is looking after the refueling side of things at the event today. And Bones, a stalwart of many's an event as clerk of the course, but more recently helping out in nearly any event and every event that he can get to.
Well, his big project at the moment, and we've had in the studio Plum Tyndall on the Circuit of Ireland this year, Plum's Deja Vu project. The next one is in September, and it is based in Cork this year. And Bones is very much the man helping Plum put together a run for the classic cars and the dinner over some of the classic Cork 20 stages, which of course there are many of them and too many to mention, but they're using stuff from West Cork, stuff from the Cork 20, stuff from the couple of the Killarney rallies. Interesting, we have a few times in from the first of the historic people, and absolutely blitzing the first stage. Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan were fastest on an 8:41.3, a full 21 seconds faster than Thomas Davis and Di Roberts in their Mark II. Michael McDade just a second behind in third. Trevor Wilson's settling into his new Mark II very quickly. Into fourth, Ray Breen fifth. on a 9:07.9. Duncan Williams 9:10.9. So very, very close, with the exception of Neil Williams, who has absolutely flown through the opening stage. I'll be really interested to see, Zav, how that compares to the modifieds. Because these historic cars are really getting close to the modified pace. They're so good. These appendix, what they call Appendix K, and there's all these different appendixes, and we've got a whole bunch of new class structures coming up for next year proposed by Motorsport UK, and I don't fully understand it all yet.
I'm not sure they do.
I'm not sure they do. I know that there's parts of the world you go to, and you have what they call a set of homologation papers, and there's, I believe, one of the reasons why these cars the liveries are so, because they match the homologation papers.
The other thing I often think is that, without wanting to sound like Susie Dent on Countdown, is the word historic. People's perception is it's like a car from 30 years ago with a bit of a battered roll cage, a bit of a battered this. It's a historic car. It's a period. It's not. Any of the cars that are currently running in this rally, I can promise you, are as good, if not, and are, as a new car. Historic cars, if you look at the Hero series, for example, yes, they would be historic cars. But in terms of historic here, nut and bolt rebuild after most events, full rebuilds over the winter. They're as good as a new car, and in some cases are a new car, built to historic regulations and rules. So, first on the road this morning, Michael, will be Josh.
Yep.
Followed quickly by Callum, then Marion, yes?
Yes, then Marion.
No big changes so far to the starting list. Now, if you are wondering, earlier this week, Jason Black withdrew his entry, as did Ronan Cray. He was going to be run at number 63. Also, we had Adrian Hetherington and Ronan O'Neill withdraw their entry from the historic. And then in the juniors, Keith and Aaron O'Connor have pulled their entry in the Honda Civic. So it's going to be interesting to see. The sun looks like it's coming out.
Yep. And I'd say we're not far away from the first car being due. I think that was what they call 000 was through. I'm just having a look at the Tarmac Championship website to just see.
Just keeping an eye on Facebook. By all means, feel free to send us a message or leave a comment. Paul McCarthy giving us a heads up on lots of leaves and branches in the roads after last night. Class 19, Morris Meskel says, is a Pinto.
That's interesting, as opposed to a BDA. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, yeah. Paul McCarthy says the roads do seem dry enough. And morning, Paddy, good to see you as well. And of course, Michael said, not long now till we have the first of the main field cars, of which there are about 70 to 80 cars. Cars run in 30-second intervals, so the action will be coming thick and fast. Stage 2 is due to go live at 9:44, and this stage went live at 9, so I can hear a car coming in the background. Here we go.
Okay, so in theory this should be Josh. Yep. So he's gone out of sight on 26 seconds past a minute. So that's our benchmark.
Callum up next. Gosh.
2 seconds up in my book. He was on 54, Josh was on 26.
I'm not sure where our camera is in the stage, if I'm honest. I don't think it's where we were led to believe.
Ah, right. Yeah, that would make sense. Yes.
Because
Oh, Marion, in the view, a little bit ahead of time. I think Marion's maybe the man on the money here. Exactly the same time, in my opinion, as Callum. He went out of view on 24 seconds.
yeah. Comparable.
Robert
Was
went
going
very
well.
well in West Cork. 1 second down on Josh, I'd say. Robert is.
He
probably-
always does.
He went well in West Cork. There's nothing in it here. You know, we're talking about 2 seconds separating the first 2 or 3 cars, and maybe Barrable 1 second down on that. This is so Johnny.
Yeah.
Oh, a bit of a comms breakdown there. Didn't see Johnny going out of view, but he looked like he was on the money.
Of course, recently crowned Northern Irish champion.
Yep. Again. So in theory that should have been David Guest just through. Ryan Loughran, I'm not sure, is this his 3rd time in the R5 car? Certainly the last couple of rallies he's got faster and faster, and I think he was knocking on the door of a fastest time at some point. We just seem to be losing a bit of signal here. Apologies for that, folks. Local man Owen Murphy with Anthony Nestor and a very distinctive Citroen should be next. Fluorescent.
Also noticing that Daniel Barry didn't come through. I don't see him on the start list. So Daniel and Gary
I'd
McElhinney.
heard a wee rumour that Daniel wasn't going to start the rally.
So Daniel and Gary McElhinney not running.
That looked like Cal McCarthy to me. And Cal on pretty much the same pace as I could see there as Robert Barrable, probably similar time. No lifting. Should be Keith Lyons in his new Polo. Keith switching up to a Polo from his usual Fiesta. And you'd say, why would a Ford dealer from Limerick do that? But the Polo seems to be a very popular choice. The distinctive black livery of the Lions of Limerick. Keith will be just learning the car, trying to find his feet.
Shouldn't be long now before we have times coming through.
couple more R5 Rally 2 cars to come, and then we'll start getting the first of the modifieds. James Stafford, Frank Kelly.
Just been told Gareth McHale and Gary Kiernan non-starters as well.
So here's Eddie Dalkety, the first of the modifieds. He is absolutely flying. I reckon he's only 4 seconds down in the R5 cars there. I could hear a car, but I'm not sure. In theory, we should have had James Stafford through in the Darien. Gaggle of Mark IIs due, including Frank Kelly, Colin Byrne, Mark Dolphin, and current Class 13 championship winner, leader, Ollie Benton. That was possibly Frank Kelly we've just seen disappearing into the distance. Ollie Benton's had a great year as a young man from the Midlands in England, college contractor, and big commitment this year to come and do Mark Dolphin.
He's done very well all year, actually.
He's done a great
really
job.
has.
Never
And
been
it's
to
lovely
any
to
of these
see-
rallies before, and he's just right in there the whole time, mixing it with the regulars. You know, I think he's done a great job. We're getting sound, but no picture. I think that's Ollie away through.
So a couple of times in, Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan in the Polo GTI R5 on a time of 7:48.3. 2.9 seconds further back, Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. Marion Evans a further 1.1 back on a time of 7:52.3, with Rob Barrable and Gordon Noble in the Don Buckley Run C3 Rally 2 on
20
a
seconds
time
down.
of 8:12. So
That sounds like he was on the case when he passed our camera position, so I wonder if he maybe had a spinner a stall. Maybe Andrew Bush can find out, or if he hears anything, he'll let us know.
slot into fifth, Johnny Greer and Al Burns. And they're sitting in C3 on a time of 8:13.4.
So that was Thomas O'Rourke, the Wexford driver, through in the Mitsubishi. Listened to a great interview with him on the Irish Rally podcast a couple of months ago. A man rallying on a budget and being very competitive. Very interesting to listen to his point of view about clubman rallying and something like an Evo.
Nigel Portis asking, could it all go down to the Ulster? In theory it could, yes. double points in the Ulster.
Yep, double header.
So it really, if something we were discussing quite early this morning is Josh going for it and Callum sort of maybe steady. Casey J. Coleman.
Yep, first in the RC4 cars. Let's help. Casey J has a bit more luck. He's had a bit of run of bad luck recently, Sav. He's had a couple of big accidents and done a bit of damage. And
Rally 4 is a really good tight championship. Shane Quinn leading the front wheel drive, but you know, there's the likes of Matthew Boyle, Casey J himself, Kate Caldwell, and Owen Lloyd.
One I'm keeping my eye on is Cian Caldwell. He has really stepped it up recently, and I think it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. So that was Owen Lloyd, and Sion Williams just through in the Peugeot, which doesn't look like a rally car to me, but there you go. It's very effective.
They've sold some amount of them, that's the thing.
So Cian Caldwell, my tip to watch in the RC4s this weekend. I've just had a message, car 22 stopped with mechanical issues before location 1. So car 22 was James Stafford. We did reckon he was gone. So thanks for that message.
So Ryan Loughran now has popped into 4th.
Not a surprise.
With a time of 8 minutes 3 seconds dead. James Ford in 5th on an 8:07.4. Robert Barrable has now just dropped back a bit to 6th. Cal McCarthy's in 7th on a time of 8:13.1. Johnny Greer holding 8th. Will Murphy and Anthony Nestor on an 8:17 dead hold 9th. With David Guest and Jonathan McGrath in the Fiesta clocking in an 8:32.2.
We're just getting, and there's one, the other Darian coming through. Barrable Sav, by all accounts, too hard a tire. He pulled a genius move in West Cork this year. That's when he took a big gamble on tires and absolutely got ahead of everybody. And I've just had a message to say that James Stafford's got going. Well, we've just seen James come through, but he's dropped 7 or 8 minutes, which is not so good. Who was it? I've just been told David Guest is brake pedals going to the floor apparently. That's not confidence inspiring on these high-speed stages.
What looked like Mark O'Leary and Andrew Cronin.
And going very well. Rapid little car. So we just seem to have a bit of picture freeze. I think that was Fergal McGuigan and Michael Moran. Next up should be Mickey Conlon in his very distinctive MC Blinds Black Escort. Mickey's got Donald Lennon calling the notes this weekend.
So stage 2, due to go live at 9:44, 16.86 kilometres, so just a shade over 10 miles. there we are now on stage 2, and as you can see,
Road's dry. Sam.
yeah,
Road's dry. So if Barrable reckons he picked too hard a tyre. Well, a hard tyre, it's only 10 degrees. We know that the optimum working condition for the tyres is a changeover at about 16 degrees. Was he given a bit of bad advice, or was he just being a bit ambitious? Nice to see our sponsors, championship sponsors, signage out on the side of the stage. McAvoy Motorsport, Samdeck.
and feedback from some of the crews at the end of stage 1 was that they're not happy, Michael, about under the trees. Slippy, very, it can catch them unawares.
As predicted.
There's a few of them reporting moments at the end of stage 1.
Okay.
And to some of our crew that are at the start of stage 2, they've been chatting to them and saying they're going to have to take it a little bit handy because it is quite testing.
Well, this second stage is slightly different in the terrain. It's not far. It's slightly further east than the first stage this morning. A bit more technical, a few more junctions. Here's the first of the safety cars. Of course, we don't need to remind you. So, heavy braking into chicane. So 16.82 Ks, Sav. If, as you're suggesting, what the crews are reporting, that it is, the difficulty is under the trees, debris from the overnight storm causing problems. But equally, I don't think they're going slowly. I think they're all pushing very, very hard. I have a predicted time of just under 9 minutes for this stage. The first stage, where are we on pace? Just with my calculations before. Not far away. Even with the conditions, I predicted 7:40, absolute fastest time on that stage, at average speed of 78 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Fastest time, first time over, 7:48. That's
that's banging the money.
The second stage, we're saying 8 minutes 48 is an optimum time for the stage. If they do it in 9 minutes, they'll be on the money. Yeah. That looks pretty mucky and a bit slippy. I think we're into a chicane here, and again, I'm not quite sure where we are in the stage 2. We should be, in theory, we should be about location 8 in the stage. There's somebody saying, where can I find the stage locations? Go on to the Cork 20 Rally website, and there is a list of petrol stations and service stations which have the programs for sale. Go to Fermoy and the Mart, and that's the service area. You'll always be able to buy a program there. The best thing you do is buy a program, and that's where you'll get the stage maps. I don't think there's anything online, Sav, is there?
I'm not aware that there is, actually. Yeah. I know that the organising club did a bit of a push on the programs, and the program was actually the best way to go.
Yep. Because
the maps will allow you, if you wish, to maybe change where you're going to go and watch.
So there's a few times coming in for the modifieds, and the one person we were singing his praises, Ollie Benton, seems to have had a bit of a disappointing time. Slowest so far on the stage in a 9:34.5. I wonder, has Ollie had a problem and which would be a bit of a shame because he's put a lot of work into this rally this weekend. The first of the Class 14 cars is Eddie Docherty, no surprise there, 8:24.3. Consider Ollie Benton 9:34.5. That's a minute and 10 seconds slower. So either he's had a puncture or a technical problem. Again, we'll endeavour to find out what that was.
See, Johan Lloyd in the RC4 class has taken an early scalp on an 8:53.1, which puts him about 3.5 seconds just ahead of Cian Caldwell and Casey J. Coleman. So that could be shaping up into a cracking battle for today.
So what have we got there? We've got Owen Lloyd on an 8:53.1, Cian Caldwell on an 8:56.5, which is 3.5 seconds, and Casey J on an 8:58.4. Nothing in it, is there?
No.
Here we go, the start of another great battle.
Yeah.
Brilliant, great stuff. And as predicted, Dara O'Riordan, 10th overall, 8:20.7. I don't want to be a smarty pants, but never put a good man down.
No, listen, you know, he's a talented driver and just seems over the last number of years to rally when it suits him.
Yeah, he hasn't really done anything. Certainly, I think this is probably, I don't know for sure, but I'd say this is his first rally since the pandemic, since before the pandemic. I'd say he hasn't done an event.
Somebody will sort of...
Well, we could go to your Bible of EWRC and check it out, which
and
my man Zav is going to do exactly that.
And somebody's going to come in and say, yeah, but you can't go by that because it's not accurate.
Well, it's accurate enough. It covers...
Oh, listen, it's good enough for me.
Yeah. Car number 80.
So we'll have a look at Dara O'Riordan, listed as a Fiesta S2000. He was out in Immaquilly.
Oh, very good, right, okay.
And he retired on the lakes, but 2022 saw him do Banna and did Cork 20 last year. Finished 9th overall, 6th in class in the stone throwers. But as you say, good to see Dara out.
Yep. Did he ever win Cork 20?
It must be hellish for people waiting for me and my slow fingers to plumb anything in. I'm just keeping an eye back now at the second stage. He's won the circuit of Kerry and Fastnet, I have him listed as, has won Skibbereen. And you're right, 2014 in PX60 AVG.
Yep, I'm pretty sure we did Rally News that year, and I remember it was a big deal because he's a local lad, obviously a local contractor, diggers and JCBs and stuff like that. Not sure if we should say that, but and the most unassuming person, such a lovely character.
But a good pilot.
Very.
You know, especially when he was singing in the Subaru and the very early works cars, ex-works cars that he had. He was very, very good, very consistent.
To win a round of the Tarmac Championship at any time is a hell of an achievement. To win it, to win more than one is very impressive.
He won Cork 20 when it was sponsored by Orchard Motorsport, 2013. I mean, he's won Fastnet, 3-time winner of Cork 20. You know. But like you said, good to see him out. Really is.
We believe now we saw James Stafford is probably the first big casualty, dropping 8 or 9 minutes at least. It turns out it's a gearbox problem, Zav, by all accounts.
Not good. Now hopefully he get that fixed.
Yeah, well, I mean, he seemed to be going all right when he went past us.
Carl Reeds just popped a note into us that he was. Dara O'Riordan was in Belgium in the Black Escort.
Oh my goodness, I've just had a text message, a very interesting text message.
Thank goodness you're sitting down. It's not very often you say, oh my goodness.
Well, no, it's a bit disappointing. H1 off 0.8 kilometres into stage 2, beached.
Oh no.
After such a storming run on the opening stage, Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan.
0.8.
And this is from an official source within the control room. Very sad to hear that. They what can you say? They absolutely blitzed the first stage, and here we go. That looks like Duncan. It is Duncan Williams through for now running first historic car on the road, and fortunately the stage isn't blocked, but that's an awful shame to have lost Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan in such an early part of the rally. I was going to say, where's our start list gone? We're in a wee small studio, and how can we lose? Oh, it's my fault. How can we lose a bit of paper? Put it under another bit of paper. I can't find it. So Michael McDade through, Declan Casey.
Class 18, RS 1800. Next up should be Trevor Wilson and Paul Mulholland.
Trevor, good time over the first stage.
Normally seen in his Porsche, but I think last time out he went to the Escort because the Porsche wasn't ready. There he is. And got to grips with it very quickly.
He's become a proper. He caught people out in the Porsche. What rally was it? Was it West Cork or the Circuit of Ireland?
I think it was on the circuit.
It was a circuit where he was seated out of place, and he suddenly was like leading the historics, and I caught everybody by surprise, and it didn't catch me by surprise, but Ray Breen and the legacy.
Magic to hear that, it really is, and really nice to see Ray out, and along with Damien Morrissey. It was nice to see there's quite a collection of the ex-works legacies and quite a few of the Impreza World Rally cars at Goodwood down the bottom. It was very good.
I should just explain, Sav covers the Goodwood Festival of Speed with the ITV Motorsport programmes, along with his longtime friend and colleague Tony Jardine, looking after the rallying end of it. And I don't know if anybody tuned into Goodwood over the weekend a couple of weeks ago. A absolutely fabulous extravaganza of motorsport right across the board. I had the opportunity to go this year on the Thursdays, and I was too busy. I couldn't go.
It's a pity because it's an amazing event. I know we're here to talk about Cork, but I managed to get the Toyota team come up to the rally stage on the Friday and caused a huge stir because they had the Rally 2 car as well as the Rally 1 car.
Saw Mr. Bean driving it.
And yeah, I mean, Rowan Atkinson, there's a great video with him and Ed Foster about hydrogen being the way to go. But I nipped out quickly to get a couple of questions with the Arimati. And I just said to him, any chance you're going to come rallying in Ireland? And he said, oh, never say never. He said, Mako is at me to come. Mako was at me. So, you know, Mako Hervin was over here, did
Cork 20?
Yeah, he did. Yep. So, you never know. We might get Yari Matty over. Cork 20 would be good to have him over. A great supporter of historic rallying in Finland, Norway, and that, in his own car. But come back to what brought us in here. Yeah, some lovely Subarus there at the weekend. Many that had seen competition here in Ireland, and of course Kieran Graffin had I think one or two over as well as a Toyota World Rally car. So the island of Ireland very well represented.
Good. That was Peter and Grace Walsh in lovely little Mark 1 Escort in the historic section of the rally. Grant Shand going well in the Rally Extreme Mark 2.
see a time through for James Stafford at the end of the opening stage.
How much time did he lose?
Well, he's down at he's showing a 17.8, which is near enough 5 minutes over and above the crews that are sort of ahead of him.
Could have been worse.
And I mean, if he can, sandwich his way through Ballino, which is the second stage of the day, and get back to service, you never know.
No. But these things tend, once they start, they tend to recur. And one thing with the Darien is it's not the most complicated car.
Mid-engine and sort of, reasonably good access.
Yeah, it's not the most complicated. I mean, changing the gearbox, if they can change the gearbox, if they have another gearbox. I'm not saying it's an easy job, it's not, but you'd be surprised what these guys can do.
Well, if it could be something simple as linkage or rose joints or something like that there that could be done.
I suspect it's a hydraulic sequential box, so it could, it could be electronic. Interesting to hear. I have to say, it looks like it's turning into quite a nice day and out on the stages. Well, we're stuck in a studio. Oh, it's one of the wind has taken down one of the signage boards.
Looked like Martin Rossiter and Ian Davies in the RS 1800.
Yep. And the Samba.
Erstwhile Samba.
So this is a Group B car, which means it's lightweight. You can see there they were able to brake probably much later than the Escorts. Not as much weight to get stopped. So that's the last of the historic cars through stage 2. Unfortunately, we've lost the historic rally leader on this stage, Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan, who are reported to have beached their Mark II Escort just under a kilometre into the stage. They were a stunning 20 seconds faster than anybody else in the first stage, which is a bit of a shame. So we have a few minutes now while the historic cars clear the stage and then the modern part of the rally restarts. First in the road is Josh Moffat. We've got quite a few times in from the first stage. Interestingly, class 14, Eddie Doherty, fastest from Colin Byrne and Frank Kelly. We had a bit of camera breakup on the first stage, signal loss, so a couple of the modified guys we just didn't get to see, which is a bit of a shame. First of the historic cars are just coming in from stage 2, and really interesting, fastest now, as predicted, Trevor Wilson. 10:09.2 as opposed to Duncan Williams, who was actually fastest on a 10:06.7. And Michael McDade, third fastest so far on a 10:23.7. But Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver didn't have such a good time on the first stage, so there's historic rally separated by 0.7 tenths of a second after 2 stages. You can't really say too much about that. That's pretty impressive stuff.
Well, just to go back, yeah, I mean, we're in for a good battle there. We've got a good battle shaping up on RC4, but I mean, we have sort of 4 seconds covering the top 3 on the opening stage, with Callum Devine leading by 2.9 seconds from Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes in the Hyundai i20R5, and they are backed up in third with Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson in a Polo R5. We would have time back about 10 seconds to Ryan Loughran and Gareth Doherty in fourth, with James Ford and Neil Shanks showing very well in fifth. James and Neil have been regular visitors over here over the last sort of 18 months and are obviously building up their experience and expertise,
Yep.
but there's not a lot in it on the opening stage.
No.
And as you said, Robert Barable picked too hard a tyre. He sits in 6th.
And the problem, that will compound itself because he's stuck with the same tyre for this stage as well.
Yeah.
So
Cal McCarthy 7th with Eric Callanan in another Citroen C3. Johnny Greer and Al Burns in 8th. Owen Murphy and Anthony Nestor in 9th, all of them in Citroen C3s. And Dara O'Riordan seeded number 80 and rounding out the top 10. And as we said there a few minutes ago, Dara, a multiple winner of the event in years gone by. So
he's not in the most, he's in a Class 20 car, the S2000. It's not the most, it's not an R5, so it's not, I wouldn't expect him to be on the same sort of pace.
But I loved them. I just love the fact that he's screaming the nuts off them.
Yeah.
They were
And he loved it
great,
too. Yeah.
You know.
I wonder, with Robert Barable has admitted that he's picked too hard a tyre for this stage. I suspect Johnny Greer has probably done the same thing.
Possibly,
because there's very little between them. And it'll be interesting to hear when we finish stage 2, the cars go back to service in Fermoy, and we will have our irrepressible Tony Kelly. We're going to an ad break.
Out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
So while we wait for the leading crews to arrive at our camera location on stage 2, we have an update on the top 10. So as you can see from the graphic, Callum Devine leading from Josh Moffat. Marion Evans third. Nice, impressive drive over the first stage by Ryan Loughran. Ryan making the move up to an R5 car this year. And James Ford, another one impressing over the opening stage. The leading crews to arrive at our camera location on stage. A computer left volume on. Sorry about that. Wasn't part of the plan.
Stage 2 at the moment.
So just outside the top 10, David Guest on an 8:23.2 on the opening stage. Then the first of the modified cars, Eddie Doherty in 12th overall in the rally, just 1.1 seconds behind on an 8:24.3. Jason McSweeney and Liam Brennan. Corkman Liam, well known for his entertaining inboard camera work with the irrepressible Frank Kelly, who is only 2 places behind in 15th. He now has his daughter Lauren co-driving. Frank, there's not much in the modified there. Eddie Doherty really did have a good run on the 8:23.3, but then Colin Byrne, and that's Josh, first through, and interestingly, he was in about 47 seconds as he entered the first bale of the chicane. So now they come thick and fast. Can't remember who's Josh. 44 seconds roughly when he passed the camera. Boy, oh boy, Callum was pushing hard there. He's considerably faster at this point in the stage.
Yeah, very evident that. Stage dry. It is blowy, but
yep.
Marion Evans should be up next. Marion with Jonathan Jackson in the Melvin Evans Motorsport Run VW Polo GTIR 5. Castro colours. Carrying sponsorship from the Scan station as well. Yep. Long-term sponsors of Marion. Jonathan?
I said I reckon Callum was considerably faster. He looked considerably faster, but just reviewing on the time, there's not a lot in it. And either with Marion's, there's very little between them at this point in the stage.
Bearable.
Well, it's evident in the stage time there, Robert, a few seconds down again. Obviously, these tyre choices really having a negative effect on his stage times. Now, it's only 2 stages, so it's not the end of the world. And we know Robert's been around a long time. And
second overall, Rally the Lakes, West Cork. Johnny Greer going through now, 34 years of age, from Carridoff, along with Niall Burns, running Michelin.
And again, I think Johnny's maybe in the same boat as Robert. Just looking at the stage times here, they're just a little bit down from where they should be. And you know yourself, Sav, if you can't get a tyre to work well, you're basically
battling all the way.
That's it, and it's psychologically it starts to affect you.
From here, cars due in to service at Cork Smart in Rathcormac.
So David Guest. Jonathan McGrath co-driving for David. David's another driver starting to get to grips with these R5 cars, former tarmac champion Group N. Ryan Loughran now. Through in a 52.
Won the GSMC mini stages last year in an Escort and was second overall in the Kerry mini stages rally. And driving the ex-Florian Bardini car. Also driven by Eamon Boland and Sebastian Perez. First event was way back in 2010 on the Tour of the Sperrins.
Ryan Loughran's.
Mm-hmm. And an Escort retired. So 35 minutes service time in Rathcormac for the crews before they head out for the second run over Carduggan at 11:25. We will have Tony Kelly meandering her way around the service area and getting the opinions of the crews over the opening two stages of the O'Connell Group Cork 20 International.
Cal McCarthy just through. He had a good run over the first stage, Sav. He was 7th fastest. He seemed to struggle earlier this year, particularly on home ground. I think West Cork, he was genuinely disappointed he didn't have a bit of a better result. But if he's,
I think he's changed his car. I think it's a newer version.
it's a Rally 2 car now.
Yeah,
so
that makes a massive difference.
actually, if you look at the results there, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Citroen C3 Rally 2s from 5th overall down to 9th overall. James Ford, Robert Barrable, Cal McCarthy, Johnny Greer and Owen Murphy.
And hello to Tiffany Charlotte Shannon, who's the CSR Marshal, member of the CSR Marshal team on stage 1. And if Carol O'Derrick's with you there, say hello to him. Marshals at so many events. As Michael was saying earlier on this morning, we don't have the luxury of the latest tracking information. So probably like yourselves, the viewers struggling a wee bit to see the numbers in the cars. We can go by the start list, but of course after the opening stage the start list wouldn't be defined as factually correct with crews stopping to do tire temperatures or make changes. And apparently Carlo Derrick says hello.
Keith Lyons through in his recently acquired Polo.
JJ Kremen calling the notes this weekend. Keith, who in the past has used Johnny Greer's co-driver Niall Burns. Making their way through there is...
Was it Jason McSweeney? We should, in theory, have the last of the first batch of Rally 2 R5 cars through, and this is the first modified. Eddie Doherty and Tom Murphy, who set a storming pace in the first stage to jump into the lead of the modified section of the rally. Almost 6.5 seconds faster. And the irrepressible Frank Kelly with daughter Lauren. Car sounding fantastic as usual.
Frank, quite a following on social media with Not just the escapades he gets up to on the stages, but the prep and the work that he does behind the scenes on the car.
Yep. Lauren would be very much behind a lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But very popular. I mean, some of the views that his stuff gets is nothing short of amazing.
Well, he's sort of a natural entertainer, isn't he? I mean, we're very lucky to know him quite well. So I just want to. We're starting to get the first batch of times in, and yeah, we predicted, what was it, about just under 9 minutes for the first fastest time, and Marion Evans has had an amazing time, Sav.
Yeah.
He's gone into the lead of the rally by 5 seconds. He's fastest on the stage by nearly 7 seconds from Josh Moffat. Callum Devine was third fastest and dropped nearly 10 seconds, just under 10 seconds to Marion on the stage. Predictably, Robert Barrable, we know, struggling with a too hard a tyre, so he's dropped back a little bit. He's now 35 seconds off the lead, which with a rally this length is not the end of the world. But, well, you said Marion Evans this morning when we were having a chat before the start of the rally.
I've seen in the past where if he gets on the opening stage, if he comes to the end of the stage and he feels he's in the hunt, he's done a good time, he's in his happy place, then well, he's going to be tough to beat. And
that's seriously impressive, Sav. That's, you know, when it's been so close to pretty much pull out nearly 10 seconds on Callum.
I mean, as you said there, there's a long way to go. We've another 6 stages today, and what it is, 5, 7 tomorrow.
Yep.
But at the moment, Marion Evans will be very happy heading back into service in Rathcormac, where they review the tyre choice for the opening 2 stages. What do they choose for the next 2?
Well, they know now. They know exactly what the conditions are.
Well, the chances are the road temperature's not going to get above 16, so they know what they're going to run next loop.
I don't know about that. Our temperature gauge on the screen is saying that we started out at 10 degrees in the first stage this morning, which was what, just under 2 hours ago, when we first, an hour and a half ago, and it's up to 15 degrees. I mean, it is bank holiday weekend in Ireland in August.
Are you sure that's not the temperature of the heater of the guy's feet in the production room?
No, it's all the hot air in here.
All the hot air in here, as I'm sure our viewers will testify to. And best of luck to everyone from Carlo Stages, Derek. And best of luck, and thanks to all the marshals. Yep, totally agree. As
There's Thomas O'Rourke through there.
Ciara Griffin in the Mitsubishi Evo 9 running RC2. Which means that the likes of Casey J. Coleman and Johan Lloyd, Ian Caldwell won't be far away. Of course, they're shaping up for a terrific battle in RC4. Johan Lloyd and Sean Williams, fastest on the first stage. Sean, who brought a Subaru to Goodwood, and a couple of runs in memory of Craig Breen with Mike Chen from Red Bull TV. And of course there was a lot of love for Craig at Goodwood, along with a lot of support for all his family. Lloyd there.
Yep.
And of course the crew's now heading towards the modified section, which is the McAvoy Motorsport Modified Rally Championship this year. Gary McAvoy, title sponsor for the modifieds.
Ken Caldwell through. So just to recap on the first stage with the RC4 cars, Johan Lloyd was fastest on an 8:53.1 from Ken Caldwell on an 8:56.5, and then Casey J. Coleman on an 8:58.4. So a nice little battle shaping up between these young drivers. I have a thing in my head that they are effectively the international junior rally. I know we have the junior rally tomorrow, which is a unique thing to Ireland with the 1,600 front-wheel drive cars. KCJ through, but
So just getting a little whisper in our ear that we're going to head over to Tony Kelly shortly, where she will catch up with some of the crews in the Synergy Motorsports Engineering Irish Tarmac Championship. Of course, if you weren't with us earlier, the historic crews on this rally running ahead of the main field. So they will be the crews into service first. And then roughly 25 minutes to half an hour after that, we should see the main field, the likes of Marion Evans, Josh Moffat, Robert Barrable, Johnny Greer, and the rest of them making their way into service. But it'd be good for Tony to catch up and get the thoughts as we look at the Toyota Corolla of Cian Walsh and Dylan Doonan.
I don't know what brought it in my head. I was just thinking that Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan, who were leading the historic part of the rally and running first car on the road today, unfortunately have retired on this stage where they've beached their car. I wonder if it's not too badly damaged, will they maybe have a go at Rally 2 or Super Rally? It'll be interesting.
Almost like the old Sunday run, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Well, the organisers do their best to try and give the competitors the best value for money. I mean, it's expensive enough to come and do these events, and just so that we're prepared, I think we're going to do one more car, and then we're going to go to the irrepressible Tony Kelly in service, and the little Nissan through.
hopefully now Tony will catch up with some Kerry Rally fans, because should be able to ask them about.
Morning and welcome to Cork. We're here in the service area for the first service of the morning, and we have championship leader. How are you going this morning, Duncan? How's everything feeling?
Well, better now. We've had a dry stage. The first stage was quite tricky, to be honest. Under the trees, I was a bit too cautious this morning. We went with some very soft tyres, thinking, well, just in case it's a bit damp and maybe a little bit of rain. But we're a bit too cautious, not enough aggression. And I had the pencil in my leg from the co-driver. You know, pull your finger out.
Yeah.
So we had a good go on the second one, and I think we pulled back a bit of time on stage 2. But sorry to see Neil in the off. I understand he had a brake problem, and he ended up at the side of the road on about the third corner.
Very disappointing in the morning.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a long rally. It's a long way to go, all day today and tomorrow. I think we're due to finish here tonight about 7 o'clock. I think.
It's a long day's rally, and I mean, I would assume in somewhere in the back of your mind the championship is obviously there, you know, and caution has to be there.
I'm not sure exactly what we've got to do, to be honest, but I think finish would help. We've got 6 scores in the championship, 6 finishes. I think we can better one of the scores. So we'll just keep going and enjoy it. That's the aim. Enjoy the day.
Exactly, and I mean, we've got a lot of wind here this morning, so everything's going to dry up quite quickly.
I think so. I hope so. The second stage was quite dry, to be honest, and the first stage under the trees, if it dries out enough, we'll see. But we changed tyres because the softer tyres wouldn't last on the second stage, so we'll see what happens. But we'll keep it going.
Good. Any of these stages you're looking forward to in particular?
No, none of them.
Getting back here?
Yeah, get back here, yeah. To be honest, that inch stage, which I think, is that this afternoon or is it Sunday? I'm not too sure. That's a nice stage.
I think that's tomorrow, isn't it?
Oh, good.
I can't remember now. The names are all modelled up, but I have a notion it could be tomorrow.
No co-drivers around here, is there? People know.
We're all dealing with what we have right in front of us at this
Absolutely,
moment.
yeah. I just do what I'm told. Exactly. Sometimes.
Well, it's not working out too bad for you this year.
No, we've had a good run, to be honest. I mean, we had a rubbish year last year. A lot of non-finishes and things and poor results. But this year's come good. It's come good. And my co-driver Guy Weaver's put a lot of effort in. John with the servicing You know, it's a team effort. It isn't just me, it's all of us.
Yeah.
And I've had Skunk Works IT have come along and give us a lot of money and helped us along, and it's all worked out well.
Good man. Well, thanks for talking to us, and we'll see you at the next service. And all you can do is keep it going for now.
Yep, we'll keep it going. Fingers crossed.
Good man. Thanks, Duncan. So that's Duncan Williams. He's leading the historic section of the championship. So again, it's just always very interesting when you get to this point of the year to try and hold on to the championship, but also keep going at the same time. And that's exactly what he's talking about. So we're coming around here, and we're going to try and get a quick word with Michael McDade. You're in the middle of the breakfast, but we're going to try and start. How's your morning going? Are you happy enough?
I would have good enough. Well, the battery went in the first, halfway through the first stage, so we kind of were doing hand signals. We're not blaming the navigator, like, but
not the blame game here.
Second run, we kind of held off a wee bit. Neil was off in front of us, and I suppose it kind of threw me, but we're all right. We're still here. It's greasy halfway through the second stage there, so.
Yeah, that's kind of, and it must be a bit of a strange sort of scenario as well for the Historics to actually be the first runs through the stage.
That's great. It's actually a lovely experience, like. You know, you were normally last in the road, and you're hanging about, and you're last man finishing, like. So it's a really nice experience. There's no carnage, and we'll probably get on our stages because the boys don't normally go off. Like Neil was a bit of an exception, I think. I was told that maybe his brakes failed or something, but not sure.
But you know, one of those things where it's definitely has to be adding to the excitement this morning when you see all those faces like that are standing, you know, ready to go.
Yeah, definitely, because the big names are all standing watching us, like. So it's very different. Very different.
You're enjoying it anyway?
Yeah, so far so good.
Good on you. Well, come here. Thank you very much, Michael. We're going to keep on going and see if we can get a quick word with some of the other guys. So we want to talk to the likes of Thomas Davis and Trevor Wilson. I think we might have Trevor here actually. He's having a team meeting. We're going to interrupt the team meeting. Very relaxed looking here this morning. How are you?
Absolutely.
Are you happy enough, Trevor?
Aye, yeah. It's all stage, typical first stage. Didn't know your braking points. Very slippy. But no, it was good. Good. I enjoyed the second stage a lot better now in front. So.
And do you think that was just like, it's just nerves, the kind of, you know, the first thing in the morning and that kind of stuff, or was it the type of weather that was there last night and kind of changing the stages on us?
I would say probably both. I would say definitely the storm last night. There was a lot of stuff on the road now, and wet, very wet under the trees and greasy. But look, it's the same for everybody, so it was fine.
But we were just chatting to Michael McDade there about the difference in heading first on the road for the Historics today versus normally where you are fairly far back the field.
Yeah, it was a bit strange, all right. Now, in fairness, but look, when the guy says go, it's all the same, to be honest, and you get on with it. I would say the next loop through these stages now with the big cars, it's going to look a wee bit different, so it is. So, but look, you just have to get on with it.
Because there's a huge difference between what you're going to see after those guys have all cleared the stage for you and kind of dug out the bits of muck and stuff, and you normally see that immediately, whereas this time you've had a completely different stage here this morning.
Well, we had a clean stage, like, and that makes a big difference, you know, and you know it was good from that point of view for sure. Whereas the junctions were clean, and it was fine. Long may it continue.
Good on you. And what's the plan for the weekend? Is it hell for leather, or just going to try and keep it tidy?
Well, I think it's a finisher's rally, but the pace is a bit hectic out there, so we'll just keep at it, see how it goes.
Keep enjoying it, Trevor.
Absolutely.
Good man. Thank you very much, Trevor. So we're going to go back the way now, and again keep coming out and see if we can get any more. If we can get any more of these guys to chat to us this morning and see how the morning's going. As we were saying, it's a bit of a strange one in Cork here, where the Historics are first, but so interesting, and I mean, exciting for everybody as well, where they're getting to actually see some of the, you know, the Historics or the older stuff out before the bigger, faster cars come in. Like, so very, very exciting stuff this morning for everybody. But a big change. So we're going to see if we can get a quick word with Thomas. He's in the truck, so we'll see if we can get him out. Yeah, please.
Morning, Thomas.
How are you?
You're having a great run this morning.
It's not too bad, yeah. Enjoying it.
lost a bit of time on the second one. Just couldn't concentrate and was looking in the mirror and just didn't enjoy it. Wanted the stage to finish. But
Any idea what that was?
I think I saw Neil was off quite close to the start, and it just distracted me, and I was just couldn't get into a rhythm for the rest of the stage.
A lot of guys have actually mentioned that this morning. In fact, all of them that we've spoken to so far have mentioned that. So it obviously is playing on the mind of everybody as soon as you see somebody go kind of on the side of the road that early.
Yeah, I think it just makes you like have a bit more respect, for the rest of the stage then. But yeah, still early and everybody's close, so yeah, hopefully we all stay in.
It didn't affect your times too much though?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean everybody's quite close, so yeah, maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought it was when I was doing it, but we'll see.
And how's the car feeling? How the stage is suiting the car?
Yeah, car feels good. Just a small issue with the brakes on the first 2 stages, but hopefully that'll get sorted now.
And are you looking forward to either one of these in particular?
They're both quite nice stages. Yeah, lots going on, quite tricky, but
very long. A lot of work this morning.
Yeah, they're quite long. Yeah, definite. Yeah, but good fun all the same.
Well, listen, we'll let you go and get back to the cup of tea, and we'll see if we can get a quick word with Ian about it. Is Ian? Thank you very much. So bear with us, folks, as we try and get Ian out as well. Ian's in the BMW here.
Go in with you.
Want to have?
You won't mind your company.
The 53, the end one on the back. The part one right there.
Ian, I'm going to come into you. You're the guy we want to talk to. You're enjoying it that much?
Thoroughly enjoying it. Ireland, the welcome and everything we have over here is tremendous.
And what about the car? Does the car feel good? I mean, it looks absolutely fantastic.
Listen, the car's good, but the driver's no good, all right? But I still enjoy it. That's why I still come over.
And do you love, is it Cork specifically you love it?
I love anything in Ireland. It's and the roads are so nice and everybody's so welcome, and it's just a laugh to come over. I don't care if I'm last.
As you say, it's all about the crack, and that's the thing, like Cork does actually have excellent roads as well. These are fantastic stages.
These roads are tremendous. Very, very good. Yes, it's a pity last night we had the gale force, but they're still drying up fast. There's a bit of wind. No, it's good.
And are you enjoying seeing the likes of Marion and Josh and Callum and all in your mirror this morning?
Hey, listen, they're in a different league, right? The only thing I can tell you, my son is leading and I'm last, so it's in the family, first and last, all right?
Manny, we let you go and enjoy the cuppa. And that is exactly, why we would like to talk to the likes of Ian, because it's showing you the different side of rally, and where it's just for the crack and it's the love of the sport more than anything, So we'll see now. That's the main guys just jumping into service here now as well. I just saw Josh going around the corner there, and we see Callum Devine. So we'll let Callum get lined up and out of the car, and we'll head over for a quick chat with him and see how his morning's faring out. Obviously, the championship has gotten very interesting for these guys, and trying to keep yourself calm and not throw the championship away, but obviously keeping the pace there to win events and make sure that you are concentrating the whole way through the event is obviously very, very important as well. So it's actually a tricky enough place to be at the moment. Just going to give him a minute to get out and get his thoughts gathered. Callum, you're in a tough enough position at the moment in terms of trying to keep the head for the championship, but also keep winning rallies. It's a tough balancing act at the moment.
Aye, it should be, but no, we're here to try and win rallies. That's the mindset we kind of set out to be now. So, yeah, the boys are going hard as expected, hey, and yeah, not too far away all the same, but happy enough.
Are you happy enough with the morning? Is the car feeling good? Stage is good?
Yeah, stages is it's a lot greasier than I expected. Obviously a lot of debris under the trees and stuff, and then obviously the rain made that road just that wee bit greasier, So yeah, places like that you get caught out on, and the nature of the stage has been so fast. It's yeah, you get a couple of wee wake up call rubbing ditches and stuff, but hey, it's nice stages and stuff. But I'd say maybe they get slippier now, you know, so it's making it a bit more trickier.
How did it affect you guys with the historics running ahead of you today?
Not too bad. You do see a wee bit more black marks. It's like sort of like a wee bit of a second pass for us, you know. I know usually I can see Josh's marks, and I know it's Josh's marks, and or vice versa, you know. But yeah, now you kind of don't know whose marks. We've seen marks of an escort going onto this right now, so we don't want to follow them. So, look, it's not too bad at the moment, anyway, you know.
And any of the 2 stages you're looking forward to getting going at again?
Well, probably the first one. It was quicker than the first one, so maybe if I can go faster than that. But look, they're good stages, to be honest. Yeah, definitely good stages. Just the conditions they're definitely making it tricky, and you need to wake up a bit quicker.
A long weekend though.
Long weekend. Oh, I know.
Good man, Callum. Thanks a million. So there you have it. Callum is on for the win, and that's, you know what, that is the best attitude to have, because I think if you kind of go with any other type of attitude, everything else just gets in your head at that point. And I would imagine, although so important, you kind of also can't let it get into your head too much, because it'll take over, and then you're not going to be as concentrated on the road ahead of you as you need to be. So it's a tricky one to get right, but we'll leave it to these guys. We're going to go down here and see if we can get a quick word with Marion Evans. Josh Moffat's just over the other side there somewhere, but we'll see if we can get Marion or Jonathan to tell us how their morning's going. Bear with us, folks. We see him, but he looks like he's going looking for something, so we just give him a wee sec. How are you? I'm very well. We're wondering if we can get a quick word.
Yeah, no worries. You
can, of course. Marion, an interest in Cork as always. How's your morning going?
Yeah, okay. I was saying this morning they've moved this rally to the summer, but the weather doesn't change for us really. The first one was very tricky, to be honest. So we took a bit of a gamble on the tyre, and it was okay, but where you could make your time in the second half, it was very muddy and sort of under trees, and it was still greasy, so couldn't really do much there, but the second one then was fine.
And in terms of the car, everything's feeling good in that way too?
Yeah, the car was perfect, to be honest. It's just this morning under the trees it was quite hard to see kind of the surface and stuff and where it was changing, so it was a pretty tricky opener, but the second one was fine.
Brilliant. And in terms of getting out in the next loop, like, is there anywhere where you could see like loads of time that could be made up?
Yeah, I think the first one, I think, is a good bit in it, but I think it's the same with everyone. I think all of us were pretty cautious this morning. You don't want to kind of do something too silly in the first stage, so yeah, it just depends if the mud gets worse or if it dries up, because it's still not that warm. So
no, but the wind is insane at the same time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and that's why I thought it would have dried a bit more, but it wasn't to be. But still, I think by the second pass with maybe sort of 70-80 cars over it might have helped.
Brilliant. And in terms of, I'm kind of asking everybody this morning because it's just so interesting, but how are the historics affecting you, or are they affecting you at all? Because you're used to such a clean run through most of the time.
To be honest, for me it was just like the last stage Neil Williams had gone off, and for me in my head I spent most of my year standing behind just Josh and Callum, so one of them's got to be gone, and I got to the bottom and it was an escort and it confused me a bit, but yeah, so far there's no problem. I think their marks are quite different to where we're going anyway, with the brakes and stuff, but yeah, no real problem, no complaints anyway about it.
And in any way, kind of, like in terms of the marks, like, or seeing somebody else off, obviously if you see somebody that you're specifically competing against, it's going to play with your head a wee bit, like, but you were able to kind of just let it go as soon as you saw that it wasn't either one of the boys?
To be fair to Neil, he'd gone off over some bumps under the braking where, our car soaks it up pretty well compared to an escort, to be fair, so there's nothing really to worry about. It's just that section we probably were backed off a bit, so just a bit more careful the second time through just to make sure we get through.
Brilliant. So we'll let you go to these next ones and we'll catch you again on the second loop into service. Thanks a million, Marion. And we'll get across this side now, folks, and see if we can get, there's loads of the guys down there, but I just want to see if I can get Josh and figure out how his morning's going. You can see all the times coming in, guys, and you can see what's happening and how the stages are looking out there with our camera people out in there in the stages. but we're getting the word from the horse's mouth once we get in here. So we'll just keep moving down through this crowd of spectators and onlookers. We can see Keith Lyons' new polo here to the right. Bear with us, folks, we're going to try and find him here.
Mind yourself. He's ready to go.
So Josh, first service back into after the first loop, how are you feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling grand. Yeah, it's just I suppose this morning's been okay for us. We're just trying to settle into it, and the times aren't too far away, so we're happy enough.
And how's the car feeling?
Yeah, we're still trying to get used to it in that regard. I suppose a lot of high speed stuff there, and we're getting there slowly.
Are you finding a massive difference in the two cars?
Well, it's not that it's a million miles away, but I just want to be comfortable with that car and what we're doing, so we're just bedding in slowly.
And what about the two stages this morning? You know, obviously, like the conditions were quite greasy and the kind of chat of debris and stuff there. Now that there's been a clean run through it, have you is there any of the stages that you're looking forward to now, or are they all just again keep bedding in?
Yeah, well, like all the stages are very good there. I suppose the benefit now, we've seen the really tricky spots there, so we'll have them well marked, and hopefully we'll know where all the good spots are, so we can push on a bit, you know.
And what's it like for you sitting in the start? Enjoying everything so far?
Yep, all good.
Good man. We'll get you again in the next trip and see how the morning's going again. And we have another few cars down here, so we're going to try and get a quick word if we can. I actually am seeing another historic driver here. It's the lovely Ray Breen, and we're just going to let him have his wee break there, but again, just great to see the legacy out, and again, just seeing all the historics and the newer stuff mixed in, but being here at the same time, like this is so fascinating to be in, you know, in the historics and first, like it's just such an interesting way to see it. I've never seen it before. I know it's been done on a few rallies before, but I personally, it kind of seems like good crack to me to see everybody in together, but that's why I keep asking everybody, like, what's it like on the stages for them, because it could have a massive effect on how their weekend's going, because it doesn't normally look like the way it would for them, and it can be a good thing or a bad thing, you know. But we've Owen Murphy here across the road, so we'll see if we can get a quick word with Owen now in a wee second. Just having a quick chat with somebody there, so just bear with me.
Oh yeah,
Owen, how's your morning going? Always good to be here in Cork.
Yeah, it is great to be close to home. To the first stage is going brilliant, and I had a massive moment underneath a load of trees, and that kind of wrecked the rest of it. Then I lost all confidence, and I fried the brakes, and it just went terrible. But it's a shame because it was going great, and the second stage, then that was going all right, and then I lost the brakes again. There's a fan gone in the back for cooling or something, so that's after wrecking. A bit of modern technology, like, yeah, all failing. So yeah, grand. We just have to try and see if we can go a bit better now.
So is that something that you can get fixed here now?
I don't know. They're having a look at it there now. I just there's a few things going into there, so hopefully we can try and keep them a bit cooler. To me is the main problem, really, like this thing.
Would you find that off-putting then? Like once something like that goes, do you find it hard to kind of trust the car after that?
Yeah, no, they're grand because they're going progressively. So I have about half a mile to know that they're going to be gone. So it's just try and stay off them. But it's definitely me. I'm just very nervous in it there this morning. So once I get a bit of mileage there now, I should be staying off the brake, hopefully.
And do you find that like that's disappointing at any stage, like, but particularly whenever it's kind of so close to home?
Yeah, but sure, that's it. Like, but sure, it's a long weekend, and if we get a shot of rain here, I'd say it could make things very interesting. So we're not trying to towel yet.
Good man, Owen. Thanks a million. Going brilliantly as always, and always a big contender in terms of times and stuff. So you just, as he says himself, you just never know what way it's going to go in terms of getting weather changes and things like that. So we'll just see who else is about here. David Guest there actually, so we'll see if we can get a quick word with David. David, can we have a quick word?
You can.
David, how's your morning going?
It's not too bad. A little bit rusty, but the problem with the brake pedal going to the floor there cost us a small bit. I suppose I'm happy now to have 2 stages down and kind of settle a bit and try again. So, yeah, we're kind of scratching our head every time, wondering what in the hell are the other lads doing. But look, it's good to be here and we're happy enough.
And that's it. Like, it can be a wee bit off, but we were just chatting to Owen Murphy. Like, when something happens with brakes, it's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, like the confidence gets knocked a bit and then it comes back a bit and you're still kind of doubting if it's there. But look, we'll get there. Long 2 days there yet, so.
The car's feeling good apart from that?
Car feels good, yeah. Car feels good. So.
Any stages in particular you're looking forward to?
Do you know what? They're all great stages. There's a great combination of stages there. Like they put on a great event. You couldn't get better. So they're all enjoyable.
Brilliant. Happy man.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And we'll see now who else is about here. We've obviously got car number 18 there. We've got car 80, we've got car 15. So just bear with us as we try and get another. Again, everybody is at the stage where they're probably away for a wee cup of tea. So we'll just keep walking, folks. And I know Robert Barable's up here, so we'll see if we can get a quick word with Robert. You can see his car just ahead of us here. So it'd be great to know how his morning's going and hear how everything is looking for him. Again, anything could happen in this championship, and it's definitely a case of staying steady. Robert's just chatting with somebody there, so we'll give him a wee second.
Okay, all right. How are you?
Tony?
Hello, Robert. How are you?
A bit better. Starts the rallies.
Not going as you'd like?
No, I don't know. It starts. It doesn't feel bad. We feel comfortable. We feel like we're driving well. So, but just it's not on the stopwatch. So I don't know. Have a cup of tea now and resetting them and see what we can do. Make sure everything's alright with the car and go again.
I think it's a tricky enough morning in terms of conditions, though. I don't think anybody knew what to expect on the actual road, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was. I think there was a bit of unknown because of the weather we had last night. But we're all on different tyres, but we were on the same as Marion, so. But we gave away quite a considerable amount of time to him, so I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm kind of baffled, really. But listen, we'll just go in and have a cup of tea now and just make sure everything's alright with the car and go again.
And are you thinking about the championship at all?
No.
It's just not. You're just there to win rallies.
Yeah, listen, we're here to be competitive. Marion, to be fair, is not close to competitor in the championship, so he is now leading the rally. So we're sixth or whatever, fifth, sixth or seventh or something. So, but no, the championship thought. There's no championship thoughts out at the minute. So we just need to start driving a bit faster now.
Exactly, and I mean that can happen too. Sometimes we can all just have a wee slow start and then hell for leather after that.
Yeah, we haven't been out since Donegal, and to be fair to Callum and Josh, I was expecting them to be a bit faster, but Marion was out in Sligo, so maybe just that shorten the gap between Donegal and now maybe is the difference. So, well, I don't know. We'll have to just listen. We're all looking for every excuse we can find now, but we'll just get going at it now and we'll see how we get on.
That's the only thing you can do at this stage.
Just keep going, yeah. It's a long way to go, so we'll just keep going and see how we get on. It should be all right.
These stages are quite long. Were there any of the two of them you enjoyed particularly?
I think that second one is lovely, to be honest. The first one is quite fast and flowing, but the second one is more driving in it in the middle of it, a bit higher banks and stuff. It's more of a, I don't know, I just enjoyed it more. No, I felt good.
Good man.
All right.
Good on you. Robert, thank you very much. So there you have it. Robert's had a mixed morning. So we're going to go back down this way again and see if we can see any of these guys. We might try the left-hand side this time. We've got the Derry in there, obviously. They're just having a quick chat inside the car, so we'll let them kind of keep chatting and see if we can see any of the other drivers here at the moment. I'm not seeing any rally sits, so I might just scoot in this way and head for the, or not. There's no fitting through there. So we'll go down this way and see if we can get a quick chat with the likes of Johnny Greer and all. They're all down the back. Bear with me. There's Darrow Reardon here, if we can see. This is actually a lovely shot of the new generation coming up and being taught how to do it. So Dara's out in the Fiesta this weekend, and I'm actually just going to see if I can get a quick word with him. I didn't spot him there a while ago. But I'll see if we can get any information of him. Dara, a quick word.
Yeah, no matter.
You're teaching the next generation how it's done.
That's it, yeah.
You don't just get to go out and drive, you have to do the hard work in here too.
Yeah. I've plenty of help and so.
Good man, are you enjoying it so far this morning?
Yeah, it was good, yeah. First 2 stages now we're good, yeah. So it's nice to get settled in. So yeah, with a clean run, so happy enough, yeah.
It's always nice to be at home as well, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's only 20 minutes away, so it is ideal, like, you know.
And any of the stages in particular that you prefer?
I like the Inch one there this evening. No, it's good. It's a good stage, and but no, they're good in general. They're good stages, good and fast, and that's what you want.
As long as you're out in a rally car, that's all that matters.
That's when you're happy.
You're getting some words back here from the engineer. Are you having a good morning?
Yeah.
Are you working hard here now?
Yeah.
Good man. We'll let you get back to it in case you get into trouble. We'll keep moving here, folks. And we're going to, as I say, walk around this way and see what other rally suits we can see. Everybody's hiding at the stage trying to get their wee cups of tea in. We're just going to get around the corner and see who else is there. We have Anthony Nestor here, that's who we have.
Not what that wasn't what I was at, but hello anyway.
Hello Anthony, how's your morning going?
Hi, I'm enjoying it. Voice is a bit croaky. I got a sore throat above on the down rally, and the voice never recovered.
That's really not something you would need to be worried about today.
That's a bit mad, isn't it? A co-driver with no voice. Yeah, it's never happened before. So I can't get the intensity of it out. Yeah. So with just the volume driven up, just to try and nurse it a wee bit. So I'm using this spray that they use to, like an antiseptic spray. But yeah, I'm kind of wondering how they're going to be like this time tomorrow.
I know.
If you come to me and I go,
that we know you're saving it.
You know that's a bad idea.
Like, this is what I like. That is something that is genuinely probably very stressful for a co-driver.
This is only going to get worse. 1 second. We'll wait till Ray pulls out.
There's Ray. Moving the legacy. We were looking at it earlier.
It might be 20 years old, but what an amazing noise. Look at it, put goosebumps in my hands.
That was it. We walked past it a while ago and we just stared at it for a wee while.
The memories that just brings back to hear that. That's just incredible.
And again, very loud, not ideal for you to be shouting over.
And I'm such a quiet person myself, like, you know, loudness, I like the serenity of life.
But genuinely, Anthony, like, all joking aside, like, that's probably the biggest worry that a co-driver could have the night before an event, like.
Yeah, it's weird. Can you imagine if because I suppose if you put too much intensity on it, it'll stop working.
Yeah.
What happens then?
Hand signals.
If I said to you at the end of the stage, get in here quick, you'll know there's a problem. So I don't know. Let's see.
Well, Anthony, we wish you
luck.
And
if you observe whether it gets better or gets worse over the next day or two, so.
Well, it's not too bad there now.
Really hot tea.
We'll stop talking to you so as you can rest. But like again, such a stressful thing for a co-driver to be worried about. We'll see if we can stick the heads in here and see how everybody's morning here is going in the Fiesta. I'm putting you on the spot there, halfway through your breakfast.
How's things?
Everything's good with us. How's everything for you this morning?
Good, yeah, happy enough. Tricky for 2 stages. They were slippy in spots, but look, I think we made the right tyre choice, and it seemed to work out. I think we're sitting 5.3 behind Lloyd going into this loop, so we're happy enough now. Happy out. So.
And any of the stages in particular that you preferred or anything?
I think I'd rather tomorrow's. Sunday stages are a bit nicer, so they're quicker and not as much muck or dirt on them. So I think we'll get through today and give tomorrow a good run anyway.
So that's what at this stage you're just kind of trying to bed everything in, and then
just trying to keep the car on the road and hopefully bring it back to park for me this evening and go again tomorrow.
That's always a good plan, isn't it?
Yeah, that's probably the most smartest plan anyway.
It's sensible.
Yeah, the sensible one.
Good man, thank you very much for talking to us, and hopefully we'll see you in the next loop round. And as he says, the importance is always about getting back to Park Ferme in the evening. You do want to be pushing, you want to get your times up all the time, but I always remember the thing that was said to me by very wise people was there's no point in the car. You have to push, of course, but there's no point in the car kind of sitting in the hedges either. You know, you have to get the mileage under to get the experience, and the experience is where the time and the speed comes from. So yeah, wise words, and a good plan, I think, for a long weekend.
Well done.
Because there's a lot of mileage, like there's 15 stages, over 230 kilometres, like that's huge, you know, over the space of the 2 days. So yeah, we're going to see if we can get a quick word now with Johnny. Niall's running already. Johnny, how's your morning going? Great to be back in Cork.
It's good to be back, yeah. It was okay morning so far. First stage wasn't that great. A lot of sort of pollution on the stage from the storm last night, so anywhere under trees was really, really slippy. Probably got caught out under it a wee bit early on the stage. Got caught out on the slippy stuff and knocked the confidence, but the second stage was cleaner and enjoyed it more, so we're getting there. We're still making a few changes and trying to get the car a bit happier here, but we're getting there alright, so happy enough.
And in terms of the two stages, are there any of either of the two of them in particular that you enjoyed the most, like, and you're kind of dying to get back into, and you know there's a bit of time there?
The second stage is quite nice, particularly towards the sort of end of it. It gets a bit twistier, a bit narrower. The start of it's very high speed, which is just sort of bravery, and which I don't really enjoy that much. But I think the first stage actually, I'm hoping will clean. Yeah. You know, after it was very messy for us going through, so hopefully if there's a good line through, it'll be a nice stage. But just the conditions this morning weren't that favourable. But no, the whole rally has quite good stages throughout. I wouldn't say there's any one I prefer more than the other. They all seem to be quite good. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back out again. That's what I was just saying there too. Like, it's a long rally, a lot of stage miles. Like, I mean, they're very long stages today. Yeah, like every stage is pretty much sort of 16 to 18k. So it does make it challenging. I think it's quite good to have that sort of, you get a flow into the stages. So I think it'll be good. Obviously, we're going to do these two again now, and then two new ones after lunch. So yeah, I'm hoping these ones have cleaned up a bit and a bit more enjoyable now. Good man, thank you very much, Johnny. Best of luck, and we'll see you in the next loop, hopefully. We'll get a quick word with Cal here if we can. Cal, how's your morning going?
Reasonably good, yeah. It's quite slippy on the first one, but we had a reasonably good time. So second one was drier, but we were a bit slower. So maybe we'll hope for it to stay a bit mucky, but we're kind of rebuilding after Evans Rock. We had a bit of an off, so happy enough. It's a long rally, and there's always a bit of attrition in it, so we'll stick where we are. And
would you kind of feel any pressure being local or anything like that? Would that even come into your mind, or would it?
No, not really. I've only done this rally 2 or 3 times. I did it in 21 and 2014, so Johnny probably has done more than I have done it. So no, it's a rally away from home for me, really. I suppose we'd always like to be competitive, but I suppose this is one of the big ones in Cork. It's our I suppose we have 2 internationals, so we want to do well in both of them. So.
And again, they're great stages, they're great stages, to kind of go as hard as you can. Well, every stage is a great stage to go as hard as you can, but whenever you have such quality stages like these ones. Yeah,
particularly the first one there, there's a great flow to it. Like, there's not many junctions or chicanes and that, so it's a fast rally, and that'll be hard on men and machine.
Any of the stages you're looking forward to getting back out to?
I think tomorrow's probably have a bit more experience on them. Probably the Badgers Hill one is one I've done a few times, and again, there's a nice flow to it, so hopefully we'll be there to try it out.
And what about these two?
The next two, I don't have a lot of experience in them. I just going to take them as we get them.
You just want to get out there and get them finished?
Yeah, that's it.
Good man, Cal. Thank you very much for talking to us. Best luck for the next loop, and we hopefully will see you again. We're going to get the wee Talbot across the road here, and then we'll just do the same. We're going to just walk up and down through the service, folks, and see who we can get chatting to, see who's around. Bear with us. This is an absolutely excellent service area, to be fair. It is so sort of clean and very handy for everybody to kind of find each other, and to, as you can see, everything's quite compact, so it's excellent to come in for the likes of spectators and stuff to see all the action up close. and we've a few of the Mark IIs across the road there, and we'll get over there in a wee second if we can. We'll see who's across here. Again, not seeing too many rally suits, but we'll see if we can get a quick word with anyone. We'll see Mac Walsh anyway here. We'll see if we can get a quick word with Mac. Mac, can we get a quick word?
Yeah, you can, Julie. How are you?
I'm not so bad. And yourself? Are you enjoying Cork?
Hi, definitely enjoying Cork. Hey, we're only out for running. With young Damien sharing with me there now, and he has a job on his hands, let me tell you. Fair play to him.
I mean, the Mark IIs and the slippy stuff this morning was great old crack.
That was definitely good crack. Too much crack, I think.
I would imagine hard work though.
Oh, definitely hard work, but no, they meant me well. In the right places, you had to slow down, touch wood, keep that going.
Oh, and I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's all about listening to the code driver. We say that all the time.
On the day, big time. And stuff's coming on you so quick, and then there's real bad corners maybe after 2K. You've got this feeling you think I can keep going here, but the way I'm sitting on beside you wasn't right.
You'd been bothered.
Tears.
And the car's feeling good and everything?
The car's very good. Hey, you have to hand it to the lads here. It's always good, believe it or not.
And any of the two this morning that were particularly fun or that you're kind of
The
dying to
second
get
one's
back?
definitely a better stage for us. It's a bit tighter, if you know what I mean. More driving on it. The first one's just stop, go. Like it's not an enjoyable stage for us, put it like that. But hey, there's nothing wrong with it.
And what about the rest of the weekend? What's the plan? Just keep enjoying it?
Hey, we'll take, never mind one stage at a time, one corner at a time.
Good man, Mac. We'll let you get back to the tee.
thanks very much.
Thank you very much for chatting to us. Sorry, I'm getting in the way here. See, these guys are just having a quick word here, so we're just going to let them keep chatting for a wee while. These conversations with your mechanics are very, very important when you get out of the car, so we'll not interrupt too much. Sorry, folks. Michael, how are you?
How are you? How you doing?
How's your morning going?
Yeah, great. All
In terms of the first two, did that hinder you an awful lot, or did you enjoy them?
well, I did drive in 10 years, so it's a bit experimental.
Hey, get back to service.
Yeah, that's the main
Good
thing.
man. Well, we let you get in for a wee cup of tea and see if we can have a quick word, or see if you can get a quick break before you head out again and get that issue sorted. We've got James Ford here over on the right hand side, and we want to see if we can get a quick. I just can't see James at the moment. Aye, in the truck. Everybody's hiding in the truck on me today, folks.
Just look down through his notes 1 second.
Quick check of the notes and then he'll be out to us. Bear with us, folks, here. And as you can see, the guys are working away on the car. So the team are inside making sure that notes and everything are ready to go for the next loop. And everybody on the outside is making sure the car is ready to go for the next loop, as usual. Bear with us, folks. Bear with us, folks. We're just going to give James another few wee seconds just to see if we can get a word on him.
up round easy right 150. Push on up. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up. Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
And you're back with us. Thank you very much to Tony Kelly, catching up with the crews and the teams in the first service of Saturday of the O'Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally. It won't be long now till we head to another run over the same two stages that we saw this morning, stage 3 and 4. And if you weren't with us this morning, we have the unique experience of having the historics run ahead of the main field. Michael, it's been a tricky morning. It's been very windy. We had a lot of rain and wind overnight, and I think the roads are drying out, but we can see from the pictures in Cork, still very windy.
Very windy, and we've actually had some really nice little stories, but just for interest, we want to congratulate the stage commander and the marshals, particularly in stage 1 this morning. Apparently the stage was pretty much ready to go. 6 a.m. and the storm came in, and at 7 a.m. the stage was blocked, trees down. So a lot of sterling work by the crews on the ground, from the stage commander down to the marshals, to get the stage up and running for the start this morning. And they got the stage underway with just 4 minutes of time loss, which the rally has now subsequently made up. So a very, very big thank you to all those people on the ground this morning who worked tirelessly after the storm to get things up and running. As a consequence, we're getting virtually the same reports in from all the drivers that, yeah, the stages are drying up, but under the trees, and it's in, of course, we're in full bloom in the middle of summer at the moment. Very, very difficult, wet and slippy. Confidence. First stage seems to be a little bit worse than the second stage. Obviously, we'll have the Historics running first in the road. They're now going in to tackle a rerun of the first 2 stages this morning for the second loop. And I think a few of the Historic people certainly saying they'll be interesting to see some of the lines and the things that the Rally 2 and R5 cars have taken over the stages.
Yeah, I think they're going to find it very slippy, and as you mentioned there, the leaves that have been blown onto the ground and obviously not cleared, still damp, still very wet and still very slippy. And of course, if there's enough leaves, it's like, you know, it makes it very, very treacherous. So it's going to be very interesting. We have different camera locations on the run of stage 3 and 4. Stage 3, a little shade under 15.97 kilometres, about 10 miles, something similar for stage 4 before they make their way back later this afternoon to Rathcormac, to the Cork Mart, and then head out to do 2 loops of 2 completely different stages.
And completely different terrain as well. That's the thing. They're much further down towards the sea, over towards Youghal and east of Middleton. Leaderboard, we have Marion Evans had a absolutely superb time in stage 2 to jump into the lead from Callum Devine and Josh Moffat. Now, our usual protagonists are the top 3, but very interesting. Ryan Loughlin getting to grips, first season in an R5 car, 3 or 4 rallies into his programme, moving up from a Mark II, is slotted very nicely into 4th place. And another driver improving all year, as we've seen, is James Ford, who rounds off the top 5. And I think we have these little battles emerging all the way down through the field. The modifieds are, well, had a bit of a quandary with the modifieds here, Sav. Effectively, Darragh O'Riordan is running in Class 20, which is a modified car. But we think of the Class 13 and Class 14, the Mark IIs. So leading the Mark IIs effectively is Eddie Docherty doing another good job again. Darragh O'Riordan's car runs in the modified, so he's in 10th overall. In the RC4s, interesting to see Owen Lloyd and Sion Williams just a few seconds ahead from Cian Caldwell and Casey J. Coleman in 3rd. And in the Historics, we lost early rally leader who had a storming time on the first stage. Apparently it was a brake issue, Sav.
Yeah.
He was struggling with brakes. Anyway, Neil Williams, after a really good drive over the first stage and leading Historics earlier on, slid off less than a kilometre into the second stage and is out of the rally, which has left Thomas Davies and Di Roberts leading the Historics by 3 seconds from Trevor Wilson, and current championship leaders Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver in 3rd, only 0.7 of a second behind. I believe Duncan, technically I think they are fundamentally the Historic champions, but they can improve their score apparently.
Yeah,
so they're absolutely hammering songs at it. They're not giving up. That's what real admirable rally stuff. It's fantastic.
Yeah, we sort of learned a few of the ins and outs of that whenever Tony was in service. Of course, the historic cruise first into service, then followed by the main field about 25 minutes later. And of course, there are loads of you watching on YouTube and on Facebook. And if you want to drop us a message, we will try and reply. Several people have this morning. Keep us updated in news. We don't have the full comprehensive coverage we normally have, but we're doing our best to bring you the action as and when it happens. So it won't be too long now before we head over to stage 3. Second run over Caherduggan, as I say, a little bit, shade under about 10 miles, and a stage that was quite open and very fast. You were saying at the start this morning, Michael, a very fast opening stage.
Yeah, very, very fast, very quick. And I think that's why some of the people were a bit uncomfortable, was the high speeds. And then you appear under the trees and this unpredictability, debris from the overnight storm on the road. That, I mean, the guys, we've already said about them doing a brilliant job of getting the stage up and running, but you can't brush every branch off the road, and you can't stop once the damage starts into like a canopy above a road. We know it keeps falling, and now I believe we're getting ready to go to the stage, and I think we had dramatic weather overnight, and when you look at it now, it looks a bit serene, and but I believe it's still very, very gusty and blowy, which is aiding the road drying up quite well.
Lovely shot there. Nero and Rome would have been very proud of that, I think. It looks really well.
And the signage and everything, yeah, it does look well, doesn't it?
It does.
Marshall's enjoying a quick cup of tea before the action starts, and looking at the programme.
Yep, that's the way to go rallying, and if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be rallying.
No, and I'm sure these people played their part earlier on.
And of course we had probably one of Ireland's more famous marshals, Carlo Rally Derrick, and those crews were on stage 1. I don't see Derrick in amongst that picture, but to all the marshals and helpers and volunteers, thank you very much, because it wouldn't matter if you're car 131 or car number 1, none of us would be rallying without you. And it's going to be interesting now, this spot. I'm not sure where we are on the stage. At a rough guess, I have a feeling we could be about midway through stage 1. And that looks very much like it could be.
We both have an operations manual here, effectively, where our producer, who I have to give a mention, has put all this together for this rally, Chris Hyland. Chris got married to his long-term partner, Laura, last weekend, and is away on honeymoon at the moment. So we're in the safe hands of Peter Hamill and Andrew Bush in the studio producing for us today. Chris hopefully is watching. He said to me last weekend, Sav, that he's not going to watch, but
well, I think if he values his life and values his health and safety, he better not be caught watching if he's on honeymoon. But, you know, if you have been watching this morning, Chris, from 9 o'clock and you're still alive, drop us a message and enjoy your honeymoon. I think the kids back at the studio here are well capable of keeping things going. And hopefully where you are, the weather is good as well.
And talking about the weather, we've had an update on the weather. 45 mile per hour winds, very sunny, but 45 mile per hour gusts.
And crucial for me, we were talking about tires earlier on, Michael, the temperature still showing 15, but I mean, that's in our temperature banner, but it could be border 15, 15 and a half, 16, but with the wind, I'm not saying wind chill, but that will keep the road surface down.
Yeah, but it's that critical, 15 degrees is the critical, that's the one temperature you don't want it to be, because the switchover point is 16 degrees, and there is an advantage with going to the harder tyre. And I had a really good driver talk to me a few days ago about if you can get a hard tyre to switch on, you're away.
Yeah.
You're away.
And of course we have the relevant tyre manufacturers, Pirelli, Kumho, Michelin, all represented here across the top 20, and also, as we say, within the historics, the historic championship this year brought to you with Synergy Motorsports Engineering. We'll see the juniors tomorrow, which is backed by Paul Brown Plant Hire, and of course the modified, which is always a hotly contested category on any Irish event, McAvoy Motorsport backing that this year. And of course Gary McAvoy will be seen in the retail park service, where all things rallying can be purchased, and of course the event itself sponsored by the O'Connell Group. They're on board as the main backers for this year's Cork 20 International Rally 2023. And Kevin O'Riordan and his team have worked tirelessly to get this ready for us. They've had a couple of difficulties in the lead up to the event. A couple of people sadly passing away on the stages who lived there, and recce times had to be adjusted and altered to accommodate the removal of the remains, as it were, for burial. So all those kind of things just add to what is an ever increasing workload for Kevin and his team.
Interesting, the temperature has just climbed that critical 1 degrees to 16 degrees, so.
Adam Keeley asking, where in Cork is this on? It's more or less based out of sort of Mallow and Youghal, if you like, but in and around there. The
Fermoy. The service
Fermoy.
area is Fermoy, yeah. So that's one of the 00 cars. 2 00 cars.
So this is going to be a rather high-speed section of the stage, and you can just see the lines where the cars have left those marks over the first run of the stage this morning.
Well, I think that's really interesting. There's obviously damp before under the trees, exactly what we're talking about. You can see they've dragged wet, damp tracks out onto the dry tarmac from under the trees. So this is exactly what some of the drivers were talking about in service.
Of course, busy time of the year. And just the historic leaderboard as it stands. Another one of the safety cars through. Richard Talbot running in one of the Mitsubishi's a safety car as well.
Richard, well known as former clerk of the course of the Circuit of Kerry Rally and the Kerry mini stages, and a former chairman of the Motorsport Ireland Rallies Committee. So if we are where I think we are, which is about location 16 in the stage, it's about 2/3 of the way through, 12 Ks in. Should give us a good indication of pace actually, because they've already done a significant amount of the stage. So keep an eye on our clock and when the cars pass out of vision, you can have a good guess at who's doing what. So I'm pretty sure we only run 3 0 cars at the minute, Sav, I think.
And of course, shout out to Bones O'Connor, who is helping to run the refueling area. And as Michael was saying earlier, also helping out Alan Tyndall in the Deja Vu. Alan, who was a guest in the studio with us earlier this year.
First car was due at 11:19 to start the stage. That would all stack up. We're, as I say, about 12 kilometres into the stage. I'd say we're not far off the first historic car coming into view.
Derek McCluskey's asking who is leading, and at the moment, Derek, Marion Evans leads by 5.3 seconds from Callum Devine, with Josh Moffat third in the main field, and in the historics it's Thomas Davies with Di Roberts holding out a 3.1 second lead over Trevor Wilson and Paul Mulholland in a Mark II Escort, with Duncan Williams, Guy Weaver also in an Escort holding third. And Michael's saying any second now we should have the first historic car on the road. But as you were saying, Michael, quite a way through this, quite a good distance into the stage, towards the latter end of it, which will maybe see us see slightly more than 30-second gaps.
Yeah, but you do, as you get further through the stage, you tend to get the gaps increase a little bit. Somebody expecting probably less windy weather than what they've got dressed for this morning. You got a nice thumbs up from Derek McCluskey for getting a mention.
Yep. Well, no, I mean, some people who are able to listen but can't see and maybe don't know about Angus Seeley's site, and that is up to date with the latest results and stage times. So it's only here we go.
In theory, this would be Duncan Williams, yep.
Not hanging about either.
No, and just round the corner in about 57 there. Sorry, 53. Yeah, 53 went on the side. That's interesting. It's about 10 seconds faster, Zav, I would say.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny when you mentioned Escorts, I was talking to Jason Lepley at Goodwood, and of course Jason and the family have a rally car business, buy and sell. He had Joachim Santos over from Portugal, but I was trying extremely hard to get Jason to bring a really famous Escort to Ireland. I'll update once this car goes through. Jason owns the one of only two MCD built Escorts with the wide Atlas axle, Black Beauty, the FEK one that Ari Vatman drove in the 1982 circuit. Jason owns that, and I was trying really hard to get him to bring it over here.
That's interesting. I didn't know that, Jason. See, those two cars came here.
Mm-hmm. They did.
Warren Craig and
Ray Breen.
Ray Breen in the Subaru. Ray's lying fourth in the historics after the second stage. Sean Docherty was a Belfast solicitor. and Warren Craig bought those two cars in, I think, 84, and actually ran them as rally hire here in Northern Ireland. And there's some great stories. I know they were driving home from rally in Donegal one night, and they thought, the van's going really well. And the trailer and the rally car, the Escort, had detached themselves and were in the middle of a field.
I know somebody who runs rally cars in Northern Ireland, and that happened to them in Sweden.
Oh dear.
when they had spent a week at John Hoglan's high school. But yeah, Jason owns the ex-Arnie Vatanen car. He used it at Goodwood last year. It's immaculate. But I was trying very hard to get him to bring it to Ireland, so you never know. Perma Post livery car, revoking memories of Ernest Kidney when Ernest used the car. Nice to see that the old livery is still there.
I was doing the Eiffel Rally, and it was the first year of the Perma Post car, and the car was immaculate, but it still had Ernest Kidney and Peter Scott as co-driver, and Peter was doing the rally that weekend with Robin Monsell in a Austin 1800.
Oh, Andy, what do you call him? Land Crab.
Yeah,
yeah.
That they had done Goodwood in that year.
Yeah. Andy Harrison.
It was Peter was, you know, how emotive is that to walk up to a restored rally car that still has your name on the side of it from 1978 or 1979 or whatever.
Peter's on Facebook, and I have to be honest, a very interesting person.
Yep.
And some of his experiences are just the depth of them, and some of the stuff he posts is genuinely interesting. Like, he's not a person who's backward about coming forward.
No, he's certainly not that.
Very interesting, and can often kick off a really interesting difference of opinion on certain topics, but good to see him on Facebook.
So Patter and Grace Walsh in their nice little Mark 1. Not messing about. He's on 7th in the historics after the first two stages.
David Farris is watching us from the Bridge Inn in Trillick in Tyrone. So it's 20 to 12, so there's maybe a few in the pub already. You never know.
It is Trillick.
Well, I didn't say that. I just... Grant Shand in the Rally Extreme Escort. Of course, Grant himself has been over at the Escort Belgium event for quite a few years in succession, an event that Oisin Price has done in the past and won.
First couple of times in, Michael McDade looks like he's fastest historic so far on an 8:36.1. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver, 8:55.1, which is, I wonder, have they had a small problem? Or more importantly, I wonder, is Michael McDade's time No, they all seem to be. It's a few more times in, and Thomas Davies continues to lead. Thomas and Di Roberts went into the lead after stage 2 from Trevor Wilson. Very close. Their lead's now 8 seconds after 3 stages. Duncan Williams has dropped a bit of time, 8:55.1. And the Samba through Johnny McDade. The last of the historic cars. Now we'll have a little intermission, a little break while we wait for the main field to start. To be 10 to 15 minutes before we get the next of the main field through. Ray Breen, 8:50.9. The guys at the front of the historic rally are sort of stretching their legs a wee bit. Duncan Williams is currently leading the championship, and he had a chat with our own Tony in service earlier on, and was saying that he's not given up. He's absolutely on it. But I wonder, has there been a bit of an issue in that stage, or did he just take it easy with these difficult, tricky, wet patches under the trees on the BMW? Sorry, I thought so. This is
Ian Davies and Mark Crisp.
Yep, with the
218.
Car's getting a bit out of order. So while we're having a bit of a lull, I think that probably was the last historic car through. We're just going to do a quick roundup on the Tarmac Championship. So we have a short video, which we're just going to play in a moment.
Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
So just coming back now to stage 3, where we've just seen historics go through. And as Michael was saying, Thomas Davies and Di Roberts still lead the historic class after 3 stages. They're 8 seconds ahead of Trevor Wilson and Paul Mulholland in another escort. This time with Michael McDade moving up a couple of places, with Declan Casey calling the notes. Also in an RS 1800, and they're in 3rd. Ray Breen, Damien Morrissey still hold 4th. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver obviously lost time, and they've dropped to 5th. So what we're waiting for now is the main field coming through.
I've been reliably informed that the first of the double O's is through, so it shouldn't be too long. We might have a couple more double O cars, but then Josh Moffat running first in the road.
Of course, Josh winning the Celtic Rally Trophy in 2018, Irish Tarmac champion in 2018, and already this year has won at Ravens Rock, Cavan, Circuit of Kerry, and Clonakilty, West Cork. He's in a massive battle with Callum Devine, probably for this year's title, but it's Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson who are leading after 2 stages. So I think we can expect the battle to recommence in stage 3. And if you weren't with us earlier on, Michael did mention that at 6 o'clock this morning, stage 1 was all good to go, which is this stage 3 on a repeat. And by 7 o'clock, it was blocked in several places with Storm Antonio.
Yep.
And the stage organising team and rally organisers did a superb job in getting people kitted out with chainsaws and tractors, and they had managed to clear the stage ready for it to run more or less on time this morning, blocked in several places with branches and that in the after effect of the storm. So big round of applause, I suppose, to all the stage crew on stage 1 and 2 this morning. You can see the roads drying out slightly. Drivers still mentioning that under the trees where there is little wind or no sunshine getting through, it's still very slippy and will catch you out if you're not paying attention.
Just an interesting little technical difference between stage 1 and stage 3 with Thomas Davies, who's leading the historics, is he went nearly 25 seconds faster on his second run, which I think is, now I do not absolutely expect any of the R5 cars to go significantly faster, but obviously now they know where the slippy is, now they know where the tree, it's damp under the trees.
Yeah.
I do expect them to be a little bit faster, but that was a big improvement by Thomas Davies.
Here we go.
Yep. Out of view at 51.
Josh making his way through there, had an accident. Donegal was second in Galway behind Marion Evans, with a 3rd on the Circuit of Ireland. And
very uncharacteristic, the accident Donegal. It's not. Josh doesn't do much damage over the course of a season.
No, he doesn't.
I know he was bitterly disappointed with Donegal not finishing the rally.
Cork is his 200th rally start. Up now, Callum Devine and Roland Sullivan. Callum running the ex-Minty Motorsport VW R5.
By my reckoning, he was 4 or 5 seconds behind Josh on that stage.
Callum has won Donegal this year, Rally of the Lakes, Midland Motor Stages and the Circuit. First event was the Topaz Donegal Junior in 2011 with Liam McLaughlin in C2.
Now, this is the rally leader. And by my reckoning, he's down as well. Josh has pulled probably 6 or 7 seconds on this stage.
And based on your maths, then in that case, you could see Josh jumping up a couple of places.
I think he's, with Marion's time so good on the previous stage, he was 5 seconds. Yeah, Josh was only 6.2 seconds behind. So, yeah, here we go again. Sav. Bit of a cut there.
Robert Barrable through. 35 years of age. Works with his dad in Michael Barrable Motors in Dublin. Second in the Rally of the Lakes this year after that Stormont Tire Choice on the Sunday. And also on the Clonakilty West Cork.
Talk of the weekend with West Cork. Really good performance.
Johnny Greer, Niall Burns. Johnny, who is this year's Northern Irish 2023 Rally Champion, has won the racing rally stages and last year's Killarney Historic when he just pipped Craig Breen. And Craig was running Frank Maher's Sierra. Daniel Barry and Gary McElhenney didn't start. So we won't be seeing them this weekend. Ryan Loughlin and Gareth Doherty in the Ford Fiesta Rally 2 running a Pirelli.
Grant's done a good job. This step up from the Mark II, he's really starting to get on the pace.
Yeah, you're right. Josh has whacked in a 7:31.2 compared to Callum Devine's 7:35.8.
So 7:31?
7:31.2.
Exactly 20 seconds faster than his first time this morning.
Wow.
That is wow.
Marion Evans holds the lead, Michael, but only by 0.6 of a second.
Yeah. We were talking about the psychological battle that these guys have.
We were.
Well, this is what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
0.6 of a second. That time by Josh really, you know, over pretty much that distance. Very, very impressive. It's clicked for him. You know, he's obviously had a thinking service. You know, we talk about the psychology of it. Josh is so competitive. He just wants to win every rally he can.
Of course, non-runners, Declan Boyle as well.
Cal McCarthy, another driver who's showing good pace this weekend. And James Ford should be up next, and he's another driver who's impressing. Time in for Robert Barrable is 7:51.4 compared to Josh Moffat's fastest time of 7:31.2. Robert will be disappointed with that, I'm sure. We know he picked too hard a tyre earlier on, but he'll want to be a little bit closer to the rally leaders than that. Five months ago he was setting the fastest times. Johnny Greer in on a 7:49.6 and David Guest an 8:02.5. That would suggest to me a half spin somewhere.
Keith Lyons in the newly acquired VW Polo R5. Keith, who was third on the Limerick Rally Sprint, and his co-driver was none other than Una Healy, who created a bit of a buzz and a stir by attending the motorsport event at Limerick Racecourse.
Anthony Nestor, very much the man behind that event. all for charity.
Yeah, it was really popular, really popular, and looked really good. So, Jason McSweeney, Liam Brennan, first of the Mark IIs now.
Ed Murphy comfortably leading earlier on. Sorry, Eddie Doherty, I meant to say.
Yeah.
I should remember that Eddie Doherty.
Second,
the other Eddie Doherty.
Second on the McKilly mini stages rally, 9th overall in the Ravens Rock.
Irrepressible Mr. Kelly. And he is going very nicely.
Yeah, 4th in the McKilly and 5th in class on the Ravens Rock. Couple of retirements this year, Cavan Stage, and of course there's a huge accident on the Circuit of Ireland and managed to get the car repaired in double quick time.
Starting a trend on social media here. David Farris watching from the pub in the Bridge Inn in Trillick. Well, O'Regan's Bar in Ballyhaig has responded. They're live watching the stream. And Sam and Mark Weller are watching from the beach in Guatemala in Costa Blanca.
Sat in the shade as it's 32 degrees. Haven't seen 32 degrees here for about a year.
Colin Byrne through. Mark Dolphin should be up next. Well, we reckon that Ollie Benton, who's one of the leading Class 13 drivers, had a bit of a problem on the first stage, but got a good run through stage 2. Kane Walsh actually leads Class 13 in his Corolla. Kane's running car 29, so we should see him in a few minutes.
Mark Dolphin, 21st overall on Ravens Rock, 28th on the Rally of the Lakes.
And he's going very nicely. Class 13 Corolla, so leading the class. Kane Walsh. And Golly Benton's running out of sequence.
Yeah, Ollie, who's 18th on the Rally of the Lakes, 16th on the Circuit of Ireland. Looked as though he had a troubled event on the Clonakilty Park Hotel, West Cork, earlier in the year, and opened up his account as 21st overall in Galway.
Thomas O'Rourke's due up in his Mitsubishi, and then we should get the first of the RC4 cars.
Yeah, Thomas, who was 23rd in Ravens Rock and 4th overall on the Wexford Motor Club Albatross Rally Sprint earlier this year.
Very leading member of Wexford Motor Club.
They have 150 entries for the Wexford stages already, from what I can see. And of course, we've been treated today to a battle royale in RC4, so looking forward to seeing them pop up in the next few minutes. Ewan Lloyd and
Casey J. Coleman running first RC4 by the looks of it. In the battle for the Mark IIs, Eddie Doherty looks like he was fastest again from Frank Kelly by just 3 seconds. Eddie did an 8:01.3.
Johan Lloyd through. Carlin Donegal, 19th on the Rally of the Lakes. And was currently leading RC4 after 2 stages earlier this morning. Should have Shane Quinn up shortly. 4th junior in Donegal earlier this year, and 4th in class on the Cavan Stages Rally. And Brown and Derry Long shouldn't be far away in the Honda Civic.
So that was Shane Quinn through in his RC4, and so I think that was Mark O'Leary.
There's a name synonymous with rallying, Francie Braniff from Castlewellan direction. And following on from our chat earlier on there about the MCD car, Richard Jarvis, who says he's not in the bar, but back in the 1980s he worked for Tony Drummond when they built the engine for Ari's MCD car. I have a soft spot for both those cars, I have to be honest, having worked in one when Kenny McKinstry owned it.
So that was Fergal McGuigan through, and just a quick reminder of the overall leaderboard. It's all getting very tight again. Marion Evans leading by, according to, I reckon, 0.6 of a second. And for 3 seconds back, Callum Devine. The leading 3 cars starting to build a bit of a gap to the next batch, which is headed by Ryan Walker and Gareth Lockerty in 4th. Mickey Conlon in the MC Blinds Escort, on the 1. And James Ford took a couple of seconds off Ryan on this stage 3. And he has closed to within 0.6 of a second for 4th and 5th place respectively. Yeah, a bit of a tight battle going on there with those guys. Mark 1 bouncing around a little bit. Nell Fitzpatrick. Class 12 car, not running in the historics, obviously it's been quite heavily modified.
So RC4 now, Johan Lloyd has a healthy 17.1 seconds lead over Cian Caldwell and Liam Egan. Casey J. Coleman and Lorcan Moore in 3rd, 9.4 seconds further back, and Shane Quinn and Stephen Joyce 4th, 40 seconds behind, 40 odd seconds behind Casey J. Coleman. So
it's quite a good lead he's built up, hasn't it?
he's a talented kid, John Lloyd, won the John Eason Award was it a couple of years ago. That helped contribute towards his rallying. That looked like Dara Reardon catching the car in front, which
I think Dara's through. I think it's maybe Tom Randall's. Dara actually dropped a couple of places on the leaderboard. It just caught my eye. He dropped 20, at least 20 seconds in that stage to put him down to 13th overall. He's sort of out in his own in class 20, which is fair enough. There's not so many entries in class 20. I think his next guy up in class 20 is James Boland and John McKay in their Fiesta.
Next up is Ballymo 2, 16.86 kilometres, so a little over 10 miles. That's due to go live in about 4 or 5 minutes. That will be with the Historics though, as they are leading the field, before we then run through them and then into the main field, which will see Josh Moffat run first on the road.
So Chris Ford and Neil Coleman, very much a learning year for Chris Ford. We experienced Neil Coleman co-driving, making the trip over from England. Quite cautious past us here, but I say Neil would have a chat every now and again and explain that they're just trying their best to learn the rallies. That was Shane Dillon and Thomas Ryan in the Class 11F. So Class 11 is split between front wheel drive and rear wheel drive. That's what the F stands for, Class 11 front wheel drive Honda Civic. Mac Walsh is due. Mac, well known as a co-driver, has decided to go rallying this year and is having a ball of a time.
And that going through was the Subaru Escort RS of John Hickey and Niall Myers. This is Shelley Taunt from England runs something similar. She calls it a Skodaroo. It's a Skoda Fabia R5 shell with a Subaru engine.
Well, I'm sure people will keep us right, but doesn't John Hickey have, like, he's recognised as being a manufacturer of these cars?
Mm. I mean, when you think of some of the engineering that we've had on the island, I mean, you know, it springs to mind from Museum and McAleenan and some of the varieties and concoctions that he put together. And
my brother used to co-drive for him, and so that long wheelbase Nissan 240 RS Mark II Escort. So that's Hugh Jeffries and Avrina Jeffries in their Class 20 Subaru.
I'm just going to put in a quick story. I was asked to go and work with Eamon for 2 days up in Castlewell many years ago. So I got dropped off. I was about 19 or 20 at the time. And we'd come to about 8 o'clock that evening, and he says, "Here, boy, I think you want to go home." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, take our car, she'll see him in the morning." I got about half a mile down the road and put my foot in the brake, and there wasn't a brake pad on it. U-turned back into Eamon's yard. I said, "Eamon, there's no brakes in this. Jack her up, boy." Pulled the 2 front wheels off, and he got on. I'm not joking, you got a piece of mahogany wood, and he cut 4 strips off it. He never measured them, he just cut them, put them in, put the 2 bits of mahogany wood and both calipers. There you are, see you in the morning. I went home on the and you know what? It worked.
Fair play.
He was a fantastic engineer.
I think I'm going to mention John Quill just through there in his little Citroen first, because Andrew Bush has a soft spot for the Citroen C2 R2, but John and Alan Hardigan.
Nova going rightly.
Yep. John's a former clerk of the course of the Jim Walsh Cork Forestry Rally. And Alan Hardigan, well known behind the scenes with the results for West Cork Rally. So 2 real dyed-in-the-wool rally men. Another one, Ger Seaman is due up. Ger from Seaman Motors in Cork, another former COC of the West Cork Rally.
Yeah, and
with his son Daniel. Yeah, he did stand for councillor, didn't he?
I've got to be careful. It's Fianna Fáil Fine Gael down there. I think he's Fine Gael, but he does an awful lot of work in banding in and around the areas as a councillor. And of course, the family, the Seaman Motors, synonymous with the area. And of course, his wife Sinead has a new salon. My wife told me to say, "Sav, make sure you say salon. It is a hairdresser's, but it's a salon." So Hair by Sinead had the salon there, sponsoring husband this weekend. And as you say, son co-driving with him.
Speak of the devil.
There he is. Yeah, good to see Ger going very well.
Yep.
I'm going to have to look it up now. Heart scared, I've put him in the wrong political party.
Well, we're coming to the end of the main field for this stage.
He's the constituency chairman at Fine Gael, and he went to St Brogan's College in Bandon. That's all right, I got it right.
Well done.
Makes a change.
Constituency chairman. Does that mean he's important?
I would think so.
Right.
I would think so. He's titled.
Yes.
And I'm just hoping that Sinead has this live feed on in her salon, where it's really busy on Saturday morning, people go out on Saturday night. So as you said, getting towards the latter part of the main field. So we're going to take as many cars as we can here and show as many crews as possible before we shoot over to stage 4 and continue the coverage. So just hearing last 00 has gone through stage 4, so action beginning live there very shortly. And Warren Bosher is watching us from Guernsey.
It's apparently very wet. Guernsey, of course, has its own little rally nowadays. Great little event. Runs in February. And here's our first pictures from our revised location in stage 4. Again, we're quite a way through the stage, approximately location 16, which is about 2/3 of the way through the stage. We believe that the first of the 00s has actually gone through. We should have a few times in from just looking at times from stage 3. Owen Lloyd, nice time, fastest RC4, 8:27.6. Kane Caldwell, 8:39.2. Casey J. Coleman, 8:37.2. Not a lot in that, but as we discussed earlier, Owen Lloyd building up a 17-second lead. Ken Walsh leads class 13. Eddie Doherty still leading, he is actually the leading modified now, because with Darrow Reardon dropping a bit of time, he drops to leading class 20, but Eddie Doherty's actually got ahead of him. Did a time of 8:01.3 as opposed to Darrow Reardon, who set a time of 8:14.4. Frank Kelly's only, what are we, 9 odd seconds behind, second in the class 14, followed closely by Colin Byrne and Stephen Quinn, also in a Mark II. Mickey Conlon is leading class 12 with Donald Lennell co-driving, 8:37.4. Not bad for a Pinto. Next up in that class is Niall Fitzpatrick and Matthew Reid. So apparently we have had 0 cars through on this stage. So there's an updated historic leaderboard. As you can see, Thomas Davies leads in his class 19 escort with Di Roberts co-driving. Di, well-known, I suppose, professional co-driver nowadays. Di, quite a good driver in his own right. Rallies a little Peugeot 205 when he gets time. Clubman events, and
I think he was out last weekend, if I'm not mistaken. He did
Tour of Ebond.
Yeah.
Okay.
First in class and 19th overall. Did the Agbo stages as well earlier in the year. Finished 4th in class. So yeah, but yeah, like you said, semi-professional co-driver now.
Yep.
And brother of the late Garth Roberts, of course.
Trevor Wilson slotted into a very comfortable second by the looks of it. Paul Mulholland co-driving. Michael McDade, who I thought had. So there's Duncan Williams first in the road with Guy Weaver co-driving. They're the current historic rally championship leaders, almost certainly on course to win. The Synergy Motorsports Engineering Irish Tarmac Historic Rally Championship. Oh, Michael McDade, who was fastest historic on stage 3 and is close to within 3.8 seconds of Trevor Wilson. So nice battle going on between those guys. Ray Breen is going really well in the big Subaru. Anthony Nestor admiring it in the service area. That's Trevor Wilson in the Irish Road Tankers backed escort. We lost after the first stage. Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan had been leading the historic rally with a very fast time in the first stage, but brake issues on stage 2 led to them slipping off the road and the car getting beached, and unfortunately out of the rally for those guys. Now we've had a bit of a gap here. We get used to the 30 seconds, and this is more than 30 seconds. And in theory, it should have been Ray Breen up next.
There we go.
Good job. Thomas Davies is due. Thomas has moved into the lead, and he certainly looks to be pushing on. Alan Tracy is due with Brian O'Keefe co-driving. They're currently lying equal 9th in the historic part of the rally. Permapost. Really nice cars running an historic rally this weekend. Including the Mark 1 Escort of Peter Walsh. And starting to get a few times in for the historics. Now we're pretty close to the stage finish, so I'm not surprised. Very, very close at the front. Thomas Davies, 9:53.8. Trevor Wilson, 9:53.2.
Wow.
Michael McDade, 9:53.1.
Yeah, that's tight.
And here is Peter Walsh and Grace Walsh. That is a fierce battle going on.
It's a really good battle.
Brilliant.
And it's, you know what? The fact that we have the historic cars running ahead of the main field means we can show it and show it really well.
Yep.
I hope some of the organisers of other events are allowed to do it.
Well, there's no real great solution. So Grant Chand, nice car.
I know.
It's not a simple solution, is it? When you think an event like Donegal, which is struggling to accommodate all the competitors that they want to accommodate, Motorsport Ireland have issued a permit for the main rally and then a permit for the historic and junior rally cumulatively. So between the junior and the historic rally, they can take an extra 50 entries, which is why it has to start on the Saturday, because they have to have a dropout from the Friday on the main field.
Yeah.
But you go to, for instance, I thought West Cork was great this year. I thought what they did, integrating the historics into the midfield of the rally, it worked really well for me.
Too. Yeah.
Pardon me. So there's no simple solution, and Kevin O'Riordan has been a bit innovative this weekend to try and give the historics, because in the Tarmac Championship, the historics become quite an important part of the championship. and we've got really committed crews and teams committed to every single rally. So the argument has always been they deserve a fair crack of the whip.
I've had a lovely text message there from one of our fans.
One?
Yeah.
That big club?
Tony Kelly says she's listening in service and we're doing a great job.
Oh, right, okay. Right. You're doing a good job yourself, Tony.
Yes, you are indeed. TK from LK. In the background there you can see the sponsors of the various categories. You have Sherwood Engines are part and parcel of the Synergy Motorsports Engineering Championship. Then you have Samdeck, which is also a main sponsor, Paul Brown Plant Hire, and McAvoy Motorsport. Of course, Gary McAvoy will be in and around the service area where you can buy rally hats, jackets, coats, DVDs, models, you name it.
Pretty much it's the official merchandiser for most of the rallies, and does a great job. And a good driver in his own right. He's been out on a couple of Northern Ireland Championship rounds this year. Sings in his band. Off the cuff.
So Ballyno 2 up and running. It'll be probably about 10 to 15 minutes before the main field start making their way through as we see the
BMW, which we now know is running final historic car. So that's the historics through stage 4. Now we have got this compulsory interval.
No Samba?
No, the Samba's before. He's been through already.
Oh.
The pocket rocket.
I missed that.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember on the last stage as well that the BMW caught me out. I thought the Samba was the last car. I'm pretty sure now the BMW is the last historic car. So we have a bit of an interval now, 12 to 15 minutes for this compulsory break where we get the international part of the rally up and running, where Josh Moffat running first in the road. So while we go away from the stage, what basically the organisers do again is run another set of safety cars, 00, through the stage, just make sure everything's up to speed. And this is probably the one thing where we can't really speed this process up. It is what it is. Whereas in West Cork, when we were saying, you know, with the historics were integrated in the main field, you didn't have this. But I think it's good. I think it's good that the historics are getting a fair crack of the whip. But they got a fair crack of the whip in West Cork as well.
Just speaking as somebody, you know, that goes to events, I must admit, if I was going to, you know, Donegal, I'd probably, like most people, would try and plan my stage viewing, that I see the top 30 and move on to a stage, see the top 30, move on to a stage. Honestly, if I was going to an event that had the historics now at the front and then the main field, I would be seriously tempted to stay for the second running as a spectator.
Yes.
Because for me, you're getting 2 rallies in one.
Yep.
Whereas the other way, you may have to sit through 100 cars to wait to see the historics.
Yes.
If you understand what I mean.
Absolutely, yes.
But for me, you're getting historics, that's one rally, then you get the main field, that's another rally. And tomorrow, for example, you're going to have the historics, main field and juniors.
Yes.
So I would pack for an event for the day. I'm going to see a stage in the morning, run twice. I'll see a stage in the afternoon, run twice. So instead of hopping between stages 4 or 5 times, you only do it twice.
Yeah.
And I think it'd be interesting just to see how many people actually stayed for the second running.
You know, I mean,
makes a lot of sense.
We're always interested in feedback from anybody out spectating on the stages. You know, tell us your thoughts. What do you think? We are getting quite nice feedback this morning. People from all over the world. Shane Smith is hello from Australia. Great fans of Josh and the whole rally scene in Ireland. Yep, Josh has got quite a good fan club. Martin McCaffrey, hello from Luton in England.
Yeah, Eric Morecambe country. Morecambe and Wise. Eric Morecambe was a big Luton Town fan.
I will log that and remember that forever.
Yeah. I used to work with a mate of mine, Ian Moldy was called, and I used to go and watch Luton on a Saturday with him. It was amazing, you know, it was amazing. I went to see the Littlewoods Cup when they beat Arsenal 4-3, and I mean, I've never, to this day, the whole of the second floor in Wembley, the old Wembley, when Luton scored the winner, the whole of the concrete floor moved. I've never experienced something like it. There was 40,000 Luton fans all down one end. But yeah, hats off to Luton Town and Eric Morecambe.
How long ago was that?
It has to be 91 or 92.
Good goodness me.
Or maybe it was before that.
Well, the new Wembley...
Yeah, it was the old Wembley. Luton beat Arsenal. I think they beat them 4-3 or 3-2. And I remember we had to walk from Wembley to Brent Cross because the tubes weren't running. They were on strike.
Nothing
and
changes
the buses. And I remember I walked from Wembley Stadium to Brent Cross. But yeah, Luton Town. So, hello, Martin. I got sidetracked there.
Well, I used to live near Wembley. There's your mate Richard Jarvis on again.
Just to move on a few years, I now work for RSD. Well, you're going to have to get the Fiat 131 into Ireland. I met up with Kev at RSD at the rally show at Castlecoombe a few years ago when he brought the 131, and we got Marco Alain. If you remember, I got Marco Alain to come and have a look, and Marco was very impressed with the build quality of the Rally Sport Developments Fiat 131, and I know that Matt Edwards was in Italy recently with the Fiat 131, but you do, guys, you have to get one of the RSD Fiat 131s to Ireland.
They are, I mean, look at, do you ever watch that onboard of Dave Price?
Yeah.
In the British Historic Championship?
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. And when Matt was driving the car, the other one, like, it was brilliant.
And of course, Marco Alain came here in 1978 as part of the official Fiat team and did the Circuit of Ireland when the Circuit of Ireland was a Circuit of Ireland. And rumour and legend has it that he said to his employers, don't ever send me to that rally again because it was the hardest rally I ever did.
He did. My mum was the secretary of the UAC at the time and had to deal with all the drivers personally all the way through the rally. And he said to my mum at one point,
I don't want to come back.
This is too difficult.
Tony Jardine does a great impersonation of when he took him to Donegal, but too tough. Rally too tough for me. You know.
Of course, he was in Donegal about 10 years ago with Tony.
Yeah,
I remember that.
What
was that all about?
Anton, I think, did. His son Anton Alain did Donegal in a Fiat, was it? And but Jardine tells a story of when Marco and Derek Warwick drove for Dave Richards at Pro Drive. Marco Alain called Derek Warwick Grand Prix. That's what he didn't call him Derek, he called him Grand Prix. Where's Grand Prix? And vice versa, Derek Warwick called him Rally. Where's Rally? So yeah, to get back to your point, and we've digressed there. Yes, Matt was robbed in Italy. I did read between the lines in terms of that, but as you say, it's for another day. That's for a story where there's no microphones, I suppose. So not long now until we should have the main field running. As a update there, Marion Evans is still leading, albeit after 3 stages. And Callum Devine second, Josh Moffat third. Is that right? No, I need the latest. So here we go.
Yeah, after stage 3 still. So the main field's only just going to get started in stage 4. So we'll just fill a bit of time between the historic rally and the main field starting stage 4.
Marion Evans, a narrow 0.6 of a second lead over Josh Moffat, who had a really good time at stage 3, 7:31.2. Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan dropped back behind Josh into third. Ryan Loughren and Gareth Doherty have held on to fourth in the Fiesta, while James Ford and Neil Shanks, Robert Barrable, Gordon Noble, Johnny Greer, Niall Burns, Cal McCarthy and Eric Calnan have all held station in 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th and 8th respectively. Now, it's going to be interesting, I think, for me on stage 4, Michael, is because stage 4 is a repeat of stage 2, obviously, and that's stage 2 was where Marion Evans rocked in a really good time in stage 2.
Yep.
You pointed out on stage 3 that Josh Moffat had gone nearly 20 seconds faster on stage 3. It's going to be interesting to see then what kind of time that Marion, as we just watched Josh make his way through now.
Well, just for interest, on the second run over stage 3 for the historics, or stage 4, sorry, they were 20 odd seconds quicker, which I think is quite interesting. And if past history, so here's Callum pushing really, really hard. So here's Marion now. Yep. I think he was about a second up on Callum. I didn't catch Josh, but I think Josh is maybe on a bit of a roll here. We should have Robert Barrable.
Notice that Josh can be a slow starter sometimes. Yeah, Robert Barrable. Michael Barrable Motors back, Citroen C3 Rally 2, running Michelin. Of course, Dad Michael himself, over the years, has rallied the likes of a Manta 400, Toyota Celica, Subaru Impreza, so come from a very, very big motorsport family. Not just confined to rally, and they do a lot of racing in Mondello Park as well. So catch sight forklift, Citroen C3 of Johnny Greer and Niall Burns. Johnny, the recent Northern Ireland 2023 rally champion.
So at the moment, Josh has gone fastest so far with an 8:45.6. Callum's in with an 8:47.1. And they were both respectively 15 seconds quicker than their first run over this morning.
So after 3 stages then, just between the two of them, it's only 5.3 seconds, which is nothing. It's an overshoot or running wide, so...
Stall at the start.
Yeah.
Anything like that, and bang, your lead is gone.
Yeah. Marion Evans, 8:45.3, so 2.3 seconds quicker. No, 0.3 of a second quicker. So he's extended his lead from 0.6 to 0.9 seconds.
Here we go again, I keep saying it. Another Titanic battle.
No, but I think it's great. I mean, after 3 stages, the leading 3 separated by 5.3 seconds. So, you know, gives them a chance now to regroup and head back to service.
And the rally completely changes then this afternoon.
Yeah, with 2 loops of 2 stages. Curragh Glass and Inch. 5 miles of Curragh Glass and a shade over 10 miles of Inch to run this afternoon.
Do you think Callum will go away and have a wee think?
I don't know. I don't possibly think so.
Happy enough.
I think Callum will be happy enough. Especially, look, I mean, all we have here is our own live footage here.
Yep.
If Callum has had, you know, 2 overshoots and dropped a second here and a second there, he's going to know, well, if I hadn't dropped that, I'd be 3 seconds quicker.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm happy enough.
Absolutely, yes.
I think Josh will keep pushing now that he seems to have, I mean it in a nice way, he seems to have woken up. It's like he was caught hopping on the first stage. He's now rattled in some really good times. For me, Marion needs to be thinking about how he attacks the afternoon stages and the way that he goes about that.
it is only the blink of an eye, 0.9 of a second.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the one that's going to have to do a little bit of thinking is possibly Robert Barrable, because, you know, Robert's now a minute and 11 seconds back.
After 4 stages.
Yeah. And okay,
you won't get that back.
No, but I mean, what does he do? Does we're looking at 16 degrees here in terms of air temperature. Is there anything you can do to claw back some of that time? I mean, a couple of us had a non-finish or super rally early in the year, so he's not pushing for you know, a championship. Johnny has just got ahead of him by 7 seconds now after stage 4. Now, don't forget, we still have Ryan Loughran's time to pop in.
And James Ford. James was, you know, 4th and 5th respectively, those 2 guys.
There we go. Ryan's time's in, 8:58 dead.
Okay.
Which keeps him in 4th. Johnny has moved up a couple of places. Johnny's in 5th. Robert's now back in 6th. David Guest 7th, and Owen Murphy 8th.
No, Andrew Bush has made a valid point, and I was actually going to say something earlier on, is how the Citrons, from basically leading in West Cork, don't seem to be progressing as well as the Volkswagen. Now, I know Josh's Hyundai is last year's car, but there was chat that the Citroen had a big advantage on the high-speed stuff, and that it was geared slightly higher. Now, these are high-speed stages, but I think Johnny Greer and Robert Barrable, at the start of the year, we knew they were setting the fastest times. And now they're struggling, in my book. Is it a Citroen thing, or is it just
I think part of it,
other people
I
step
think
their
part
game
of it
up,
could be
or-
a Citroen thing,
Yeah.
in terms of the setup, in terms of the... Jason McSweeney and Moynihan and Frank Kelly. So we've got 3 cars there within about 20 seconds of each other.
It'll be interesting to hear what the story was there. I wonder, did Eddie Doherty get held up by Jason McSweeney, and that's why Frank was so close as well?
Possibly, yeah.
Even though it's fast, it's still narrow, and it doesn't really, you know, to get past if you have had a half spin or something, it's not that easy to get past.
And just going back to what you were mentioning earlier, it looks as though I don't think James Stafford got out again, did he, with Richard Cleary and the Darien? So
doesn't look like it. We know he had a gearbox issue, and he stopped on the first stage and dropped 8 or 9 minutes. Now, James Ford. Did we see James through? I think James Ford is maybe missing, who was lying 5th overall.
yes, indeed.
Yep.
Possibly. We're technology deficient, aren't we?
Mark Dolphin in his Mark II Escort. Now we know Oliver Benton's running out of sequence a bit.
God bless Nero.
I don't actually think the results are being slow to update. I think in this case, I think they are missing. James Ford and Neil Shanks are.
No, they're in. James Ford and Neil Shanks,
Good.
has moved into fourth. They've dropped Ryan Lochran and Gareth Doherty to fifth. 6.4 seconds between them. Movers here, Robert Barbell's dropped one place further back to seventh. Owen Murphy's dropped one place to 10th, while David Guest has climbed a spot. Johnny Greer's climbed a spot, and James Ford and Neil Shanks, we said it earlier, have climbed a spot. But it's still your top three after stage 4, heading back to Rathcormac for the midday service, if you like. Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson lead by 0.9 of a second over Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. A further 5.3 seconds back are Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan. So that's two Volkswagen Polo R5s in the top three and a Hyundai sandwiched in between them.
Well, there was nothing wrong with James Ford's run through that stage, was there? Fourth fastest on an 8:51.0, and he's in a Rally 2 Citroen. So young Coleman through in the RC4 car.
So half-hour service at Cork Mart in Rathcormac, and stage 5. Johan Lloyd make his way through in the 208 Rally 4. Stage 5 due to kick off at 14:03. And updated leaderboard there for you all. Marion Evans, Josh Moffat, Callum Devine, James Ford and Ryan Lochran. Of course, Ryan was somebody tipped by Gary Jennings earlier in the year to be quite a handy and very capable pilot behind the wheel.
So Kane Caldwell currently second in the RC4 class.
So we're going to take another couple of cars through here and allow our camera crews then to start making their way over to the afternoon loop of stages. But we will be making our way across to Tony Kelly in service as we see the Fiesta make its way through. But yep, Tony will be in service and will get a summarization of what the leading crews have made out of the opening 4 stages of the O'Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally.
You're welcome back.
Welcome back to service, guys. We are back here with Historics leader Thomas. You're still having a good, well, it's afternoon now, but the morning went well for you.
Yeah, it's close. There's probably 3, 4, 5 people that's within a couple of seconds on every stage, so it's nice racing. Be nice to be going a bit quicker, but it's all good fun and enjoying it.
Yeah, there's not an awful lot of time in between, is there?
No, I think we were all on the same second. There's 3 of us on the same second on that last stage, so yeah, really close on quite long stages.
And is that where you like to be? Do you like to be fighting, or would you rather a wee bit more cushion?
It's nice to have a fight. It's nice, to have a bit of a battle, but then on the same thing, it would be nice to have a bit more of a lead. Just to all feels good. Yeah. Tyre choice now. See what we're going to do for the next loop.
We saw you looking at the tyres there. They worked well this time.
Yeah, I think they were a bit soft on the front, so I was getting a little bit of roll. We'll go a bit harder now, and hopefully that'll be better.
And these next 2 stages, obviously, there's a bit of a change now after the break. So how do you get your mindset ready for these?
I haven't got a clue. I can't remember what they're like, to be honest. I'll just hopefully we've made a good set of notes and everything will be okay.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Thomas. We'll
Thank
let you go and get back to it and get a wee chance at and as we were saying, a wee cup of tea. And we are going to go across here and see if we can get a quick word with Trevor and Michael. Tight racing there this morning. As I said, it's afternoon now, but that was a big loop of hard work there for everybody this morning. So we've Trevor Wilson in here now. and we'll see if we can get a quick word with Trevor to see how his loop went. He said he wanted to try and get a wee bit more time on the next one, or go a little bit faster on this next loop, so we'll see if he managed to do that, or see if he's happy. Bear with us, folks.
There's a wee bit coming down here at the razor. That's not sweating here. That's an all here.
Trevor's on the way out. Trevor, another great run through those stages. Are you happy enough?
Yeah. We'll change the tyres there for that last loop now, and it worked very well, I have to say. Yep. No, a good hard push on it now. Michael's time at the end of the first one there now, I sort of looked at it and shook my head, but fair enough to him, like fair play, like he was going hard. But I think we're 0.1 of a second on the last one there. I think the three of us were separated by 0.1 of a second, so it's nip and tuck, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. Like it's insane closeness in terms of times, isn't it? Like you're wondering, where's everybody getting it?
Oh, for sure. No, you have to be on it right through the whole stage, from the start line to the finish line. It's you're on it all the time.
Yeah.
Now there's definitely, you don't get much time to lift your head, that's for sure.
No, and these longer stages, Trevor, do you find that is helpful, or do you find, with the shorter stuff, it's great whenever it's kind of short and sweeter? Do you find that it's easier to get the head screwed in and on the ball and kind of keep it going then for the longer stages?
Well, the fitness will come in. The longer stages, I would find the fitness is key. You have to be fit, and I'm definitely not fit enough. I know when I'm at the end of it, I've done it. That's for sure. But no, it's you just have to be on it from the go, really, and it's definitely all in. That's for sure.
And now these next ones, there's obviously a change after this break. So what's the plan for the next loop?
Same again, really. Obviously the first run through it will be interesting, but no, same again. Keep at it.
Any of the stages in particular that you're looking forward to, or can you even, do you find it easier to remember the stages now, like which that you're heading to?
I haven't a clue where I'm going. That's the truth. I know the next one out's a short one, but I can't even memorise. Can't even think of the last one. Haven't a clue.
And that can be a wee bit like, it's funny, it's disorientating when you're heading for it, but you just can't picture anything, not even the start line. Like.
No, I tell you the truth, when I go out there, I don't even know where to turn right or left. That's just the way it is. But no, once we get going, it'll come back. That's for sure. We've done a good recce, so it all should come back.
Well, I think that's the beauty of notes, like, is that you don't really need to. If you're driving to your notes, it doesn't really matter what you remember.
If you're driving to your notes, it should be okay. But it's just having confidence in them and confidence in your navigator, and it should be all good.
Good man, Trevor. We'll let you get back to the old cup of tea, and
Thank you.
We'll torture you again on the next one.
No
good
bother.
Man, thanks a million, Trevor. So that's Trevor's hot take on his morning, and as he says, you just have to be on it from word go. There's no room for relaxing, basically. So we'll see now if we can get a quick word here with the guys, as well as Michael here, maybe. We're going to come back and see. You're having a great morning here.
We had a better run the second run. I suppose the
happy
confidence.
Enough now, Mike?
I'm happy, right. The confidence is a bit better. Just when you have sometimes you can have a bad morning, like.
You can, surely, and I mean, it's like everybody was kind of saying this morning, it was tricky in terms of the weather. Okay, it wasn't raining or anything like that, but I mean, last night would have kind of put a lot of people off.
There was a lot of debris and crap sitting across the road.
Yeah, and you sort of didn't know what you were coming into.
And there's still a few greasy bits.
Yeah.
Some of the greasy bit in the first run was actually dry but slippy in the second, so it's kind of could catch you out.
And the times are all very tight there.
Oh, the last run, I think there's three of us at the same time, like, so. It'll be interesting. I have to finish though. We have to keep going.
That's the one. That is always the one. And in terms of the next loop of stages, tell us, do you like any of them in particular? Can you remember them?
I can't remember them. I know them when I see them. I start. Well, there's that many stages to be ranked. It was 2 days. So it's good, right?
And there's a lot of mileage in them, you see, so it's very hard to remember what's what.
Oh, your head was all over them. Anyway.
Well, it's not doing too bad now this morning.
Yeah, it was good. No. And if it stays dry, I guess it's lovely.
Tyre choices, do you find it easier now?
Yes, it was dry. When it's wet, it's just, it's nice because it's dry in one hour and wet the next. So
when it's wet with wind, it's very hard.
Depends, because you have a puddle in one place and a dry bit and shady in it. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, have a really stay. See you. Thanks, Tony.
Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
Reintroduction 5.
Welcome back. We have Duncan Williams here. Duncan, how was that run for you?
Well, it felt quite okay. It felt okay to me, to be honest. I felt quite good, but I think the other guys, there's a few guys quicker than me here today, so we're happy just being, thereabouts and just, enjoying it. Sun's shining now, look.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
Sun shining, winds blowing quite heavy, so nice dry stages.
Great stages. I mean, they were both drier than the first one, obviously, because the sun's out, but it's they're enjoyable stages, I mean, this club have put a great event on.
Yeah.
They really have. Munster Car Club, fair play to them. Kevin O'Reilly.
And and I mean that's the thing. Like it is an excellent rally for stages and stuff, and it's quite innovative. Like to put the the historics at the front,
Absolutely.
like, and just change it up a wee bit.
It's about time. It's about time, because with Killian's coverage at the beginning of the end of each stage, at least we're getting full advantage of that.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes these guys have to go to another stage because the historics are running at the back. Historics, we can often lose stages because of incidents throughout the rally. So it's great for once just to have the historics at the front. Let's all enjoy it.
So the championship leader is loving this new format.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's have more of it.
Good man. And in terms of the next few stages, Duncan, anything in particular you're looking forward to?
There's some very different stages. Do you remember I asked you about Inch?
Yes, and it is today.
I think it is today. I think it might be next actually. And that's a very tricky stage, very tricky. Quite mucky at the beginning, if I remember. Quite a few hairpins in the trees. I think one of these stages have got a lot of grass up in the middle, quite wide as well.
Yeah.
A lot of grass, which I quite like, to be honest.
Okay.
You have to be very, very precise. Don't touch that grass, whatever you do.
So what we could see is a huge change in times or the leaderboard now over the next loop.
Well, I hope so in our favour. That's the idea, that's the plan.
Good man.
We'll
Thank you for
see.
talking to us, Duncan, and we'll see what you have to say now at the next one. Good man. So as we said, the championship leader, and he's lying 4th overall there today. And we're just going to keep moving here now, guys. What I'm going to do is jump across to Johnny Greer here while we see him, and hopefully try and mix it up a wee bit this time and get a few of the modifieds if we can find them and get a quick word. Johnny, happy enough with that wee loop?
Happy enough, yeah. It's a bit drier now, so it's a bit more enjoyable. I think the conditions this morning weren't really favourable to me. A lot of high speed, and you didn't really know what was around the next corner road condition-wise. So that loop obviously a lot drier, and been through the stage once before, a bit more comfortable. So yeah, happy enough.
And what about the next few stages now? Obviously you have to come into service and regroup completely because you have to head out to an entirely different group of stages.
Yeah, it's a new challenge, and then I think there's like a slightly shorter stage in this loop as well. So I think the stages are good anyway, so it just depends on what's happened overnight, conditions on it. Hopefully now it'll have dried out from this morning, so it should be a relatively simple tyre choice. Hopefully if the clouds stay away, but now we're all good.
You would hope. And tell us, how do you feel about the short and long? Are you suited better to the longer stages? Do you get into it and kind of stay into it, or can you just click in immediately to the shorter ones too?
I think it doesn't really matter. I think it's more to do with the flow of the stage more than anything else. A short stage that has plenty of stuff in it is good, and a longer stage, as long as there's something to sort of keep you interested, if that's right in saying. Some of the stages can be a bit featureless and kind of like just go from one corner to the next, but It doesn't really bother me. The enjoyable stages, you don't really worry about how long they are because you're enjoying it so much.
That doesn't matter.
The stop line arrives. Like you can do a 10k stage and be looking for the end 3k in. Just depends. But no, the stages, to be fair, in this rally have been good so far in Iraqi, so I'm looking forward to getting them.
Good man. And tell us, you were talking earlier on about how you would prefer the kind of tighter, twisty stuff. Are you looking forward to heading into these ones because they are slightly different that way?
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the sitting in fifth gear, bouncing off a limiter kind of stuff. I don't really enjoy that. So yeah, these stages are a wee bit twistier, but at the same time, it's going to make it trickier, narrower, and more gravel and more mud about. So yeah, it's a different challenge, but we'll go and see if we can enjoy them anyway.
Good man. We'll let you get organised, Johnny. Thanks a million for talking to us. We're going to see if we can get another word with Cal McCarthy, local man. Cal, you're back in service. Happy?
Yeah, much better. It was a lot cleaner, that loop. We stiffened the car a bit and everything. Perfect. Just need to turn it up a little bit more to keep it closer to the Wise on top. But there's a good battle there with probably 5 of us. So we'll just try and do the distance and see how it works out.
And just keep enjoying it is the main thing at this stage?
Yeah, absolutely. Those two now, perfectly dry roads, sun shining. Yeah. It's as good as it gets.
And what about these next two? Are you looking forward to them?
Yeah, they're a bit cleaner than the two this morning, so hopefully they should be similar to what we did in the last loop. So yeah.
Good man, Cal. Well, we'll let you go. You're just
All
back
right.
in, so we'll let you get organised and get everything set up for the next loop as we head off. And we'll try and get a quick word with Callum Devine now, and obviously we're going to try and get Marion, who's the event leader, and Josh is around the far corner as well. So actually we might just go that way first and come back up to this side and get Callum in a wee while and see how everything is going for everybody around this side. So we didn't get Eddie Doherty the last time either, and we'll get a quick chat with Eddie now as well when we have him.
Huh?
He's happy looking anyway. They're all joking here anyway.
Well, how's it going?
Eddie, how's things going for you this morning? Are you happy enough?
Yeah, happy enough. We got not a wrong time. We had to stop for a car there with no OK board up in the last one, so I think we're 25 seconds down at the moment, but hopefully we'll get that sorted there now. Yeah.
And other than that, how's everything? We missed you the first loop around. Are you happy enough?
Yeah, happy enough. Kind of controlled and happy enough. Like, we're not going mad crazy at the moment, and we're just tipping away a couple of seconds, quick stages like the whole time. So no, happy enough, content enough. Looking forward to these next two. They're a bit faster again. Yeah. So.
Do you find that hard work to kind of tip around?
Yeah, that's really like the worst of it all. Coming into this weekend, because we're kind of in for the Tarmac Championship and the Southern 4 at the moment. So I think we kind of have to finish kind of just to get them too. So yeah, it's kind of worse. I'd rather be flat out more than anything else. So it's right.
And in your mind, because we asked Callum Devine this earlier on, and he was kind of like, out and win the rally, like it's kind of all he thinks about. But the championship has to play in your mind a wee bit as well. Like, nobody wants to let go of the championship either.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, from the start of the year, that was our main aim, was to be thereabouts in the championship, and thank God we made it. So hopefully we can continue on and finish off this weekend.
And it has been an excellent year.
Oh, definitely, and even the competition, I know there's a lot of lads that didn't have great luck throughout the year with Kevin Eves and Jason Black, but look, I'm happy enough.
Good man. And you said you were looking forward to these two. Which one in particular, or both brilliant?
Both of them are brilliant. I think the first one, 9k, it's very fast and it's a short little sprint, so looking forward to it.
Good man. Eddie, we let you go.
Cheers.
Thanks a million.
Thank you.
So that's Eddie Doherty, leading the modified Tarmac Championship, and we'll see, trying to see if Ryan is about. Bear with me, folks. The guys are actually working at the car there, so he shouldn't be too far away. I'm just gonna see if I can get him. He could be in the truck, so I'll ask a few questions here, folks. He's just getting the pasta in, folks. Very important. The car needs real fuel, but so do the drivers and co-drivers. I'll get out of your way and let you see the action from service area. So there he is. Ryan, Eddie wasn't too far wrong. He said you'd be in there having pasta and Red Bull, and he was right enough.
He wasn't. That's exactly it. So,
The car needs fuel, but so does the driver.
It does. Funny, I was starting that last stage and says the yard, my stomach's rumbling here. So I find it very, very hard eating on a rally day just because of the nerves, I suppose, and whatnot. Pasta's about the only thing I can survive on, it and Red Bulls.
Well, funny, I was always the same, and like it is strange because you need food, but like you know the nerves, as you say, you do get that sick. Like dry crackers and stuff is all I could handle.
That's right, like a sauce. You're just like you're trying to force it down your throat. Basically, that's just the way it is, isn't it?
I know the things rally drivers have to worry about.
It is. Like even when you're talking about that there, like we're both sitting on the start line of the first stage this morning, and we both say to ourselves, like, why do we put ourselves through this every rally? But once you get away on that first stage, then it's grand. Everything's good then. Like.
That's exactly. You're reminded. That's exactly what you're doing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Come here. You're flying this morning. You're having a great run of it.
Aye, good run. Hey, we're just down here. Hey, to prove nothing really. Just try and get more miles under our belt, more familiar with these cars, and I'm just trying to learn these cars more so and understand how they work and whatnot. That's why the boys are changing the springs in there now, just purely to understand the changes you can make to what it does to the car, if you know what I mean.
So you're purposely trying to make changes in such a way where not necessarily to make the car go faster, but just so as you know that when it's down to seconds, you know, right, actually I need you to do this and that.
Aye, well basically yeah. It's just for me, I suppose, to more understand it from both a mechanic's side for all the customers, and then also, like, you know, from a side of being competitive, if you know what I mean. Like, you know, we're 8, 9, 10 seconds a stage there roughly off the boys, with no risks, if you know what I mean. So
yeah.
Just I want to get more comfortable, and then we'll see how we go then.
Was that genuinely seems to be the key? Like when you've comfort, that's when you can build on the speed.
Oh, exactly. I bet if you spoke to the top 2 or 3 boys in this rally, they're driving at their ease there probably because they're so comfortable in their cars. Like, so, no, that's it.
It's all about the mileage. So these next 2, we're obviously having a big change here now after the break. Are you looking forward to them?
I am. Hey, the stages today is all pretty similar. You know what I mean? Obviously they're in a very similar area. It's just hard knowing going out now because you've done 2 loops of one set of stages. You know, and you've got the speed up for your second time. Now you're going back out to the first stage. You know, first pass over stages, which is you just have to be careful. You know, not to get carried away. If you know, but no, it'll be grand.
So you're back kind of, you know, almost like a learner again, where you kind of just have to start paying attention to what needs to be changed and stuff.
Well, you can't come out. Well, you can come out 100%, but you just have to be careful that there's not something in there to catch you out. I know I do, because my pace notes coming from the Mark to Escort just aren't accurate enough yet for these cars.
Yeah.
So that's a big learning curve at the minute for us. But you can't understand this rally is such a poor athlete compared to the other rallies. You can't understand why they're sport.
Good man, right, we're going to let you go. Head back and finish the class. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Your battery's trying to get check if you know.
Bear with us, folks, we're just going to check this battery.
Turn around. Turn around. So, check it out. Check it in. Check it out. See if the bags. I'll put it in.
Go. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
We're back, folks, and we have rally leader here with us now. And again, disturbing you during your lunch, Marion, but we
Yes.
have to get a chat with the rally leader.
You're very good
feeling
at that.
Good? Very talented. And just be like, get out. Tell us how you feeling this morning. I mean, obviously, great time, so can't be too
Yeah,
bad.
I'm happy enough, to be honest. It's normal, probably on the second loop, it all closed up a bit, but Josh put a good time in the first one. But we managed to turn it a bit the second one again, so yeah, we're happy enough.
And are you feeling good down here? Are these stages particularly well suited to you, or what's...
I always seem to enjoy it down here and go quite well down here compared maybe to somewhere like Donegal, where maybe we just missed a bit of the ultimate pace. But no, look, the stages are really nice. A lot of driving and a lot of work, and I enjoy that.
And funny, Johnny Greer was saying earlier on that he kind of would, he doesn't particularly love the flat out stuff. He finds it very, you just kind of have to sit very brave on the limiter the whole time, but that's obviously suiting you.
Yeah, I've never minded the fast stuff, to be honest. There's a lot of, it's not kind of, West Cork, there's some places where you sit on straights for a while, but down here it's more kind of a bit more so. But saying that, the second stage we just did was probably the strongest for me, whereas the first one was very high speed, and that's where even last year Josh and Callum seemed to get a bit of us in there. So I'm not too worried about that, but I'm just focus on the next two now.
And is that what your game plan is most of the time? Like you just, take it stage at a time or loop at a time, or are you thinking big picture all the time?
No, I think you have to look like a stage at a time, I think, because things can change so quickly. I mean, and it's that close, there's no point looking at Sunday yet. So just deal what's in front of us and go from there.
Brilliant. And any of these two stages that you're looking forward to, very different with 8 kilometres versus 18?
Yeah, well, the second inch, we did that in 2015, and I loved it then, but that was obviously in a front-wheel drive car, so I've forgotten a lot since then. So it'll be interesting to get in there in a big car and see how it is. It's a lovely road, so I'm looking forward to that.
Very different in the 4-wheel drive as well, obviously.
Yeah, you can go faster into corners, through corners, and out of corners. So
exactly.
Yeah, it'll be different, but it's one of those. We did it in 2015, and ever since we kind of said, "Oh, it'd be nice to go back in a car like this." So yeah.
So you're very excited to get that one, I would imagine.
I'm not too excited. I'm trying just to keep level-headed, and yeah, I know how good these two boys are, and what they can do to you if you let it slip for a minute. So just focus. Yeah.
Marion, thank you so much for taking time to speak to us. As you can see, quite happy to get out into the next wee loop of stages, but also trying to keep the head and stay concentrated in terms of not getting too far ahead of the job at hand, because as he says, there's quite a lot can happen when it's the likes of Callum or Josh chomping at your tail. So we're just actually going to go around this side and get a quick word with Callum now that we are this close. Bear with us. A lot of people around the service area this time. You can tell that the sunshine and dry afternoon has put a smile on a few people's faces, and they're out to see a few rally cars. Everybody's working away here at Callum's car. I'll see if we can get a quick word with him. I don't see Callum. We'll try and see if we can actually get a word from Noel. Callum's navigator. Noel, can we interrupt you?
Hi.
I'm asking, even though I've done it. Tell us how
I have no choice.
You have no choice. How's everything going for you from your perspective?
Yeah, it's good, yeah. I guess we've been out a lot this year, so seems to click straight away, Our time in the first stage was good, but I guess, look, it's a long weekend. We're not taking any big risks, so we're just keeping our nose clean. And look, there's 2 new stages now in the afternoon, so who knows, it's all to play for still.
Exactly, and very much a team effort in terms of kind of both of you having to keep your head in the zone.
Yeah, look, we know from last year even this rally turned its head Sunday morning, so yeah, it's just about keeping in the race, and who knows what will happen.
Exactly that. Any of these 2 stages from your point of view that you enjoy, or do you even notice them? Do you even get a chance to look up?
Look, you enjoy every stage in these cars. I suppose that loop there was a bit busy, alright, but yeah, we enjoy every minute of it. We know we're lucky to get out in these cars, so yeah, it's great.
Good man. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the time, and we'll just come over here and see if we can get Callum as well. Callum.
He was saying nice stuff about me, was
Of course he was. He was singing your praises.
That's good.
And he was saying what a great man behind the wheel you are.
Thanks.
You enjoying it there?
Times just aren't just there yet, but
well,
we're happy enough. Happy enough.
Aye, and like it's like everything. Like it's a long weekend, but how do you handle that now when you're in here? Like, because this morning we were talking, and it's all about you have to be focused on winning. But like, how do you sort of keep the cool, but also keep energised, to keep going?
Yeah, like yeah, look, it's probably a good job that Marianne's in the mix head now too. There's 3 of us in the mix head, so yeah, if there was 2 of us, you'd probably just kind of manage it that way. But no, look, the conditions are changing a lot there too, so it's probably stepped up the tempo a wee bit more too. So we're changing stuff to the car, which was help, you know. And yeah, look, yeah, we want to be in a race now too, to be fair. So it's actually not too bad. Like, I think there's only 6 seconds between the top 3 of us, so it's nothing, you know. So we're make some improvements now, and hopefully we're back in it again.
Good man. And in terms of either of those 2 stages, you know, I've said it a million times already, but like it's very different now, heading out to 2 brand new stages essentially. So any of those 2 stages you're looking forward to, or can you even remember them? Do you just kind of take it that whatever Noel says, you don't have to even remember what stage is what?
Just a wee bit of jog in the memory. So it is off the top of my head. I know the first one's very short and it's very fast, you know. So I think it's more just trying not make no mistakes through that one and just get through it, you know. But now the next one's a bit bigger, so that'll be probably the one where the time's going to be made. So yeah, look, we might take a wee look at it here on the DVD or the phone here. We can get the data working, but no, it shouldn't be too bad. We're quite happy with our notes anyway, you know, from the recce. So a bit of trust in them here anyway, so it should be too bad, you know.
And when you get a wee look at it, it does make it easier to head out that way.
It does. It just helps jog the memory a wee bit, you know, and a wee bit just gets it going again.
And how do you prefer about the longer or how do you feel about the longer stages versus the wee sprints? Which would you prefer to head into?
Probably the longer ones, to be honest. At least you can manage it a wee bit better. Try and find a rhythm, and even if you weren't in a rhythm, you can sort of parts of the stage you'll get back into again, you know. So with the small ones, you can really only if you're not waking up enough, you can only lose time on it, you know. So it's there's not much to be gained on them, but you can lose plenty on them at the same time.
That's always the torture with rallying, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yeah. So
well, all we can do now is say keep her lit, and sure we'll
Good
see
luck.
you back the next time. Thanks a million, Callum. So we're going to head on up here, and as you can see, the wee Talbot that the boys were talking about earlier, we'll see if we can get a quick word. How is everything going for you this morning, folks?
The very best, thank you. Stages.
Go. Flat out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
Oh, voodoo. The voodoo woman.
A wee word. Always looking for the wee word, Frank.
How you going?
We were just saying, isn't it a great day to be out in a rally on a Saturday morning, sun shining? You happy enough this morning, Frank?
And in Cork.
Because you
did
could not
great.
beat us. They might be all langers, but they're good langers.
It's a great spot, to be fair.
Fantastic. Jesus, these stages are just unbelievable. I can't understand why we haven't got a better entry in this. There's a lot of lads missing good stages. Them first 2 stages, I said to the lads then if I could do it all day. Probably fall off, but I could attempt to do them all day. But you know what, from the recce, there's not a bad stage in this rally. There's a bit of everything for everybody. I don't think anybody could be unhappy, and I'm far from unhappy. I'm as happy as a pig in a puddle.
Good man. How's the car feeling?
Car's feeling great. If I could take out over everything that's in her, we're getting a bit rash in places and getting a bit out of control, but that's the way I like it. Sliding about, having fun. You see smile on people's faces. The time's kind of immaterial. If the time's good, great, but I've enjoyed myself.
Good man. And these next 2, I keep asking people, but I find it so interesting, the difference between the very long stages and the very short stages. Which do you prefer? Do you prefer getting into the swing of it, or a wee sprint?
I like the long ones because it takes me a while to wake up. It takes me a couple of junctions to get into the zone of where I'm supposed to be at. So I like it. Now, towards the end of them, you're thinking, geez, this is a long stage. But this 8 kilometre one's going to feel probably ridiculously short compared to the rest of them because they're generally all long stages. I think it's an 8 kilometre, a 12 kilometre, and the rest are all 16, 18 kilometres. Let you get your teeth into it. Like, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
And that's like, we're not joking when we say, like, that's what you want to be doing on a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Like.
There is nothing better you bet A lot of people are complaining this is a bank holiday weekend. What are you going to do in your bank holiday? Look after the youngsters?
No, get out onto the stages and rest on Monday.
Yeah, listen, once you've got a youngster into the world, set it free, or else take it with you.
Take it with you, strap them into the seat beside you.
Yeah, absolutely, that's the way to do it.
So everybody needs to be taking parenting lessons from you now today, Frank. That's
Yeah.
the way to do it. Strap them in.
I'll start a class on that, maybe online YouTube or something like that.
I think you'd get followers too, you know.
I probably would. I'd probably get jailed as well.
Not a idiot. Frank, thank you very much.
Thank you, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Frank, and great to see you in great form. Lauren, we're going to torture you there. Your dad was giving us parenting advice there. He says the only way to get through it is to just strap them into the seat, and that's what he's done with you.
Yeah, something like that.
You don't even get a bank holiday off?
No, to be frank, he sends me straight to work on Monday morning. Somebody has to do the work about our plate.
And come here, are you enjoying the stages this morning? Your dad was talking about how it's just such an excellent event. Like,
yeah, stages are fantastic. Although for a navigator, for any navigator, it's very, very busy. There's corners coming at you very, very quickly, and next thing you're around it. So it's keeping me very busy, and my head's down quite a lot. But it's very, very enjoyable.
That's what we want to hear. Thanks a million, Lauren. Sorry for disturbing you during the dinner, but as we said, we just needed to hear a word from the person that keeps Frank Kelly on the right track. So we're going to head over this way again and see if we can get a quick word with I keep saying it, but Josh is further on over, so we want to see if we can get a quick word with him. The event is one thing, but again, I keep mentioning it, like the championship is always in the back of these guys' minds, like, so it's trying to figure out a wee technique or a wee plan of action. When we might actually jump in here with Robert Barable as well and see if he's any happier after this loop. He wasn't particularly delighted earlier on. He just couldn't put his finger on where his times were going. So we'll see if we can get any information out of him here. So we've Robert out, and we just got a quick nod from Gordon Noble, the navigator. Gordon's very relaxed there, Robert.
Yeah.
Are you feeling a wee bit more relaxed now too?
I'd say we're a bit more relaxed than we probably are, considering that our times aren't coming today. I don't know what the story is, Tony. No, we're in
Not
good.
put your finger on it.
No, we're in good humour. The car's working well. Note seems to be working well, but stopwatch tells a different story. So I don't know. Just have to keep going.
Would that annoy the head of you now, like
Yeah.
when you're sitting there like going, what am I actually doing wrong here? What's going on? Or are you able to just sit back and enjoy it?
It does annoy you, like, 'cause, you know, you don't feel that you're driving bad or poorly, but then when you come to the end of the stage, your times are quite considerably off, whatever, compared to where we would like it to be. But I don't know. We'll just have to keep going and plugging away and see if we can put our finger on it through between now and the rest of the day, and hopefully get it sorted for tomorrow. If we could have short ones between now and the rest of the weekend, by the time we go home on Sunday, it'd be grand. But no, I think the short ones are nice. But although you want a 15 or 16 kilometre one because you can get stuck into a rhythm, but obviously it hasn't worked for us today. But we'll just keep plugging along and see, and all we can do is just keep going.
And enjoying it. And obviously the weather's quite easy
The
now in
weather's quite
terms of tyre choice.
Yeah, the weather's quite settled now, which is grand. So that's going to make a big difference, not just for us, but for everyone, the marshals and the people out watching it. But yeah, it seems to be quite settled. So we'll just stay on the same tyres as we were this morning and see if we can chip away.
Good man, Robert. Thank
Thanks,
you very
Tony.
much. Keep enjoying it. As much as it's annoying the head of you, you have to keep enjoying it. But as he says, like, there's such a frustration with with feeling good and knowing that you're doing quite well, but then the time's not matching. That is, and you can't figure out where people are getting it. You know, that's a frustrating place to kind of to be. So fingers crossed he can sort it out or figure it out. But either way, it's enjoyable for everybody to be out watching the tough battles. We'll see if we can get a quick word here now with Josh. Andy Hayes is jumping into the car there, so we'll just see if we can go around the back here. He's standing out, but bear with us. Josh, are you happy enough with everything so far today, or?
Yeah, no, so far so good. Like, we're getting more and more comfortable there with the car. Yeah, we've moved ahead of Callum there, so it's all good.
Well, that's it. Yeah, there was a bit of a difference in terms of before we were chatting to you this morning. So there's obviously a wee bit more comfort there.
Yeah, definitely so. And you know, we're still going to tweak away at stuff in the car and see if we can find a bit more pace. And but yeah, look, I'm definitely comfortable with it there in those last two.
And tell us about the championship. Like, how do you kind of keep your head right now in terms of focusing on the event, but also, you know, you have to be super aware of the full championship sitting in front of you there too.
Yeah, I suppose what probably makes it a bit easier for me is, like, for the championship, I really need a win here anyway. So, you know, it narrows it down. Like, I'm not trying to reserve myself. I need to go for it, sort of thing. So, yeah, look, we'll just go like that.
So Marion needs to prepare himself.
Well, hopefully we need to get ahead of him too. He took another wee bit out of us there in that last stage. So, yeah, look, at everybody's going super fast, like, so it's all good.
Good man, Josh. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And as we say, he's going well, so he's happy out. And again, it's tough going learning a new car, like, and it does take plenty of miles to kind of get fully wrapped around it, get the head wrapped around it. So just bear with us, folks. Here we're going to take a wee look around and see who else. As I say, plenty of cars, but finding the rally suits is the one. So we'll see if we can get Owen Murphy here. He obviously had a problem earlier on and was eager to see if he could get that sorted and get the trust back in the car and be able to get the mileage or the speed up through the miles. So we'll see if we can get Owen.
How are you?
Owen, you're hiding on us.
Hiding over there, yeah.
Did the car feel any better in that loop?
Yeah, it was good. We cured the brake issues in it, so yeah, it felt good. I thought it went well in the two stages, but times just aren't showing yet, so we'll keep trucking on.
And in terms of you know, clawing back time and stuff now, like, where's your eye? Like, what are you looking at here, focused on, in order to kind of?
No, yeah, well, myself and Dave Guest are having a few. We're nearly what we calling, we're nearly at the 40s club. Like, the lads nearly at 40s. We're having a good battle. There's only a couple of seconds between us, and Cal is 30 odd ahead of us, I'd say. So we're kind of, yeah, I'd say it's only between the two of ourselves and try and keep the lads behind us.
And I mean, obviously, then there's the excitement of the local element to that as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's great. Yeah, driving down through Rackhammer there, I see a few faces and a few customers. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of people we know around here, so it's great. So I'm trying to put on a bit of a show for the rest of the day.
Well, that's all you can do, isn't it? In terms of these next two, are there any in particular you're looking forward to?
I can't even remember. I can't after the recce. Yeah, this wouldn't be my terrain down here at all.
Well, you've got Inch anyway, and I can't remember the name of the other one, but it's more kind of the difference between the length of, or the distance of the stage, you know, the 8 kilometres versus the longer ones that you're kind of used to all weekend.
Yeah, it is. I think I remember a little bit last night. I suppose the longer stage, we all prefer the longer ones. So yeah, just try and get through this weekend now, and I think I'll put back on the smaller wheels and go back and do a bit of gravel rallying again.
There's a big difference between the tarmac and the gravel, isn't there?
Oh,
totally different skills, really.
It is totally different. I would definitely be a gravel driver, like, and I thought after the last day I was thereabouts in the gravel, I thought I'd be closer to the boys here, but the top 4 or 5 are just on a different league this weekend again. So.
And but it must be hard to kind of get the head around chopping and changing.
Oh, it is. Well, I don't mind it. I can jump straight into the gravel, and the first gravel, it was the first one I done Clonmel. I was a good bit back, but the last day I was way more comfortable. But I would definitely much prefer to be on gravel than tarmac. Yeah, I was just a gravel driver when I was younger. Yeah.
You just prefer that wee bit of movement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I prefer that thing to be completely sideways and fork here. Like, yeah. Whereas if it was on the tarmac, I won't say that word, yeah. Kind of, yeah.
I'd say we get the gist.
Yeah, if it moves on tarmac, you're going to have a big one, like, yeah. You've a couple of seconds to save yourself in the tarmac, but if they leave go or in the gravel, if they leave go here, it's going to be a very expensive day for you, yeah.
Good man. Well, come here. We let you go and regroup and get ready for these next few. Thank you very much, Owen. And we're just going to check on the welfare of Anthony. How's the voice going?
There's a lady asking me how's my voice. Have you any more amendments to give me? Hello.
The voice is good.
The voice is good.
Good man.
2 seconds. Yes, we're doing our gravel notes.
Good on you. You see all the aspects here now, gravel notes and making sure that we're ready to rock.
They're legal or not, but we have them anyway.
Well, sure.
When are they coming?
Any second now.
Mark. Okay.
Welcome back, folks. We just dropped out there for a wee second, but we're back. We're very interested in Mike's story. This is only your second event.
Yep.
And the first one was Killarney, you were saying?
Yeah, first one was the Lakes, yeah.
2 very big rallies.
2 big rallies, yeah. Slid off in the last one alright in the Lakes, but didn't do any harm much really or anything, so not too bad.
And tell us, why these 2 in particular? Are they local for you, or are they
They'd be
just
close
the 2 of the favourites?
Like, I've been near Mallow there, so like Killarney's only an hour and I'm only half an hour from here. And should always went to do these, like.
Yeah, and these are excellent rallies. To be fair, the stages are class.
Yeah.
And tell us, you were saying earlier on, we always talk about the team effort that there is in terms of navigating and driving, and basically everybody that's here in service as well. But your navigator this is his first day out with you?
Yeah, navigator's first day sitting in take care, so it's an interesting day out now. But look, we'll learn the way together, we'll get a bit quicker together and we'll enjoy it.
And it does take a wee while, to be fair, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Like, them stages, man, they are quick, like. So a lot for me to take in, a lot for him to take in, but so look, we're enjoying it.
You can keep her going anyway, can't you? That's all you can do.
That's the main thing, try to keep it straight.
Good man, and we'll see. I'm hoping he didn't sneak away on me. I'm spotted him. You're in at the deep end this weekend. First event in, and tell us how it's going. Like, are you enjoying it, or are you feeling like, wow, what am I at here?
Yeah, it's a bit of crack. I got a phone call there about 2 weeks ago to say, will we do it for the crack? And I said, you know what, no. Applied for the licence, got it, and to be fair to the 2 of us, he's flying it. It's his second day out in the car, and I'm enjoying the spin.
And had you literally never sat in a rally car before?
Never sat in a rally car before this weekend.
Or called notes or anything?
Never called a note. Still under my lefts and my rights.
Well, you must be doing all right so far because you're still here.
Yeah, well, it is here in one piece, so if we can keep it that way now, we'll be flying it, thank God.
And tell us, like, what is it, how are you feeling? Like, I mean, is it everything that you hoped it would be? Is it completely mad altogether? Like, what's it like?
Oh, it's completely different. Like, I've always watched rallying and watched on the ditches and stuff, but when you're sitting inside it, everything comes at you faster. You can feel everything through the car, noises, everything is just, you can't explain it. You just have to do it.
And I would say, from listening to you, this is just the start of a long career in it.
Oh, sure, the bug is here now.
Everything you just said gave it away. That's it. You're stuck now. You'll be in that seat forever.
Have the bug, and that's it. I'd say we'll be sitting in the side of the car, or sitting inside in the passenger seat for a while.
Good man. Well, come here, keep enjoying it.
Thanks very much.
We'll torture you over the weekend and see how it's all going. Get updates and see how you're feeling. We're going to get across here now and see if we can get another few cars, or another few drivers, sorry. There's cars everywhere. And this is another lovely sight. Starting them young. You're all right. No, we want to see you giving the tuition already.
I know, tuition is right. I think he should give me tuition.
I would say this is making his weekend now, to be
Oh,
fair.
absolutely. Yeah, it's great for kids, like, Jesus. Sure, that's what it's all about too, like, you know what I mean?
And tell us, are you having a good weekend? Are you enjoying
we
the
are,
morning so
yeah,
far?
we were asleep this morning. Well, I was no bother with the navigator, but I was asleep there this morning. But we're bedding in now again, so we've 2 new stages now, so we'll see how that'll go, you know. But a bit of crack in it. It's a long rally.
It is a long rally, and
yeah.
it's, you know, I think that's the thing with all rallies. Like, it's there's no point in getting carried away too soon.
Oh, absolutely not. But then the other side of it, if you don't go hard enough at the start, you're left behind for the day, and that's where I am at the moment. So I have to kind of play the waiting game, you know. But anyhow, look, we'll go on and we'll see how we'll go for the next loop, and you know.
Good on you. And how do you plan for the next few stages then, particularly when, you know, you mentioned a waiting game there? Like, do you kind of still keep going hell for leather, or do you pull back and just try and pace yourself?
I'm going as hard as I can possibly go, and I know when I even get around some of the corners, I'm going, yeah, there was a bit more there, and I'm afraid just to take that step in case I put her off, you know what I mean? And listen, I could put her off. I had an off on Achille with her, not too bad of an off, and I don't know, is that playing on my head? I'm not sure, but in fairness to the lads ahead of me, like, they're on some charge, like, in fairness, I won't have an answer for them anyway.
There's a lot of pace this weekend, isn't there?
Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant to see. It's just a pity it's such a good rally, a good club to put an organisation together. There's a lot of work, great stages, and they're just not getting it. And my advice to them people is like, Jesus, put in the entry and just do it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, we're going to lose rallies. You know what I mean? I know it's expensive, but look, we'll be dead long enough.
Well, that's it. I mean, the thing about it is, in terms of the rally, and like, I mean, everybody that's talking about this event this morning is just talking about how excellent it is, and how they're so glad they put in the entry.
That is, and like, in fairness to Kevin O'Riordan and all them, like anything you want, like, there is no issue. Like, in fairness, they're very accommodating. Paul Brown, Coleman Haig, all them lads, there's never a problem with them. Like, and it's just a pity to see it, because I understand running the McKillie behind the scenes with the lads, what goes in behind the scenes, like, it's never appreciated. Like, I appreciate it for sure, because I know what it's like. So my advice to anyone is get in the entry for next year, and hopefully we can reinvent this event for them again.
Exactly, and I mean, I think we can see from the crowds this weekend, even in the great weather and stuff, like, that it's a great event, and it's great crack, and everybody here has a smile on their face.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much.
That's the main thing. Not at all. Thank you. Are you happy in there?
Yes.
Good man. Thumbs up. He is happy. The thumbs are up. We see Cal McCarthy there, so we're going to let him get out of the service park and see if we can get a quick word with these guys. We're going to annoy you mid. We're going to annoy you mid brief. How's everything going for you this morning, folks, and this afternoon now?
Yeah, so far we got off to a slow start this morning, but I think everyone did. This second loop now was a lot better. Road was a lot drier. Getting used to the car. It's my second day out in it. But everything's fine. Everything's going so okay. You know?
And everything okay from your perspective?
Yeah, no, happy out, definitely. Happy.
Keep joking about any day that you're in a rally car. It's a good day.
Every day is a good day.
No
Every
complaints.
day there's no bad day in rallying, really.
And tell us, what about the next few stages? Are you looking forward to them?
We are the next few stages now. I kind of know a little bit better than what I knew the last two, so looking forward to them.
Brilliant. We'll let you go. We'll get you back to the team meeting and see who else we can chat to. Guys, can we interrupt for 2 seconds?
You can.
Again, serious talking going on here. This is, in fairness, it's service. This is exactly what it's all about, trying to make sure that everything's right with the car. Are you comfortable with everything this morning?
Yeah, it's my first day out in this I was out in this rally last year. It was my last rally out. I wrecked it, so first rally out now again this weekend, so trying to get used to it again.
Takes a wee while to kind of get back into the swing of it, doesn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. It does, yeah.
And how are you finding it, particularly with this being the last rally that you were out on? Is there any kind of...
Slowly getting into it, but I think we're third in class, so it's not too bad. And it's a brand new car, so there's going to be a couple of getting used to and hiccups.
Takes a wee while to get used to the brand new things, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But anyway, we'll stay going anyway.
Stay going, and any of these 2 stages that are ahead of us now today, you looking forward to them? Any of them in particular?
Be looking forward to them all.
I think that's kind of the resounding yes from everybody, is that all of them are good.
I have a few of them that they're rally done a couple of times, so I know the stages and stuff, so it's not so bad.
Does that make you kind of feel a wee bit more comfortable even in a new car?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
You sort of know what something should feel like?
Yeah, you know if there's something, you know, been on them before, you'd know, like, so it's not too bad.
Good man, well, we'll let you go and keep working during your service, but thank you very much for talking to us and keep enjoying it. And we're going to keep heading over this direction and see who we find over here. And as I say, like, it's great to kind of get chatting to everybody this weekend. The service area is just so compact and enjoyable to walk around and see who we can get chatting to. So we'll just come in here and see who's about. Can we get a quick word?
How you doing? How's things?
I'm not so bad. How's things with you? You enjoying your morning?
Ah, yeah, sure, we're having a bit of fun, yeah. Just getting out there and getting round it and get back in one piece, that's all.
Are you enjoying the car?
Yeah, no, just still trying to get the grips with it. Like, I only started rallying last year, so it's just get out and about and try to improve every time without wrecking it. That's the plan, you know.
Isn't that always the way? Like, it's just trying to balance that. How do I get out and go as fast as I can, but learn as much as I can without putting it in the ditch?
Exactly, yeah. With a couple of hairy moments in the last one, so we're probably just losing the run of ourselves a little bit. Just need to come back now and build slowly, you know, that type of way. But it's a great rally, like, it's very well run. The stages are brilliant, like, so.
Yeah. An excellent event. Everybody is just singing its praises on the stages, obviously.
Yeah. No, it's brilliant. Like, the service area is second to none here as well, you know. So shocking well run. No, it's a credit to them, in fairness, yeah.
Brilliant. And these next two stages, obviously the service is quite important because everything changes after this particular break because we're heading into a new loop.
Yeah.
Any of these two in particular you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to it. Like, to be fair, all the stages here, I think they're magic. Like, there's a bit of dirty stuff here and there, but they're very different than what you'd be doing in a national event. Very fast flowing, so they're very enjoyable. Like, but again, it's learning to keep the boot in on the fast stuff and keep going is the trick, you know. So yeah, having fun, yeah.
Good man. Well, come here. Thank you very much for chatting to us, Brian. We'll be in with you over the weekend, hopefully, and keep chatting to you and getting updates from you. And it's great to hear from everybody in terms of how specific events are going. But like, so many people are changing cars at the moment, and how much work goes into getting used to new cars. How are you, Shane? You're doing both jobs today, are you?
Doing both jobs today, yeah.
We'll fix his hair. We'll give him a wee minute to get hair and makeup in.
Yeah, please.
How's everything going for you? You're obviously getting ready for the next loop, yeah?
Yeah, getting ready for the next loop here. Stages are class. First run this morning, we went off the last rally, so just it's a matter of rebuilding confidence for a while, and don't want to make the same mistake again. So it's going grand. We narrowed the gap to the boys in front in the last loop, just on stage wise, and it's grand. Keep it up, and hopefully it won't be too bad.
And is that it? Like, just kind of keep looking at the guys in front and try and pull it back as much as possible, but no major heroics type?
Yeah, it's not. It's like we don't want to make, like, we're in it for the championship, so don't want to do anything stupid by trying to beat them on stages for no reason. The gap is there now. If we crawl it back, well and good. If we get close to the times, I'll be happy. That's all we want this weekend.
Do you find that hard though, Shane? It's very tricky to go out and sort of try and stay in terms of the pace, try and stay there, but at the same time end up, thinking too much on the stage and then being kind of, just not concentrating.
Yeah, definitely. That happened in Donegal with us. Like, you have your position. There's a gap in front, a gap behind, and it's just so much concentration it takes to try and get through the stage, and your head starts to wander throughout the stage as well, and it's the worst thing that could happen.
And that's the thing, like, but the funny thing about it is, annoying and all as it is, it's actually so much part and parcel of rallying, and you kind of have, this is a skill that has to be got as well.
Oh, definitely. Like, you have to be consistent and manage the whole rally. It's not one stage, and it's a rally like this, there's 15 stages, and you have to get to the end of the 15th stage to get a result, so that's
a lot of mileage. Like, 15 stages doesn't sound like an awful lot, but 235 or 238 kilometres is huge.
Exactly, yeah. When the gaps are so small and everyone's pushing each other on, anything can happen in a few days.
Well, Shane, thank you very much for taking the time. Good on you. So again, it's all about the class battles as well. So we'll see if we can scoot across the road here and get a quick word with some of the other guys that are in here. Hopefully sitting, and we can just check out how everybody's weekend's going. How's everything looking for you this morning or this afternoon?
Not too bad.
You happy enough?
We're happy enough. Yeah, we almost done a 360 in the start line, and we got cut out in the first corner and got steering damage. So we're actually in rally 2, and the last stage there, our tyres were miles too soft because they were on for the first 2 stages. But yeah, we're trying to win our class in the Southern 4. 25 years since we won it last. Yeah, so we'll see. We hopefully everything stays going. We need a bit of luck to fall our way as well, but we'll see.
Well, like, that is some story. Like, 25 years since you won it last. Like, I mean, that's incredible stuff. Like, it'd be great if you could kind of make that happen over the weekend, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I told you. Well, we'd have the fastest rally as well. But at the moment, the way the points are going and the cars, I mean, there are faster class 14 cars, but they're going into the overall, so we'd fall into the class lead, so that would be nice to do that. All right, yeah.
It's hard when you're under pressure, but it's all still so enjoyable, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but it's tough work, though.
Oh, tough work. And any of these next two in particular that you're looking forward to?
You know, I wouldn't know this countryside on these stages, but like I have a young navigator, Jason O'Connor, and he's well able to call the notes, and we saw every stage 3 times, so we're happy out. And the weather is lovely, so yeah.
That's always hard to beat, isn't it?
Yeah, you need the weather, yeah.
It does make rallying very, very enjoyable.
It does help an awful lot, yeah. It makes tire choice much easier. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like this morning was a wee bit tricky, but it's not too bad now. In fairness, it should be quite straightforward.
Yeah, no. We one of the days reckoned it was raining and they were very wet, and then know that it dries up fierce quick. The roads around here dry up fierce quick, so we expect them to be dry for the evening. Yeah.
Well, sure, all you can do is keep her lit.
Thank you very much.
Not at all. Thank you very much, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend. I'm sure we'll be having a quick chat at some stage, and we're going to see who else is around here. How's everything going for you folks? You're working hard. There's no breaks at service, is there?
No, there's not. Always something to do, sure. There are a few small problems that Cahill's looking after it, so.
Are you able to get it sorted out, do you think?
Yeah, all be good, thank God.
There's nothing worse than kind of, like, it's brilliant to come into service and have, know that you have the time to get it fixed, but at the same time there's kind of nothing worse than standing around here waiting to see can it be fixed.
I know, so that's the problem, but no, the lads are on top of it, so it's all good.
So you're happy enough. And in terms of the next few stages, are you looking forward to them?
Yeah, really looking forward to tomorrow's stages. Tomorrow's stages are class, so they are. But get through today now. Happy enough with the last loop. The first loop this morning was a bit of a disaster, wrong tyres, and
I think everybody was saying that.
Yeah, it was very, very slippy. We'd spun twice, so that lost us a bit of time, but we had a good spin there.
Does it make you feel any better whenever you come out and you're kind? Because I know whenever you're sitting in there, you can kind of be a wee bit like, oh, japers, like this is shocking, this is terrible. But then when you get to the edge of the stage and everybody's saying the same thing, it's a bit easier.
It makes you feel better, yeah, definitely. It makes life a lot easier when everyone's having the same problems.
That's it, like, because there's, it doesn't matter who you talk to throughout the field. Like everybody's kind of saying that today. Like even Robert Barr was kind of saying like he just does not know where people are getting the time and stuff. And it's funny, like different stages suit different people, different drivers.
Yeah, that's it. Like the first stage, the first half of this class, and the second half then is it's all under trees and it's hard then, like, could you commit or not? Don't want a wreck car going home in a trailer, like.
And I mean, particularly when you're looking forward to tomorrow so much.
No, I can't. The stage is tomorrow at class, so that's what we're looking forward to.
Well, we'll let you go and get these problems sorted out and hopefully see you back here in the next loop. Thank you very much, Amy. So, folks, as you can see, we've chatted to quite a few. We've chatted to quite a few at the moment. What we're going to do now actually is take a quick break, so we can get ourselves reorientated and figure out who else is here to chat to, and hopefully we'll have a wee bit more information for you in a few minutes.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up. out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
that slow pop.
Okay, welcome back to the studio. Zav's just having a bit of drama with his earpiece. Some great stuff there from Tony, our roving reporter in the service area. Historic cars are now on their way to stage 5, which will be repeated later on today as stage 7. It's a pretty short stage. It was a bit of conversation, just a smidgen over 8 kilometres. Stage time should be coming in round about 4 minutes, an average speed of just over 77 miles per hour probably. Conditions are good, the drivers are all in good form, the weather's cleared up from storm overnight. A few of the drivers explaining about it was pretty simple to make the stages up. There's a nice graphic of the stage 5 and 7 Curragh Glass. Then they go on down and do what used to be a well-known stage, Inch, a really good popular stage, very popular with the drivers, but similar to a stage that ran in last time 2016 with a bit of new mileage in it, which is nice. Main road stuff to have, which is you don't get the chance to, white lines down the middle of the road. Don't get that chance very often. So nice stage, and we have another really exciting rally on our hands.
Yeah, and it's interesting to hear Callum Devine when Tony was talking to him
and she asked them about the way they approach a short, squinty stage or a big, longer stage, and they have both this afternoon. Cork Glass is 8 kilometres, 5 mile, whereas Inch is 18 kilometres, maybe 11 miles. So short, sharp shock, and then a good long way. You can actually get into it. Interesting to sort of hear their perceptions on this morning and what they're going to do and take into this afternoon. I'm looking forward to the afternoon loop. The chance is there for Marion, probably on the first stage 5. If he rattles in another really good time, that, you know, the gauntlet is well and truly down. I don't believe half them the way that we're talking in the service area about the way they're going to approach this afternoon. As you said earlier, Josh has a will to win like no other. Callum Devine has a will to win like no other. Marion Evans wants to win everything he does. They can't all win, but they're going to be going in very, very competitively, paced between the years, going into 8 kilometres and then 18 kilometres.
Absolutely. These guys are good, and I don't think it matters one jot. I think from the enjoyable side of it, from their personal enjoyment, they enjoy the longer stages better because you can get your teeth into it, as Frank Kelly explained. I think Josh was very honest when talking to Tony. He is, with regards to the championship, he has to win this rally. That's his psyche, and I didn't realise that this is actually Sam's car he's driving. This is the current car, the more modern car that he's driving for whatever reason, and so effectively he's adapting to a new car.
Well, if you remember last year, sort of before the end of where are we, 23, sort of 2021, he was hit and miss in the Hyundai, and he started last year, if you remember, hit and miss again, and then suddenly Tom Gahan, whatever they did, it was like the switch to switch, because I think he struggled in Galway. He came to the circuit on the pace in a big way. Him and Ali Fisher having a great battle as we see the first 0 cars making their way through. That will indicate to spectators that the main crews aren't that far away. If you weren't with us this morning, you'll be pleased to know that the first cars we will see on stage are the Historics, the Synergy Motorsports backed category in this year's Irish Tarmac Championship, and it has been a really big success in that we get 2022 historic cars leading the field before we move on to the main field, and the Historics have been a great battle today so far.
Well, I think the numbers speak for themselves. What have we got? 7.4 seconds from Thomas Davis to Trevor Wilson, and then 3.7 seconds. But on that last stage 4, there was less than a second separating those 3 guys over on the actual stage time. And I'm just admiring the camera position, some nice flowers, and our sponsors and everything else. But I mean, certainly we're getting a bit of feedback on social media that the general sort of spectators and people that are watching the live stream are in agreement that this is working really well with the Historic running first in the road.
Yeah, definitely. And it was like we're saying when we were talking about it before the event went live. The way I was thinking about it coming into today is that you now have a starter before your main course. And then we have
that's a good way of looking at it, yeah.
20 cars for the Historic. You see the battle between them, you see the commitment they have, and we get them, and then we get the main field, and tomorrow we get the added benefit. Makes its way through. Safety paramount, of course, and you have a good story to carry over from this morning about the work and effort put in on the opening stage by Kevin O'Riordan and all his team.
We understand that the stage was... Actually, this was a good example there of... This is one junction, and I think I counted at least 4 bales there. 2 bales on the outside, a bale on the inside to protect a telegraph pole. This happens all the way through, so this is an 8K stage. There's a lot of furniture has to go in to ensure the safety of spectators, the crews, and all that work was done, and then the storm hit, and the stage was completely blocked. It was all hands on deck. All the marshals, stage commander, gathered themselves together, got chainsaws, tractors, got help from farmers, got in, got everything cleared, and this is in the early hours of this morning, and got it all done, and the stage was only 4 minutes late starting. I think that's credit to the people involved in it, so fair play to them.
No, I totally agree, and of course Samdec, Sentinel Group Company, on board as one of the major sponsors as well. And of course you can see along the bottom bar, Paul Brown, Plant Hire and Machinery, Michelin, HAI Vision, Sherwood Engines, Samdec, Synergy, Pirelli and Euro M Sport. All partners of our coverage and of the Irish Tarmac Championship. The O'Connell Group sponsored Cork 20 International Rally, isn't very far away from being live on stage 5. And based on the start time list from earlier this morning, it should be Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver that we see. And we'll have about 15 other historic cars before we then move into the main field. Tight battle at the top in the main field between Marion Evans, Josh Moffat and Callum Devine. We're seeing how close they all are. 5.3 seconds separates the top 3 before there's a slight gap to James Ford and Neil Shanks, regular visitors here in Ireland from England, and they have been improving steadily over the last few events. Ryan Loughran, who Tony spoke to in service, Ryan explaining that he's more used to making notes for his Ford Escort, and the move up to R5 is a little bit different. There's not as much detail in his notes. It's something he's going to have to adapt and tweak, but he's shown very well in 5th with Johnny Gray and Niall Burns rounding out the top 6. Forecast for this afternoon is no rain, but windy, and the magical temperature number, Michael, I noticed, has crept up to 17.
As the guys were saying, I can't remember who it was, said it's making the tire choice easy. So I think it was Robert Barrable, and I thought, well, you were on too hard a tire this morning, but now it's the right tire to be on.
Yeah.
And he said, I'll just stick with what I had this morning. It's sort of going to come good. He's sort of scratching the head a wee bit. He thinks he's driving well. He just can't understand why the stage times aren't coming the way they have done previously. So maybe as it's drying out and there's a bit more predictability in the stages, he might be able to improve. I think this is interesting where the camera position is. It is literally at the flying finish. The flying finish is about 200 yards past our position. So when we see them here, we'll get a very good indication of their performance relative to the stage time. And then, of course, Angus Seeley of results at shannonsports.ie, the official results provider for this event, he should be able to get the times updated pretty quickly. It will only be a minute or so, and you'll see just how quickly they can be updated. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm just wondering with Robert Barrable, I mean, it's a Don Buckley car, but it's also used by Rory Young in Scotland, and Rory Young has used it on the Jim Clark and the Argyll stages.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, settings on cars are specific to drivers. And it's interesting to hear Robert say he's not entirely, I don't know where the time's going.
Yeah, but he says he feels comfortable.
Yeah, that's... You know, it is a bit of a conundrum. I mean, second overall in the Rally of the Lakes this year, and then in Clonakilty, Hotels West Cork Rally. So be interested to see how this afternoon pans out. 2 loops of 2 stages. Service in between, once again at Rathcormac, at the Mard in Rathcormac. And we will be going back to the effervescent Tony Kelly later on this afternoon before end of play after 8 stages. Somewhere around 5:30, 6:45 this evening. So here we go, and a wee bit of rearranging.
A bit of a dunt at the front of Duncan Williams' beautiful Mark II Escort. That's not going to take cut out.
A dunt in the front?
Yep.
Yeah. That sounds like...
and it can only have happened on this stage because we know the car was undamaged before. Well, I don't think he's lost a chunk of time, do you?
No, he hasn't lost a lot. Michael McDade, Declan Casey.
Overshooting that junction, just running a wee bit wide.
So through at 14:08, and the stage was live at 14:03. So a little over 5 minutes, I reckon, Michael, for stage time here.
The quick guys will do it in 4, I reckon. The R5 cars. And Tim Hoare from Michelin has just sent me a text to say a wise words has he had for us. Trevor Wilson's also got damage. He's damaged the front right hand corner and the door. The door looks like he's run into a chicane. Michelin's recommendation today, an M20 medium slick for all Michelin cars today on all stages.
Ray Breen, Damien Morrissey, sorry to jump into Super Legacy RS.
I think we're going to see a few changes here.
I think you're right. I think we definitely will. Ray Breen looks like he's had a bit of a stormer of a time, quite possibly.
Yep.
But as you said, Angus will have the results and stage times up really quickly for the historic category in stage 5. Now, should be Thomas Davies and Guy Roberts.
You're leading the category at the moment. Very nicely done.
Nicely done, yeah. And Di will be pushing them on. That's the one good thing about Di. He will push the driver on and give them confidence. Because sometimes I pick up anyway from in-car camera is when the co-driver pushes the driver on, it's almost as though the driver's mentally not driving to what he sees, which is why the co-driver pushes him on.
Yep.
You made the notes, believe in them, they're good.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver's time is in 4 minutes 30.2 seconds. Oh, nicely done.
Alan Treacy and Brian O'Keefe in the Ernest Kidney. We were talking about Ernest Kidney and the Permapost sponsorship back in the mid to late 80s. Early 80s possibly, 1981, 82.
Yep, 79, 80, 81 I would say.
Philip Rogers and Sean Jones, visitors from Wales.
Straight on. Oh dear. Martin Rossiter. And away it's going. A few seconds lost there, but he knew he wasn't getting around the corner, so the smart action, don't hit anything, just get her stopped on the straight bit of road. Pattern Grace Walsh. So a few times in. Yeah, Trevor Wilson's probably the one to suffer the most in there. Trevor lost about 15 seconds to rally leader Thomas Davies. Now we saw quite a lot of damage. Not quite a lot of damage. It was almost as if he'd hit a chicane or a bale on the door, but also clipped the front right hand corner. Another one showing damage, Duncan Williams, but it hasn't seemed to have adversely affected his stage time too much. He did a 4:30.2. So Thomas Davies extends his lead to 14.7 seconds over Michael McDade, who he was 3.6 seconds faster on the stage. Trevor Wilson stays third, and hopefully that's his dramas out of the way for the rest of the day. Ray Breen, definitely on the case. Zav picked up, he looked to be going really well, and he did. Second fastest historic time on a 4:23.2 or 0.3.
Alan Watkins and Owen McCarthy. Alan normally seen in an ex-Works Rothmans car that he owns But you were saying earlier on, Michael, about a lot of love for the historics running first. Patsy O'Shea, Nadine McSay from Kilkenny, Gerald Cahane, all saying, yeah, this is a really great way to do things. And just so that we know that David Farris is still stuck on the bridge in watching it live. Johnny McDade, Tony McGovern in the Group B, Talbot Samba. They, in their day, were a little pocket rocket.
They certainly were a pocket rocket, yep.
And I have vague memories of Robin Lyons campaigning one of them as well.
Yep. Was there a guy called Emlyn Wynne? Good road rally driver in the mid-80s.
He won one, yeah.
Boy, oh boy, he used to go hard in that.
Here's of the BMW M3 E30, Ian Davies, Mark Crisp.
Lovely looking car, isn't it?
Car seen in the hands previously, years gone by, Austin McHale, Bertie Fisher, Bernard Begwin, Billy Coleman, all purveyors of the Pro Drive M3s.
There's the time in for the Samba, 5:02.2. Alan Watkins, 4:58.0. Grant Shand, 4:41.8. Peter Walsh, 4:37.1. Alan Tracy, 4:34. All very close, all very nip and tuck. So that's the historic rally for stage 5. Now we have our compulsory break between the main rally and the historic rally.
35 seconds covers the top 5 after 5 stages. So whenever you bear in mind there's no power steering and it's all 5-speed and 4-speed boxes, it is very, very tight.
It is, I mean, and it's nice to see Ray going so well in Legacy. Throws a bit of a mix in there, but it justifies giving them a bit of priority when you can see sometimes when they're running at the back or spread out through the field, we don't get to see the battle developing.
Yeah.
It's the end of you have to wait till everybody's through before you can get the stage times and everything. So it's great to be able to focus on it, highlight it, and good to see them as well.
No,
because they're lovely bits of machinery.
Totally agree. I totally agree. And as people have said on Facebook and YouTube, I think it's very, very popular with viewers as well. And that, you know, like I was saying earlier, you get a rally of historics, then there's another rally of the main field, and like we said, then tomorrow there'll be a separate rally for the juniors. So you're getting 3 for the price of 1, really. Whereas if they're interspersed in the field, you tend to miss the relevant class action.
Yes.
So a good battle developing overall, as we said, with Marion Evans leading, but various battles down through the field there as well. For example, the likes of Frank Kelly now leading class 14, and
well, that was something that we briefly touched on before. On stage 4, we saw that Eddie Docherty had caught and passed one of the Citroens, I think, and we reckon he had been delayed, and he confirmed that for us in service. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a wee bit of adjustment comes in and he gets a stage interrupted time. But then again, he may not, because the stage wasn't actually interrupted, so they could very well say that's just the rough and tumble.
Yeah.
And suck it up, which you'll see him staging a bit of a fight back. There's a nice graphic up giving the leaderboard of the historic rally.
And of course, we have other battles developing out. RC4, for example, Johan Lloyd is leading RC4 as we get one of the safety cars through. 13.2 lead young Lloyd has over Cian Caldwell and Liam Egan. They are in turn 14.9 seconds ahead of Casey J. Coleman and Lorcan Moore, and Shane Quinn, Stephen Joyce in 4th. Chris Ford and Neil Coleman are in a class of their own in RC5. Dennis Moynihan and Martin O'Brien in the Fiesta are leading class 24. I'll give you a couple of others. Just to
I don't understand what that RC5 is.
Dara Reardon is leading class 20. Now, Dara was mentioned by Michael earlier this morning as going to be able to set some very competitive times, and he leads quite comprehensively over Hugh Jeffries and Averina Jeffries in the Group N10 and Preza, with Pius O'Connell and George Swanton in third, also in a Subaru. So plenty of battles down through the field, and plenty for us to keep an eye on as we now wait for the main field to begin on stage 5, which should be headed and led by Josh Moffat, running first in the road this morning, followed by Callum Devine, Marion Evans, Robert Barble and Johnny Greer. This looks like Richard Talbot in the top part. Championship back Mitsubishi Evo. I was saying this morning that Bones O'Connor was looking after the refuelling at Service Out in Cork, and I'm led to believe he's been moved now to stage 5 and 7 exit. He's been promoted by Kevin O'Riordan, clerk of the course. So he's getting out to see a wee bit of the country.
Of course, we've one of the introductions for this season, 2023 Irish Tarmac Championship, was the introduction for the main field homologated cars, where they have to compulsory refuel, and it's a control fuel, which is the first time. And there was a lot of fuss made before the start of the season. Nobody's saying a word about it now.
Yeah, but you get that. Yeah, whenever there's new legislation brought in, you know, there's pots and pans thrown out the window, and you know, delf's broken in the kitchen, and after it's been operating a couple of times, everyone's, yeah, it'll be all right. You know, so you know, people don't like change. Matthew Bartley's asking, is Marion Evans still leading? Yes, he is, but he's about to be going into stage 5 imminently, along with Josh Moffat and Callum Devine. So we will have Hyundai R5, a couple of Volkswagen Polo R5s, a couple of Citroen C3s, a couple of Ford Fiestas. They'll all be coming our way in the next few minutes. Time's now 21 minutes past 2, and it was about 20 minutes after the original start time that we begin to see the main field through on the stage.
Of course, this is one of the shorter stages of the rally, just over 8 kilometres. I expect the Marion Evans, Josh Moffat, Callum Devine to be just eclipsing the 4-minute mark. That would be a prediction for these cars. Averaging about 78 miles an hour on this stage, even with all the junctions. And this is a fast stage, though, Zav, I must say. I know we're at a slow junction, but it's lots of high-speed stuff in this stage.
It looks, looking at the map, it looks really fast, I have to be honest. But 8 kilometres, 5 miles, so it's, you know, as Callum Devine said earlier, you don't want to be sort of slow off the blocks or slow out of the start line, if you like, and lose time on a short stage. You have to be on top of your game every time you go to a start line, which I thought was interesting. But as you were saying, that most of the drivers do prefer the longer stages. And we were just having a chat before we came back on live, and I was saying that, you know, total stage mileage here this weekend is 138 mile or 221 kilometres. And it was announced during the week that the last stage of the Roger Albert Clark will be somewhere near 40 miles, 40 stage mile for one stage.
Yeah, we were having a chat about this in the break. And
40 miles, like that is you know, that's...
Well, I remember doing an RAC rally when it was the RAC rally. And we had a 40-mile stage in Dalby one year.
Yeah, I can well, but I mean, I love going back through all the old maps and all the old times. You know, you see Henry Mickle's time in the 1981 RAC, and his stage time is something like 41 hours, 22 minutes, 36 seconds. 41 hours flat out.
They were winning by
tens of minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched. I don't know why I haven't watched it before, but this documentary on Sky at the moment about Michel Mouton and having a problem on a rally where she was leading by 13 minutes.
I mean, we say that, and if you go back to the 1983 Cork rally, you know, Austin McHale won that, but only by 1 minute and 12 seconds from Richie Healy and Vincent Meade, which is, you know, 3 hours, 5 minutes, 8 seconds was their total stage time.
Billy Coleman was second in the Porsche, or did he win?
He was second. That's 1985. I mean, McHale won in a total time.
Okay.
Josh Moffat interview. He checked the clock on his way out. Nicely done.
Passing the flying finish board at 20 seconds.
So up next should be Callum Devine. And he looks like he's made time. Nine seconds.
9 seconds faster on 8 kilometres. Doesn't seem right, does it?
No.
We're questioning it ourselves, but that's
But
what
you
the
never
clock
know.
says. Now, one of the things I was going to throw in, we saw a couple of the historic cars suffering damage. One of them,
here we go,
being
Marion.
Trevor Wilson.
Marion looks like he's on it a lot, I think, time-wise.
He's up again. He's a second faster than
Josh.
No, Callum, who and 10 seconds faster than Josh.
Just to finish off quickly, where we were in 1985 was won by Austin McHale, Christy Farr, Billy Coleman was second in the Porsche, Kenny McKinstry and Mark Crowe third in the Escort.
What about the year after? Was it Billy won the following year and there was controversy about it? '85 was the year of controversy. Andrew Bush remembers it as well. So that seemed a bit more respectable for Robert.
Callum Devine, 3:54 dead.
Yep.
Josh Moffat, 4:03.1. So 9.1 seconds quicker. You were right. He was.
Slow.
10.
Yep, 10 seconds.
Yeah.
One of the things that I wanted, a technical thing about this stage, which I think reflects the high-speed nature of the stage.
Marion Evans, 3:52.9. So he was in turn 1.1 seconds quicker than Callum, which gives him a lead now of 7.3 seconds.
Wow. And Callum's jumped to second.
Yeah.
Josh has dropped to third. He'll stay there. There's nobody going. These guys were far enough ahead. No, what I was going to say, Sav, is for an 8 kilometre stage, I think there's 5 chicanes.
Not bad.
No, it's not good. It's not great.
Well, I have seen worse.
Yeah, but there's still 5 chicanes in this wee short stage. And this is a bit of a longer delay than there should be. We should have had
Johnny Greer
up next.
Yes, Bushy in that year of the controversy. Bushy was on the very last hedge before the gate at the flying finish. He still has the primroses at home. He picked up that day.
I'm laughing. So apparently we have a small delay, but the stage is back up and running. So hopefully Johnny will be the next person.
Well, hopefully that's all that is. I mean, we don't have our normal plethora of tools at our disposal. So
it's unusual for the stage to get started and then have a delay without involving a competitor.
yeah, but no issues that we're aware of, which is good. But 11.1 seconds now covering first, second and third. Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson lead by 7.3 seconds from Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan. We've taken time back out of Josh and moved back into second place. Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes in the Hyundai R5 have slotted now back into third, 3.8 seconds behind Callum Devine, as we see Johnny Greer and Niall Burns.
Johnny stopping the clocks there on 42 or 43, so expect him to slot in behind Josh, I think, with that time.
Yep, Johnny, whose first event was the 2005 McGrady Insurance Down Rally with the legendary Stephen Macaulay calling the notes. As we see that look like David Guest and Jonathan McGrath.
They're having a great local battle. Him and Owen Murphy go back a long way.
If I remember rightly, there was a great battle between them last year as well.
Yep.
Really good ding-dong all the way to the finish. Yeah, Robert Barrable's time's in now. 4 minutes, 0.8 of a second. Johnny Greer, quite a slow time there, 4:27.2.
Oh, that is slow.
There's Cronin. We've got Mark Dolphin and Eugene Cronin. Mark Dolphin and Eugene
No,
Cronin.
stop Mark Dolphin now. Johnny will be disappointed at that.
He
I
will.
wonder, did he get involved in an issue or anything, or was that maybe going to be adjusted?
Owen Murphy and Anthony Nestor through there.
I think that was quite a good time.
Yep. Irish Forest champion back in 2014, running on Pirelli tyres. The next Johnny Greer and Cal McCarthy C3 car.
Speak of the devil. Cal McCarthy.
Yeah. And Harry Calman.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think he has a bit of damage on the car. The rear boot spoiler was damaged, so
yeah,
whatever's happened there.
It's a little bit screw-off, as they say. Keith Lyons. Nope. That was James Ford and Neil Shanks in the C3. So we should have up next Keith Lyons and JJ Kremen, their first event in the newly acquired VW Polo R5.
There's another one, streaming tape. Jason McSweeney and Liam Brennan, they've obviously been up on Escape Road somewhere. There'll be a few stories to tell at the end of this.
So crews now, leading crews now making their way towards special stage 6 at Inch, running at 17.38 kilometres. That's due off in about 2 minutes, but that would be due off with the leading historic runners. Some of the things I've noticed from the Sportity app during the week is the excellent way the organisers have managed to accommodate sort of not emergencies but urgent things on the stage, changing recce times just to allow the residents to carry on the business. Wonderful organisation by Kevin Reardon and his team. It's Keith Lyons, JJ Kremen, and Keith getting to grips with this new R5 as we see Eddie Doherty and Tom Murphy out over the flying finish.
And you made a reference to Owen Murphy using Pirelli tyres. I think that was historic, Sav, wasn't it? Owen's, I'm pretty sure, on Michelin's this weekend. That was back when he was doing the Forestry Championship.
Frank's certainly motoring on there.
Yep. Irrepressible. So there's the revised top 10 after stage 5. We've had a switch around. Great time from Callum Devine. Not such a good time from Josh Moffat. He dropped back to 3rd, but a very good time from Ryan Loughlin, who's really starting to find his feet. 3rd fastest overall on a 3:54.4. Cal McCarthy creeping in under the 4 minutes, a 3:59.8. Keith Lyons, not so good, 4:28.8. And Eddie Docherty, whom we know got delayed a little bit on stage 4 and is having discussions with the organisers about maybe having an adjusted stage time for stage 4, which could very easily put him back into the lead of the 2-wheel drives. So Mark Dolphin, nice, neat, tidy, no time lost. Class 13 leader, Cian Walsh, Dylan Doonan. We knew Ollie Benton had a couple of issues earlier on. He is making an impressive fight back up the leaderboard though.
Kyle Diffin.
Just saying how well he's doing, and he overshoots the junction.
I don't know saying. No, he has. We've watched him all year, and he's been, his speed has picked up, consistency's there, so I'm sure he's been quite satisfied with his trips over here to go rallying. J. Coleman, Lorcan Moore in the Ford Fiesta, RC4. Yeah, he's going to have to turn the wick up a little bit to try and catch Ewan Lloyd as he comes into view. R4. Leading class RC4.
Yep, having a very strong drive.
Yep.
So Frank Kelly did a 4:03.9 and Eddie Docherty did a 4:05.3. So maybe Eddie's going to struggle to reel Frank in.
Cian Caldwell, Liam Egan through there. Just looking at Johnny Greer's time again, I mean, he was 25 seconds behind, slower than Frank Kelly. So a spin or overshoot. I mean, even with that overshoot there, Ollie Benton still knocked in a 4 minutes, 20 seconds dead. Shane Quinn, Stephen Joyce.
Yeah, we understand the reason Josh lost so much time. He had an enormous high-speed spin, ended up going down the road backwards in fourth gear.
Fair play to him.
So, yep.
And now is Aaron Brown, Gary Long in the Honda Civic. And the thing I love about that car is you can actually hear it before you see it. A little screamer, very similar sound to an S2000, where you just keep the revs up.
Yep.
Nicely handbrake just at the junction there at the house. Again, you can see onboard sponsors, Samdeck, Synergy. Interview now comes. Switch today, Escort. Fergal McGuigan, Michael Morn. Class 13. Carl John, or John Carroll by the looks of it, says his favourite is the Historicals. Good to see them running first. Mickey Conlon, Mickey Blinds, an interview now.
No, he had his wipers on there. Or was he just washing his screen? Looks like a good enough day to me, doesn't it?
I wouldn't. Maybe he's got big hands and just hit the wiper switch.
Close enough.
It was. There was a lot of.
In the RC4s, Ewan Lloyd fastest again on a 4:15.9. Kane Caldwell 4:21.9. Casey J. Coleman 4:22.0.
Now Fitzpatrick, Matthew Reid in the very nice looking Mark 1. Seeing an Escort in yellow colours sort of brings back memories for me of Winston Henry when he had the
Yep.
And BIB 8888.
Very good. I was going to say what was the reg, but Andrew Bush would have told me what it was anyway.
Yeah, Person Internationals and Karen Carter Smantlers. Interview now. Brian Bolger, Martin Byrne, Mark 2, Mark 5. Lovely looking car, nice looking livery that.
Yep.
Very catching.
That's the official fuel supplier for the Tarmac Championship. Panda Fuels, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mark 2 springs into view. Stephen Davies and Mark Mays, class 14. We're going to stay here and get a few more of the cars that are further down the field. As we look at Thomas O'Rourke and Ciara Griffin in the Mitsubishi Evo 9.
Well executed, but just didn't get away from the junction as well as. Kieran reports from the competitors that there's lots of skid marks and overshoots and in here.
I think we're going to be heading over to stage 6 shortly.
Okay.
But coming into view now, Mark 2 Escort, Mac Walsh, Damien Sheridan, Class 13 Escort, and here we are on stage 6. Live pictures now from stage 6.
Looks a bit slippy.
Slippy maybe. Lovely. Loads of tank tape.
Yep.
On the front left wing. I'm guessing our location at stage 6 is the same cameraman we had at stage 2 and 4. Michael McDade and Declan Casey having a good run. It doesn't look like we'll see Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan from earlier on this morning. Having gone off in stage 2.
Just looking at the damage on these historic cars, that last stage 5 really took its toll on a couple of them. It could be.
I think it is. I might be wrong, but I think it is.
Green and the Dummy Legacy.
He had to roar that through the walls.
He's
That's
not
lovely.
messing about,
no,
is
he's
he?
not hanging around at all. Oh. You obviously heard me whispering to you. Well, for those of you who are more eagle-eyed than I am, if you look at the gentleman wearing the blue tank top and sort of leaning on a walking stick, that is the one and only Cathal Curley. Dad of Connor, who we saw out on the last event we covered live, and Connor, of course, a sublime pilot behind the wheel. But that, ladies and gentlemen, standing in the gateway of that farmyard, if the cameraman can zoom to the left a bit, is the one and only Cathal Curley of the checkered flag, Lancia Stratos BMW 2002.
Porsche 911 RS.
Yep. And by the way, he's looking at the camera. I have a sneaking suspicion he's listening to us. And if you are, Cathal, give us a wave. Nice to see you out.
Well done, Cathal.
Lovely to have you with us. That has made my day. Here, car coming in the background. There we go. See how it is. Martin Rossiter and Ian Davies, by the looks of it, through there. Grace Walsh. And the Escort Mark 1. Next up we should have Grant Shand and Rossa Shand in the Rally Extreme Escort. through. Yep, looks well. Alan Watkins, Owen McCarthy. Alan, who also owns, I think it's DKP 191T as well, the ex-Rothmans car. Owned for a long time by a gentleman on the south coast of England before Alan bought it in the years when Rally Sunseeker was still going.
And the Pocket Rocket Samba.
Jenny McDaden, Tony McGovern, who Tony caught up with in service. There was a lot of people she caught up with. She did very well. She got round a lot of crews, which is good.
And we know that there's only one more historic to come. That's the BMW, the lovely BMW. Ian Davies and Mark Crisp.
Saw Bertie Fisher and Austin McHale pilot one of them, and of course the Bastos cars on the Isle of Man, run by ProDrive out of their older factory at Banbury. They've since moved to a brand new purpose-built headquarters that encompasses all their car development, and work for Aston Martin and many other manufacturers, and of course their own Rally Raid program.
Yeah, this is their new thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Dave Lapworth and Paul Howarth all still heavily involved, names that would be very familiar to Irish rally fans. When the ProDrive ran a lot of WRCs in Ireland, you would have seen Paul Howarth and Dave Lapworth here on a regular basis. But they are still very much heavily involved with ProDrive. So we're going to have a few minutes now after these historic cars have run through, and we'll then take our chance and come to the main field, where Marion Evans still leads the event with a great time on stage 5.
out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
So welcome back. We're just in the interlude between the historic rally and the main field and waiting for the 0 cars to come through, and then we will be straight back into the action.
Good. Yeah, good. Just right in the middle of it here. Yeah, we're live. No worries, but everything's taking good.
Are we live? Yep, so we've got a few stage times in from a couple of the historics, and they're setting themselves into a bit of a rhythm now. I think it's interesting that Michael McDaid was fastest on stage 6 on a 9:56.6, closely followed by Thomas Davies on a 10:00.7, and interestingly, Alan Tracy had a nice time, third fastest on a 10:01.2. Philip Rogers a 10:07.2, Ray Breen 10:06.4. So the top 5 are as follows. Thomas Davies is leading with Di Roberts by 10.6 seconds from Michael McDaid and Declan Casey. Trevor Wilson, after damaging his lovely Mark II Escort, is in third, 35.8 seconds off the lead. 25 seconds behind Michael McDaid. Ray Breen 4th. Duncan Williams happy enough in 5th, thinking about the Tarmac Championship historic section. Martin Rossiter 6th. Philip Rogers is 7th, and Alan Tracy is 8th.
And the good news is, I nipped out under the covert business of the adverts we had, and I thought our producer was on honeymoon, and we mentioned earlier on that he recently got married to his long-term partner Laura, and we joked that he may be in trouble if he got anything to do with the rally this weekend, but he has been in touch and enjoying the coverage, lying on his sun lounger with a nice cold beer.
But evidently he's not.
No, he's keeping a finger, at least one finger in the pie, which is good. Perhaps George Moffat now through.
Yep. And that was on 23 seconds, I think, when he flashed out a shot.
Struggling to get stopped there,
Yep.
down into the left and quick right-hander.
And I think he's dropped a few seconds to Josh on that one.
17.38 kilometres the length of the stage, so
big challenge.
Shade over 10 miles.
Yep.
And by the sound of it, Marion Evans may well be on a great time. I can hear him in the background. One of the things I love about doing this job is you can actually hear through the camera microphones. Yeah, Marion,
Yep.
very quick, neat and tidy. Goodness me, them Mayo jerseys get everywhere. I was gonna send a message to Tony not to mention Dublin to any Kerry fans in the service area. Robert Barrable through. Robert, who dropped time this morning with not the best hard choices in the world, dropped quite a bit of time to the leaders, but quite looking forward to this afternoon's loop of 4 stages when he was talking to Tony in service in the Mart in Rathcormac. Johnny and
nice and neat and tidy.
Yep, Johnny, who lost the guts of half a minute on the previous stage, not sure why yet, which dropped him back in the order. We know there was a slight delay on the stage anyway, a few minutes, which we were able to find out from the organisers, thankfully, just to be able to keep you updated.
So, Ryan?
I'm going to be interested to see Ryan's time on this longer stage.
This could suit him very well,
yeah.
you know.
Sounds like a lot of rain, doesn't it?
Yep. Yeah.
I hope I've closed the window in the car.
Paul Murphy. Anthony Nestor. We know Cal McCarthy had a spin on the previous stage, damaged the rear spoiler. Be a while yet before we get any times in. We're quite a short distance into the stage.
James Ford, Neil Shanks, been very consistent all morning.
Yep.
Regular visitors from across the water.
I think this is the best rally he's had in a long time.
Yeah, they thoroughly enjoy the rallying here. they really do get an awful lot out of it. As I say, this stage 17 odd kilometres as we look at Jason McSweeney and Liam Brennan make their way through. There's a shade over 10 miles.
Late change of car for McSweeney. Let's go to Fabia. Keith Lyons.
And the heavens have opened where we are.
Yep. That's very interesting. It's in the public domain. We're just being given a bit of information on the first of the modifieds through that there was a bit of interference at the start of the stage on the previous stage where Johnny Greer. There's timing beams and things, so
if a spectator's broken it,
yes, it could give a false reading.
Yeah,
you know.
so it could well be that Johnny's time will be adjusted then, because there's over 8 kilometres, he's not 30 seconds slower. So if that's, as you say, in the public domain and they know about it, that can be done.
Yep. Well, if people are putting it on Facebook and stuff like that, it's in the public domain, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, at least it kind of explains,
yes,
possibly what was behind it. We're doing the best we can this weekend with what we have at our disposal in terms of updates and times.
Frank
Kelly.
Going the long way around. What?
That's not the first time he's done that.
Go for it, Frank.
What I mean by that is we've seen a couple of times today where he's kind of overshot. I think just he had too much speed coming around that the bend we're looking at just to get slowed down. So the easiest way was just to let it scrub more speed into the left-hander, as he would see it.
Yes. Darrow Reardon through.
Yeah.
Darrow's having a nice, strong rally.
So Josh has a 8:47.4 in for stage 6. That means we should have more time starting to come through. Like Michael said, we're very early on in the stage here where our coverage is from. Nicely done. So Marion Evans has extended his lead ever so slightly. Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson, as we see Mark Dolphin, 27 make their way through. Marion Evans, Jonathan Jackson, 8:46.7. Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan, 8:50.6. Josh Moffat, Andy Hayes, 8:47.4. And Robert Barrable, Gordy Noble, 9:06.7, which means that we have Marion Evans leading by 11.2 seconds. But it is, as we watch
Cian
Walsh make their way through. 0.6 of a second then between Callum Devine and Josh in third. So quickest time on the stage 6 was Marion Evans, second quickest Josh, and Callum Devine third quickest. We were talking at lunch there, heading into stages 5 and 6 as we see.
That's Ollie Benton, isn't it?
Yep. What way they were going to approach this afternoon, and I'd kind of said I felt if Marion Evans gets in and nails it, he's going to be much more content. And with the way that they're so competitive, Marion Evans, Callum Devine, Josh, Marion will be the much more content driver, I would have thought, heading back to service now at Rathcormac.
Absolutely, but this is
It's
a
close,
long rally,
yeah.
and you know, there's a long way to go yet. Ryan Loughran in, nice time, 9:03.4, slots him into 4th. Johnny Greer, 9:00.1, stays 5th. I think Robert Barrable, well, the guys, the 3 guys at the front, Sav, are just doing what they always do. They're just starting to break away now. And there's sort of 2 rallies developing here in the top 10.
There is, but even with it again, it's, you know, there's a nice battle now between Johnny Greer and Ryan Loughran. You know, and should Ryan hold on to his position and one of the top 3 drop out, that gives Ryan Loughran a podium place.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he'll be pushing for that as hard as he can. As I'm sure will, you know, Robert Barrable and Gordy Noble in the Michael Barrable Motors Citroen C3 Rally 2 that's run by Don Buckley. Don Buckley up in Kelso. A very, very busy team of people operating out of there.
Kane Caldwell in the RC4.
So quick look at the historic leaderboard there. Thomas Davies and Di Roberts leading by 10.6 seconds over Michael McDade and Declan Casey in second. Trevor Wilson, Paul Mulholland in third. Ray Breen fourth with Damien Morrissey, and Duncan Williams, Guy Weaver rounding out the top 5. And a long way to go in that battle. Car number 37, Shane Quinn and Stephen Joyce in the RC4 Ford Fiesta. Brown and Derry Long in the Honda Civic.
Class 11F car, 1600 front wheel drive. Fergal McGuigan and Michael Moran in their Class 13 Escort.
So leading crews now making their way towards Rathcormac where they're due in. 3.
Mickey Conlon safely through.
Due in at 3:30, so there's a bit of a distance. As Michael was saying, the 2 stages run twice this afternoon, quite a way out from where the rally service is. Bit of a longer road section.
Yeah, I was looking at our map, and where Crew B was on stage 5, the previous junction with the hairpin, County Waterford border.
Right on the hedge?
Yeah.
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 So Brown and Derry Long. You were asking, I think, on the last stage about Mickey Conlon and the wiper going. I don't think there was much rain.
No.
couple of questions from Paul McCarthy. The stage you're asking about was stage 5, and leading the historics is Thomas Davies and Di Roberts. They lead by 10.6 seconds over Michael McDade and Declan Casey.
And there's an updated leaderboard for anybody. Marion Evans leading from Callum Devine, Josh Moffat third, James Ford fourth. I mixed this guy up. It's Panda Waste Recycling as opposed to Panda Fuels. Panda Fuels, isn't it? And Panda Waste Recycling. Two separate things.
Yeah. And we were talking earlier on, funnily enough, about escorts. As Stephen Davies and Mark Mays throw the escort round.
That was pretty good.
And Marion's dad Melvin debuted a brand newly built historic Mark II in Epping last weekend.
Yes, I read about that.
And
yep.
you see any of the photos?
No.
Amazing. You want to see it. It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Terrific. Historics in the Tour of Epping, I think it was won by Jason Pritchard, who my birdies tell me is very strongly in the frame for a Rally 2 Yaris.
He is a Toyota dealer, isn't he?
Yeah, North Road Garage, NRG, yep. So, Thomas O'Rourke, Ciara Griffin through there. Mac Walsh, Damien Sheridan in the Class 13 Escort.
Another team having a good rally.
Okay. Is that us?
I think so, yeah.
So at this stage we're not even a quarter of the way into the stage. A shade over 17 kilometres, a little bit over 10 miles, so we're only about just over 2 miles into the stage. Hence the kind of time that we're taking to bring you updated results.
Tom Randalls, who Tony had a word with in the service area, and I've known Tom a long time. He's rallied lots of different cars, very distinctive, always carried the Dynarod sponsorship. I believe Frank Kelly's at the end of the stage, and he's basically said, I lost the plot myself. I started thinking for myself and I wasn't listening. I turned left instead of right.
Chris Ford, Neil Coleman through there in their RC5, Citroen C3 Rally 2. That's not the we've seen Frank go left instead of right already earlier on today. Shane Dillon, Thomas Ryan in the Class 11F Honda Civic. Deceptively quick, some of those little Hondas.
Bottom end of the top 10, bit of a Cork battle going on here between Cal McCarthy, David Guest, Owen Murphy and Jason McSweeney. Frank Kelly's time's not in yet. Eddie Doherty, we know, might get an adjusted time later on today. He did a 9:25.8. With Frank turning left instead of right, didn't cost him that much time, Zav, but it cost him 3 or 4 seconds.
Oh, it did easily, yeah. John Joe Williams and Rosaline Kelly through there in their Class 13 Escort. As we cut back now to Paul Casey and Jonathan Keneally, also in an Escort.
And I'm just saying about a bit of a Cork battle going on in the top 10. We've mentioned a few of these people earlier on. Some of the local club members starting to come into view. Obviously, Hugh Jeffries in his Subaru, but we have John Quill, Ger Seaman, Noel McCarthy, all local people, great supporters, and Paul Casey as well. We've just seen another prominent Cork Motor Club member. John Quill getting a fair bit of understeer there on his little Saxo.
So we're getting now towards the end of the main field. And of course, don't forget we have the juniors join us tomorrow. We'll cover them as well. As we see Michael Kern and Ben Taggart in their Class 14 Mark II make their way through. Temperature holding a steady 17 degrees. On the 2023 O'Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally. Some terrific battles going on in every aspect of the entry field. Car number 57, which is Kenny O'Brien and Gary Lombard. Pardon me. Another one that comes into view. '64 there, CJ O'Sullivan and Owen Doherty, Class 11F. On the Civic, we're going to be heading to service fairly shortly as car number 66 makes their way through. Paomani and Shauna O'Mahony in the Class 22 Ford Fiesta. But we'll be heading to service where Tony will be able to catch up with the leading crews.
Yumi Burke and Emil McNamara. We're missing a few people here, Zav. Do you think?
I think we are.
Ger Seaman was due through.
There's Ger now.
Yep.
So Ger Seaman.
Say we've only got 4 or 5 more cars to go.
I would think that'll be about it. And then
pardon me.
Car number 74, which is Sam Leach and Barry Attridge in the Opel Corsa Class 10 car. So crews making their way into service like we said. This time round they have 30 minutes service time before they start to make their way out from Rathcormac back towards Curraglass and for the penultimate stage of today. And they're due at Curraglass at just after 20 to 5. As we were saying earlier, quite a fair run out from service in Cork.
Rathcormac.
In Rathcormac, yeah.
Yeah.
As they sort of make their way back up towards Mallow and come in the main road back in towards Cork that way on the ring road. So, pretty compact group of stages today.
Yeah, it's quite a big loop, this.
Yeah.
2 stages. And as I say, they go so far east that they're on the Waterford border. So I'm just looking 13. 1. Yeah, it's nearly a 2-hour loop.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear a car in the background. Good stuff, good stuff.
Getting a bit spread out. Ford Fiesta Mark 1. I said Amy, I thought it was Amy Burke earlier on. That was Amy Burke.
So it was Hazel O'Callaghan and Sinead Canny at number 82 in the Mark II Escort. Sinead, who's been out in Singapore for a number of years working the family. So we're going to head to service, catch up with Tony and see what she makes. When she makes her way around, has a chat with the leading historic crews. And then, of course, the likes of Marion Evans, Callum Devine, Josh Moffat, James Ford, Ryan Loughran, who are all on their way to service. So we'll head to service.
And welcome back. We're here in service again and we are with the Historics again. So what we're going to do now is chat to Michael McDade again. It's just such an interesting morning to be chatting to the Historics first, and again an interesting afternoon to be chatting to the Historics first. It's absolutely incredible to see you back here in service. How's everything going for you now? Still happy out in times?
Real good run there that second. Them 2 really fantastic stages, like. And we're getting into the groove again, which helps, like. So when you're going well, it feels good and everything's good, like.
And when you're going well and kind of everything feels good in the car, it kind of almost makes it easier to go even faster after that.
Aye, it is, aye. Well, I suppose, look, you can still brake too late and get caught out, like, but you have to keep trying. So we'll keep pushing. We took a few seconds, I think 4 seconds off Davies that last thing, so, but there's still 10 or 12, but look, it's a whole day and a half, like.
Well, this is it.
We both have to finish.
Exactly right, like, and I mean, there's a long weekend of it yet.
And the Historics, things tend to break. So let's hope we just, fingers crossed, we get to the end.
And any of those 2 stages you enjoyed in the end up, Michael?
That's the last one. It's class, loved it.
And the car felt great.
I still can't tell you the name of it. I don't know.
I don't think that matters when you're in there, does it?
No, you just remember from doing the Raggy.
So you'll be delighted to get back out there and head straight for there again?
I'll be delighted to finish tonight and get something to eat, you know, when the car's in one piece, that's what it'll be. So well, thank you.
And then it'll be the same thing for tomorrow?
Yeah, the Mara stages are good as well, they're fast. It's giving rain tomorrow morning, so don't know what way it's going to be like. Tyre choice is going to be important tomorrow.
And are you kind of constantly pushing for, well, everybody's obviously pushing for the best times, but to try and get the win, is that what's most important to you here?
No, I'll be honest, we're just going out to one day at a time and try and enjoy it. Yeah. And there's no point in going mad, like. You know, we have a family at home and you have to make sure it's all good, like.
You get back and rest on a Monday with them?
Yes, it's very important, like, yeah.
Good man. Well, we let you have your lunch in peace. Thank you very much, Michael. So that's car number 203, and again, just having an excellent weekend of it, you know. And it's so lovely to hear people talking about enjoying the weekend and kind of not pushing too hard, and like the lead not being the most important thing in the world. It's so important, but at the same time, like, having fun and enjoying the whole thing is very important as well. So we have car number 204 here as well. right beside each other, and they're right beside each other on the leaderboard. Sorry folks, I'm chasing Trevor here to see if we can get a quick word. There's a wee bit of damage to the passenger window. Trevor, a wee bit of work going on here.
Aye, chicanes are don't give much away now. No, Duncan hit the chicane on the first stage out that time. Then Michael, he hit it. And then the bale was just in the middle of the road and we just knew where to go. It was the last bale in the chicane and we were committed, and we hit the bale and it just bounced us straight into the tree on the other side. So it knocked the steering out of the line, knocked my wrist out of the line, but we're fine.
You're fine, and not too much damage done to the times either.
We lost about 20 seconds over that loop, so in fairness we're still third, so we're lucky.
Yeah.
We're lucky.
And I'm laughing all weekend about how yourself and Michael are parked right beside each other, because you're right beside each other in the leaderboard, but it's all just chopping and changing here, isn't it? Typical rallying.
It's typical rallying. Michael now, he did open it up there in that last stage now for Balsam, and he went very hard there, so it's it's a long way to go.
And do you have a big job to try and fix this, or is it kind of just more aesthetic?
It's all really superficial, no big deal. We're lined the steering there again, everything's fine, so the rest of it's routine.
So you're ready to rock for the next loop?
I hope so.
Trevor, did you enjoy any of them particularly more than the other?
I actually was enjoying the stage that they hit the chicane on. It was going really, really well, so it wasn't that fussed on the last one, but look at the steering was out of line and we were just watching ourselves, to be honest. So.
And do you find now that you kind of, because you were enjoying it the last time, you can head for it and still enjoy it this time, or would you be iffy now because there was a moment the last time?
No, I'll be happy enough, because at the end of the day it wasn't really our fault, so as long as that's up there, it'll be fine.
It helps you relax into it a wee bit more.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good
No,
man,
it'll
Trevor.
be good.
Thank you very much for talking to us, and we'll let you get back to it and get that last wee bit of rest and kind of a wee moment to regroup after having a moment, I suppose. And again, just one of those things where it's very much rallying, isn't it? These chicanes are there to try and help us and keep us safe, and what can you do when they're moved about sometimes? You know, it's all part of rallying, but again, the quick instincts and reactions of rally drivers is probably the biggest skill, really. We see Ian Davies here is just getting his car, Thomas Davies, getting his car looked at, and he's just on the phone, so we'll give him a wee second to get a wee conversation with whoever he's on to, and we can kind of keep an eye on what they're doing in the car here. And as you can see, the work never stops for these guys, making sure everything's getting a good check over in service, and tyres as usual, a big focus. Not particularly tricky decisions this weekend, thank God, but again, you still need to make sure that you're getting the most out of the tyre, because it is vital. Di Roberts having a good conversation with Dave Moynihan there. So I'm keeping a wee eye on Thomas to see if we can get his perspective on the last loop there. We'll let Thomas have a wee moment there and see if we can scoot up here and grab a word with anybody else. We're going to try and get a quick word.
Yeah,
How's everything going for you this weekend?
It was going all right until last stage, but yeah, we put the wrong tyres on the rear, I think, and the car was everywhere, so we get it straightened up now and have another go.
A wee bit annoying whenever that happens, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of them, but yeah, we won't cry about it, we'll just crack on.
Well, it's all part of rallying too, isn't it? And it's pushing.
Yeah,
we're always trying to push.
Now, so it's you can have a few more bumps now.
You're not as kind of worried about it after this. That's the big one over now.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it'll be fine now. We'll get it back together and have another go.
And are you looking forward to these next two now that you're kind of feeling a wee bit more confident?
Yeah, we know it is now. We put the right tyres on the back and it'll be fine.
And the car was feeling good before that, yeah?
Yeah, before it was, but we changed hard tyres on the back for that stage. And for those two loops we just done then, it didn't handle very nice at all. It was all over the road. So we changed tyres now, get it back together and see how we get on.
Any of the two of them that you're looking forward to in particular? Very different with the length.
The first one I think is the better stage. The second one was really slippy and quite technical there. So yeah.
Plenty of fun in the Mark II?
Yeah. Second time in Ireland, so make the most of it.
And I mean, at the end of the day, everybody loves Irish roads, but they still take a wee moment to get used to.
Yeah, it's a bit different to like single venue stuff. So yeah,
You know you're here anyway.
Yeah. Put a stamp on it now.
Good man, thank you very much. So we'll see now. Yeah, we're ready to rock with Thomas. Thomas, we saw you with the Red Bull earlier.
Yeah.
Getting re-energised for this last wee loop.
Yeah, it's hard work, this is.
It seems to be. Everybody's working very, very hard this weekend.
Everyone's going too quick for me.
Well, you're still not doing a bad job now, I have to say.
Only just as tight. I think there's 2 or 3 of us again, and just a couple of seconds in it.
It's crazy the speed that's there, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just close. It is, which is good in one way, nice, and rather than just having big gaps between people. But yeah, good.
You're happy enough with everything?
I think so. Yeah.
Any of the stages in particular you enjoyed there?
The first one after service, that was pretty good because it was a bit shorter, so it wasn't so much hard work.
Yes. And do you find now this evening that you're able to kind of just back out, do the same thing, don't focus on anything too hectic, and just take it each stage as it comes?
Just taking each stage as it comes. Yeah.
Good on you. It's working so far.
Hopefully carry on.
Thank you very much, Thomas. So we're going to head across here now and see if we can get a quick word with Callum. And then we'll make our way back down through another few of the historics. Marion Evans is just after coming in there now. I'm sure you can hear him in the background. So we'll see if we can get a quick word with Callum, if we can find him. Scrutineers in, doing their work. As usual, always keeping an eye on everybody's cars and the safety. Are you sure? Callum, if you're enjoying your lunch, you can stay in.
I haven't made it yet. That's how bad it's got.
Well, that's a humble man, going in making his own lunch.
I know. How many men like that nowadays?
Not at all. Callum, you're more relaxed looking now. You went out and sort of made yourself more comfortable there.
I made myself a wee bit more comfortable sort of driving, but it definitely wasn't the fastest way right enough there. So it wasn't, but no, look, hey, we're pushing on rightly. We're dropped another wee bit of seconds to the boys, but just adding up. But
but it's like the times are so tight there today, like.
Exactly. Like, I think we dropped 4 seconds over them 2 stages, and then I think it's 11, But look, we're not too bad. We're not in a bad position anyway. The 2 boys are going hard, fair play to them. So we'll just try and get out now and see if we can get a bit closer to them. Minimise the gap, but.
What about the car on that stage? Did you feel, was everything set up properly for it? You felt good and comfortable?
Yeah, we did. We made a couple of changes there last service to make it a wee bit more racier, Definitely helped, but starting to spit there now, so you just don't know, so.
I literally was just saying it there to somebody. I don't know if I said it on air or not, but the weekend has been so easy. Well, I'm saying the day so far with tyre choices, but this literally now is possibly going to change it all.
Yeah, exactly. Like this morning, it was, very, very slippery, sort of Galway conditions. Now it's you're bone dry, but look, the rain could come again, and we just have to hopefully make the right decision, and we're on the right step forward.
And there's obviously not a wild lot of difference there between Josh and the difference in the times or whatever. Does that kind of rev you up now to kind of keep her lit, or does that kind of panic you a wee bit that you're so close?
Look, it does. I've been trying to rev her up those last 2 stages, so I have to be honest. They're just going a wee bit, they must be revving a bit more, but no, look, hey, it's good racing. It keeps us sharp, and it keeps her head on the race, all the time, when you're looking for time all the time. So yeah, we should be happy enough where we are, as long as we keep going, for the championship and everything, so happy enough.
I spoke to Andrew Nesbitt there just a wee while ago, and he was saying to send on his good luck to you. You're flying, he said.
That's good, Andrew enjoys it now, he enjoys the crack.
It's not a bad thing whenever Andrew's saying you're doing a good job and you have to keep her lit.
I know now. No, I says that now in the I met him in Voodoo there after the rally, so I didn't know go. So
I think the whole country saw those pictures, Cal.
Them ones, aye.
So that's the whole point of it, isn't it? That is the whole point of this rally.
Well, that's definitely my part. It definitely is. I definitely like to enjoy it now, so it's good.
Good man. We'll let you make that sandwich and enjoy your service. Thank you very much for taking the time. And as you can see, folks, the rain is starting. Derek from Carlow Stages Rally, a very dedicated marshal and like an unbelievable clubman, and he's there watching today, so always great to see people like that. And we're just going to get a quick word if we can. How's everything going for you today?
Not good at all. Didn't last very long. First stage was good. We came into a 7 right on the second stage and lost the brake pedal. So, no. What's odd about it is the fact that we had the brake. It happened once on the first stage and it disappeared halfway and it came back. It wasn't overheating. So I knew about it going into the second one, but anyway, it is what it is. And we went off, we were stuck in the ditch, no damage, 0 damage. But then brakes come back on its own, like, so I don't know what's going on.
Very hard to kind of trust the car after that, isn't it?
It is what it is. It's tough to take, obviously. It's looking forward to 2 days. You know, we're trying to be sensible the first one. We made a good time on the first stage, but got it. But there we are. It's a long weekend, but keep my mates going now, we'll be all right.
That's the main thing, isn't it? Very disheartening, but like very much part of rallying, isn't it?
Part of the game, isn't it? It's part of the job. We've had a bad run this year. We've had 3 finishes. We had a puncture in West Cork. We had an off in Ravens Rock, which was my fault, and now this one. So that's my 3, I think.
And you were hoping for the luck to kind of head in this weekend?
Yeah, well, obviously the points is not going to happen for me this year. We weren't looking at points championship anyway, but look, we'll do something else now before Killarney, and come back and see what happens. Like.
Good man, Neil. Thank you for talking to us.
Cheers, thanks.
A wee bit annoying to have to speak to us whenever everything's not going too well, but ever the sportsman. So we'll go back down this end and get chatting to a few more. We're going to keep the momentum going and see who we can get. And as you can see, this rain has just possibly upset a few people now. Personally, I think it's going to blow over, but it's heavy enough, like. So you just hope it blows over, really, or else it'll change an awful lot for people and tyre choices. We're just going to go across here and see if we can get a quick word with Alan. Everybody scarpers.
There's the king there, look.
Well, there's plenty of laughing going on here anyway, folks.
Well,
you're enjoying yourself?
Oh, I'm having a ball, yeah. No, 20 years ago I drove an Escort last, and a Munster event of forestry, yeah, and great crack, yeah. Took a long time now to get my head around the gears, but we're getting there, the times are improving, so yeah.
I mean, it must be a mad experience to come back 20 years later and enjoy it as much.
It is, and this car actually did the Cork 20 in 1978, the year Harry Vatanen came, and it was number 8 as well that year.
With lucky number 8.
I don't know, David Lindsay, not David Lindsay, Ernest Kidney drive it, yeah. So that's great, a bit of history, so that's great.
Like, that's huge history, you know. Harry Vatanen and Cork, like, they're two very...
It passed up the back of our house, and geez, everyone was talking about Harry Vatanen, you know, so yeah, it's great. No, I was only 11, Brian.
It must feel very special for you to be here today driving.
Oh, it is. I'm delighted, absolutely delighted. And Brian's spot on the notes where have you ball now. Sure, you know, it's all about the crack, like, but I know we're watching times as well as us, but yeah, no, it's great. Delighted.
And we're always talking about, like, how important the teamwork is and how, you know, a driver oftentimes gets an awful lot of the credit, but sure, it's 50-50.
No, to be fair now, Brian today, I mean, he's just spot on for a guy that does a lot of driving himself. And we've done a lot of forestries together, but like, I mean, down the last stage, just the notes were just coming perfect, you know. No, it's great day out now. I was going to shout out to my son, he's doing Finland, he's over in Finland with John Coyne, so hopefully they're going okay as well. They are going okay at the moment anyway, so.
Big day, or a big weekend for you then?
Big weekend, hard to stay at home, but then, you know, this Cork 20, so.
Very hard to stay, very hard to walk away from this opportunity. Will Finland be next for you?
No, Finland's this weekend.
But I mean for you and the Mark II.
Oh, jeez, I don't know. Will you sponsor me?
I'm pushing you too far that way.
If you'll fly it out, I'll drive it.
I think we'd all jump at that, wouldn't we?
Yeah, you'll all be coming in that one, yeah. Yeah, you know, that's what I want to do with this car, was a couple of kind of different rallies, you know, and maybe the rallies that maybe Ernest Kidney did with the car and stuff like that, you know. So, no, all good.
Good man, Alan. Thank you very much for chatting to us.
Not about it.
And enjoy the rest of the weekend. I'm sure we'll be talking to you at some stage. That's a class story. Father and son out, but one in Cork and one in Finland. Absolutely unbelievable stuff, and it just goes to show you how dedicated families can be to rallying. We're just going to see if we can get a quick word with Johnny, and there he is. Johnny, that was perfect timing.
I know, it wasn't bad, was it?
Come here, how's everything going for you in the last loop?
Yeah, okay, yeah, the last loop was good, with a bit of a confusion at the start of stage 4, or stage 5. There was a spectator on the road at the start of the stage before the start line, and the timekeeper delayed us, and then the guy was walking down the road towards the start, sort of an elderly gentleman, shall we say, on crutches, and they held us on the line, and then they gave us a start time to go and the guy was still there, so we wouldn't start. We told them we weren't going, and then they threw the time card at us with a 30-second delay, and it was very, very poor, I thought, like from a safety point of view, which messed up the time at the end of the stage. And our time was 30 seconds out, so a bit of a confusion look, but we got round okay. But I wasn't expecting to see that guy stand at my bonnet at the start line of the stage.
No. And obviously, like, it can be a wee bit off-putting, but did the car and everything feel okay then?
Yeah, it sort of takes away your concentration at the start of the stage, but after sort of a couple of corners you get back into it again. But it was a bit eventful, like, but hopefully
you just get
not
into enjoying the bloody car again, isn't that? That's what it's all about, like.
Exactly. I mean, the stage was quite a short one, so we didn't drop too much time on it. And then the next stage in the loop was quite nice, to be fair. It was a lot of variation in it, a lot of tight, twisty stuff with a lot of mud on it, but also like real high speed stuff. So I really enjoyed it. Like, I had a great time.
Good man. And are you happy enough with your times, or what are you thinking there?
We're still a bit off on the timing side of it, but you know, we're comfortable. Everything seems nice. The car's enjoyable to drive. I'm enjoying it, but the time's just not great compared to the top 3 or 4. So, but it's one of those days where hopefully it'll just all fall into place eventually. But now we're happy enough just to keep plugging away and say we've got a wee bit of a rain shower there, so hopefully that's not heading out towards the stages and the next loop's dry. Will be the main thing.
Well, do you know what I was just saying there as well? Though it was quite heavy rain, but it was very, very short lasted, so hopefully it shouldn't affect anything really.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And the temperature's still quite high, so even if it did get a wee drizzle, the road should dry fairly quickly. So that's what we're hoping for anyway. But it was given rain for some time today, but hopefully we can get through this next loop before it really comes down.
Fingers crossed. Back here safe for the next one. Johnny, thanks a million. We're going to head over here and see if we can get a quick word with Cal as well.
Jesus, I go again. You're going sad.
Cal, we'll get the car in the background. We'll see the guys doing a wee bit of hard work there. So tell us, are you happy enough with that loop as well?
Yeah, I was a bit cautious on the first one. Just lost their way a bit towards the end. It was very fast and just seemed to be a bit conservative, but happy enough all the same. The spoiler cracked on the end of the first one out of service, so it disappeared on the second one. So if anyone has it, we might try and repair it, but other than that, no issues at all.
Great
roads
job.
are dry and everything. So
and everybody's talking about the great local battle that's going on.
Yeah, well, I'm keeping out of times and battles, but
Are
yeah.
you trying to keep out of them on purpose, kind of, and just keep enjoying yourself?
Yeah. I'm just driving my own thing. Not the great times. Ravens Rock. I looked at the times that I went off, so I just want to finish. We'll see how it goes. If I can drive well, the times will be there.
Good man. Thank you very much, Cal. We'll let you get back to service and see if we can actually get a quick word with Duncan Williams here. He's sitting very relaxed looking. Duncan still here, still relaxed, but a wee bit of work been done to the front of the car.
You've come at the wrong time. Look, you've come at the wrong time now because all the action's just happened. We had all the boys over here a few minutes ago giving us a bit of a hand. So
bit of a moment.
David Greer's come over and all his boys have just been helping. But yeah, these bales are hard, aren't they? Yeah.
They're not nice when you hit them at speed.
No. To be honest, we're running first on the road, obviously, and we came down to this one chicane, and it just the last couple of yards it was quite muddy, and we just lost traction and just hit the bale and just out of the way. But I think McDade, next car, the bales were in the way for them. They had to nudge them out the way themselves. But I think Trevor Wilson came off even worse. Have you seen his bit of damage?
We've seen. But I mean, obviously, it's all part of rallying, isn't it? Like, there's not much you can do about it.
No, absolutely. I mean, touch wood, it won't happen again today. But I don't do much damage to the car normally, so it's a one-off, hopefully.
And enjoying it still.
Yeah, I think so.
Would that throw you off a moment like that?
I'll just keep going and see what happens. Long way to go, yes.
You see, this is it. Like, there's still 2 more stages today and a lot of mileage again tomorrow.
There is. I mean, 7 stages tomorrow, are there? Something like that. So and there's a lot of tricky stuff tomorrow. Yeah. A lot of tricky stuff. That inch stage was okay, You
enjoyed it?
I really enjoyed that. Yeah. That was the second one of those 2. But we weren't the fastest, but we enjoyed it.
As long as you enjoyed it, that's the main thing, isn't it?
It is. That's what
Good
we do
man.
it for.
Thanks very much, Duncan. We don't know what we're at sometimes. Or why we're doing it. You're trying to dodge me, but how is it from your perspective this morning, or all day actually now at the stage where we've only 2 stages left to go? Are you happy enough?
Yeah, we sure are. It's been good fun. A lot of work, extra work, I suppose, and everyone overnight. We're trying to clear up all the mess from the wind. So, everything is running very smoothly, and we're enjoying it there now.
You're always working very hard, but are you getting a chance to look up at all?
Yeah. It's busy enough in some places, and it's kind of a few people are having some interesting moments up the road in front of us. A lot of interesting brake marks and black lines, but you have that. But no, it's very nice actually running at the front of the field. It's completely different again. And
good on you.
Yeah.
Everybody, a lot of the feedback's very positive for the historics this weekend running in front of the field. So it's great to hear that everybody is enjoying it.
Yeah, certainly. And in fairness to Munster Car Club and all the workers out there, from Kevin down to guys like Finbar Hanratty too, and Jim Murphy, more of those guys in the background, they have a lot of effort put in, and they're out there since Thursday early morning. I'd set up and probably PR with the last few weeks, and Recce's been very easy. The rally, in fairness, ticks all the boxes. I know the weather is a little bit changeable at the moment. Weather forecast isn't really showing rain, but I think it's more tomorrow, and it's trying to guess when and how much, but should make it interesting.
It's all part of the fun too, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it was all easy. I don't think you'd be interested in it. So.
Very much Irish rallying, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Alan is running a Pinto in this car, and we've Robert over there in the Eton Yale Mark II. He's in the same class too. He did a bother earlier, but everyone kind of falls in, helps each other out. There isn't too many other sports where that rightly would happen, where you're competing with each other, where you'll help your opposition. But it's we're all here for fun at the end of the day.
Good on you. Well, as long as you're enjoying it, that's the main thing.
Yeah, certainly. Thanks.
Good man. Thank you for talking to us.
Cheers. Thank you.
Have an enjoyable afternoon in the last we run through. So that was Alan's co-driver there. We're gonna get a quick cross of the road here, and I see Marion Evans up to my right. So bear with us as we head that direction. See who we can get. How's everything going for you this afternoon?
Not too bad.
You happy enough?
Unbelievably so. So it is.
Hard to beat a sunny day rally.
It is, it makes it a whole lot more easier, so it is. So I'm happy out.
Any of these 2 stages you enjoyed particularly in the last one?
That last stage is a real good stage. The first one's good too, but it's over very quick.
Yes.
It's only start-stop, you're only in it 4 minutes or something like so.
By the time you actually get going, then the whole thing's
over.
ended.
But it's lovely.
You need a bit of both, don't you?
You do, yeah. As long as it keeps going, that's all we're worried about.
That's it, good man. Hopefully we'll see you back in another wee while. And we'll get a quick word again from everybody we can see, basically. We'll chat to Eddie Doherty here again as well. Eddie, still here and fighting fit?
This Eddie.
This Eddie's off for the weekend.
Yeah, no, still here at the moment. I think they've said it was tough luck on the time for stopping for someone, so we'll have to get that started again. So I don't know what way that's landing. But no, look, we're still happy enough, we're content enough. So I think Frank now is 15 ahead of us, so we'll see what we can do with the next one.
And it's a hard one. It's not a hard one at all. You stop for what you see in front of you, but at the end of the day, getting to drive on the stages as quick as you can, then in between is kind of the best thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, we enjoyed them last two. They're really fast, and no, looking forward to going again now. Can't wait.
Good on you. Any of the 2 of them in particular that was kind of your favourite?
Yeah, the first one is just straight, flat road, the whole time, and blind corners. It suits them, so we won't do it like an R5 as much, but no. Looking forward to getting back out like an that one.
Brilliant, good man, Eddie.
Cheers.
We'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your break, and we'll see if we can get a quick word from Ryan. Ryan, hopefully we'll not annoy you too much during the dinner this time. Tell us, how was that loop? What about the changes you made?
Good. The car didn't really feel a whole lot different, to be fair. But our first stage out, the time definitely reflected that we went on the right road. But then I don't know. We must have just slept on the last one there, so we did. We were very cautious at the start now up through the mucky, gravelly section. But hey, no, we're happy enough. Trucking away and getting the miles done.
Good on you. And are you making changes this time, or are you just kind of?
No, the boys are fixing stuff here that I broke. So
were they big moments or wee moments, or what has happened? Or?
No. I just had just broke the exhaust here. That's all. It's wrong. No, we had no moments. We had no moments. Well, one moment this morning, but it wasn't nothing major. So I just steady away.
You're happy out?
Yeah, happy out.
Good man. Ryan, thank you very much. Full-time job for the service crew, as Ryan said, fixing what we break. So just bear with us. Now again, folks, as we walk another wee bit further up and see if we can get a quick word with Marion. We're seeing Gordon Noble here. Gordon, you're looking very busy there.
I'm not that busy at the minute, Tony. I have young Bobby here. We're going around looking for some people to sign some pages for him to get a few treasures and a few bits of stuff.
Well, that's a very important job, though.
It is indeed, yeah. Whenever you're here, you have to go and talk to people and meet folks and be sociable and so on. So, and think about the future as well. This is young Bobby. Well, that's
exactly it.
So Bobby, someday will be here rallying as well. We hope so, and winning.
Exactly, and I mean that's the whole point. Like, it's getting them out young, getting memories made, and then this is what. We'll be talking about in 20 years whenever they're remembering their first Cork.
Well, hopefully, yeah, and hopefully we get on today and we can get back to the sort of podium level and things like that. We've been going good, but our speed hasn't been great. But the rally's long yet. There's two more stages today and six more tomorrow, so we'll have to have a go and see how we get on that.
It's funny, isn't it, how it happens like that? We were just chatting to Johnny Greer there as well, and he was kind of saying the same thing in terms of just can't really. Everything feels good, driving well, they're comfortable with everything, but they can't figure out where the pace is, and that's what Robert's saying as well. But is it something to do with the cars or the type of cars, or each stage being suited to different cars? Or
being really blunt, Tony, we don't really know. I mean, we have tried making a few changes to the car, to the setup, and I've went back out for the last loop there, and even though the car feels slightly different, it's more it's tighter and a wee bit stiffer. Our stage time difference is still the same to the three guys at the front. We feel that Robert's driving well, the car's working well, the notes are good, so there's no reason why we shouldn't have been on a more competitive pace. That's not to say that everybody around us is going fast as well. The pace is certainly hot. I've no doubt that anybody anywhere that came to an event like this would find it difficult to keep up, really. But we're going.
Fascinating, though, isn't it?
It is amazing. Yeah, that's why we're here. Why we still keep coming back to it as well.
I know,
haven't got sense to leave. And every service you come in to change someone, see this make it better, see this make it more faster, and see how it works. But it's part of the intrigue, I suppose, and the technical side of it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Has to be done.
All right.
Come here. Thank you very much, Gordon. Thank you for your patience, young man. Hopefully you'll be here someday yourself. I'd say not that far away too.
I'm waiting for you this time.
Marion's on the ball. Marion, you're flying.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, not too bad. Josh obviously a bit of an error in the first one, not a service, but it was quite a tricky stage actually. And to be fair, I think me and Callum both said when we saw the marks, it kind of, I don't know what the polite word is, but it put something into us. So
scared you?
Yeah, it scared us a bit. It just, you see that, and there were a few things in that. So that section I sort of marked on the recce that was quite tricky. So. Yeah, just maybe a bit tentative to the end, but it's better to be there, I suppose.
Exactly, and I mean, 11 seconds. It's not a tiny, like when it comes to rallying nowadays. Like it's quite a comfortable lead, really.
Well, it is, but it isn't. It's still, in terms if you have a slight overshoot or something, it's gone. And I'm sure Josh will have his tail up, especially now. He's giving us a bit there, so. Yeah, it's close between three of us. So it's been close all day, but if we can keep in the rhythm we're in and just keep at that pace and it stays as it is, and it'll be good.
I mean, it's excellent for the people at home and the people on the stages that are watching, but how do you feel when you're in there?
Good. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. We haven't had many dry days this year, to be honest. So yeah, this morning was tricky, but since then you can kind of enjoy and build on a bit, and yeah, it's just finding a nice rhythm is the key, I think, in this weather.
And obviously then the championship is completely up in the air then after that as well.
Yeah, well, it has to end this way first. I mean, it's 11 seconds, so there's still 150k to go maybe. So yeah, if Callum could turn that over, it's pretty much over. So it's still a long way to go in this rally, and hopefully we can stay where we are, but it won't be easy.
It won't be easy, but good man anyway. You're making it exciting for us all. Thanks a million, Marion. So we'll just head across the road and see who else we have. Try and get as many competitors as we can to hear all of the different points of view. David has just passed us there. I don't know Is he going away for a wee while, or is he going to come back? David, you're coming back. Can we get a quick word?
You can.
How's everything going for you now? Are you more comfortable? Happy enough?
Getting there, yeah. I suppose every mile we do is a better mile, and we're getting a more nicer feel for the car. A few small changes there now, and we'll try hard again.
Good man. Everybody's talking about this local battle. Are you feeling it?
Yeah, it's good actually. Yeah, it's great. It's great that we're the kind of the, you know, there or thereabouts with each other, and it's a good battle that, you know, you don't really mind where you are as long as it's a battle with someone. Exactly. So yeah, good rivalry.
And the car's feeling good?
Car feels good, yeah. Like that. I'd like a bit more seat time. If you could be out more regular, it would make all the difference. But you look, that's the way it is. So still, it's nice to be there or thereabouts with the other lads as well. So
exactly. It's always very, very important to kind of feel comfortable where you're at, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, yeah. And like, you can't but admire the lads at the top there and what they're doing. Like, it's impressive because, you know, you come off them stages going, cheekers, I can't go much harder, and yet they're second or 2 kilometre up the road. That's just the way it is. So
mad, isn't it?
Good. It's crazy, but you look.
It just goes to show you, we could always be faster, can't we?
Sure, that's exactly it, yeah. That's exactly it. We could always be faster, we could always run more, but look, it's good to be where we are.
That's rallying, isn't it?
That's exactly it. That's what I say. So,
David, thank you very much. We'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
You're busy, so using this time wisely. And again, everybody chipping in. We can see people are starting young this weekend and getting into the excitement of rallying. We're going to go up here, and as you can see, there's a huge crowd gathering around Frank Kelly's car there. So we'll get up and have a quick word with him and hear how he feels after that loop. Always smiling.
Well,
always smiling, Frank. I'm alright without the water. Hi, you're still smiling?
Aye, I'm still having fun till I run out of road.
But sure, look it. If you're not running out of road, you're not trying.
I was going to say run out of talent, but I never had any of that. I made a stupid schoolboy error in the last stage. I don't know how we get away with it. Lauren was roaring at me square right. I don't know why I thought it was square left. Like, I think 3 times she told me to square right. And I tried to go onto the tip, but just as I've seen the tip, I thought, oh yeah, she's definitely right, this is square right. But it didn't cost us a pile of time, so happy with that. But I'm in a quandary now. Is the last stage my favourite stage of the whole rally, or is the first stage his favourite stage, or the second, or the third? I don't know which. They're all so good.
I'm sure you'll be able to make a decision once you get out again.
And then everybody tells me tomorrow's better. On the recce, today felt like the good day, but everybody local is saying tomorrow's the better stages, so I just like to keep my nose clean now to get till tomorrow.
Aye, because at the end of the day, like, it's whatever about trying to finish and win and get mileage and stuff, like, it is about enjoying the actual roads that you're getting to drive on as well.
I just try and get round the next corner.
You think every corner you get around is a good corner?
Every corner could be the last one, so I'm always thinking get round this one and worry about the next one after that. So I never worry too much about the next stage, that's for sure. But it's great to be out there in them stages and to get decent weather. And we seem to have got our tyre choices right, and our notes are good if I would listen to them. So it's all working really well, you know. I just feel like we're in a nice groove. We've been sort of building up to this since the off in the Circuit of Ireland. You obviously take a wee bit of time to rebuild the car and rebuild your confidence. And all bravado aside, it did take a while. You know, it takes a rally or two to feel confident again. But since Laois before Donegal, we seemed to hit a nice wee stride. Donegal worked well for us, bar a puncture. We had a good run there. And every rally since, they're all been really good stages, and you just get to shake the shit out of them.
And that's the thing, like, it is wild hard, like, after you've had an off, like, I know that's part and parcel of being a rally driver or any type of co-driver at all, like, but, you know, it takes a minute to get back into it, like, and the circuit was no joke.
Well, I have plenty of practice, so I should be getting pretty good at it, but it does take a while, there's no doubt about that. It took me, I would say, 2 decent rallies to start to feel confident again that I could push on and I wasn't going to end the world. So it's good to feel that and feel that confidence again, but I always know that it's never far away.
I know, this is it. This is always it when you're pushing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially
me. Frank, thank you so much. So that's Frank Kelly, always a fan favourite. And again, very interesting to hear his perspective in terms of, you know, he mentioned the word bravado himself, like, where you can't lie, like, it takes a minute once you've had an off, like, it takes a minute, well, a big off, to kind of reorientate yourself again. So it's brilliant to kind of see him back at his comfort zone and that comfort zone will always mean he's going to push it even more. So spectacular to watch. Any of the Mark IIs, as usual, are spectacular to watch and always fan favourites. So great to see him still here, and hopefully it lasts for the weekend. A very busy service park here now this afternoon. Just a lot of spectators about, I must say, and it's great to see. So we're going to try and get Robert Barrable here now when we have a moment. Bear with us. We spoke to Gordon Noble there a minute ago, and he was telling us from his perspective how the weekend feels, and again, quite similar to Robert. There was a wee bit of autograph hunting going on there.
Yeah, my little lad wants to get everyone else's autograph today because his daddy's not driving fast enough, so I can't argue with that. So he was over getting Marion's, Callum's and Josh's, I think so.
Brilliant. Always so fun to see young people come in and get excited about it, isn't it?
It's good to see. Like, to be fair, since he was a nipper, he's always came with us on all the rallies and stuff. So my little girl now, she's 9 months, so we have to keep the tradition going. And yeah, it's just our life. We've always been brought up around with my dad between Mondello and rallies and work and stuff. But it's good. It's good. It's something different.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Like, do you find that it is a very, very important thing to make sure that you start them young, and if there is an interest, to help them flourish?
Just not start them too young now, so they don't cost us too much money. But listen, it's just a way of life that we've all been kind of brought up around. You know, it's good to see. It's nice to be able to bring the family to the sport that we all go and do and enjoy. So yeah, it's nice to see. It's nice to have. And
nice to have that wee bit of support when you're not entirely sure what's going on for you in terms of behind the wheel for the weekend.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that you can get them all here and they can see what we're doing and enjoy it. And it's all part of a learning curve. It's all part of life. It's all part of experience with them. So yeah, it's good. It's different. It's good. Like, can't complain.
And look, you seem very, for somebody that isn't particularly happy with the pace this weekend, you seem nice and relaxed and calm about it. You're still enjoying the actual event.
Yeah, just getting into it. There's no point in getting frustrated. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but I'm sure in a week or two's time I'll be sitting down and I'm saying, oh Jesus, maybe it was this or maybe it was that. But Gordy, who would have a fair bit of experience, I asked him for his brutal analysis, and okay, we can come up with a couple of seconds, but definitely not the difference in the full amount of time to the front lads, to be fair. So listen, we have to be honest with ourselves. I don't know what it is, so but may as well go and enjoy it now. We're here, we've done our pace now, so we've done our recce, so go and enjoy it. Well, try and enjoy it.
I said it to Gordon there, and I found it very interesting when Johnny said it. But Johnny Greer's obviously driving a very similar car, and he was saying the exact same thing as you, where everything's going great, feels very comfortable, but just doesn't know where the time is. He doesn't know where he's losing it or where they're gaining it.
Yeah, and I think that's the baffling thing. Like, because normally when you know yourself, if you've a good stage or a bad stage, or you've good notes or bad notes, you will kind of feel it, but it doesn't feel like that at the minute. So it's, I don't know, Tony. If I can come up with the answer and solve everyone's problems, I'll certainly let you know. But I don't know. I can't feel. I don't know. We'll just keep going.
To be honest, I think everybody's probably well invested in figuring it out with you as well.
Yeah, I might try and get a patent on it and get a lot of money out of it.
Figure it out and it saves the world.
Yeah, thanks.
Good man, Robert. Thanks a million. And again, just so such an interesting, it's genuinely fascinating to hear people, just not able to figure out what's going on essentially, or where they're losing time. You'll bear with me, folks, as I get the old hood up again. The grey clouds have landed in on us, so you're gonna see me pulling funny faces now to avoid this rain. Everybody's gonna scarper now, I would say, and try and hide from the rain, no doubt, but we'll try and get a few more interviews and see who else is around and how everything's going for them. I'd be eager to get Josh here if we can get him. Everything's gone very, very interesting and as close as ever for Josh and Callum. Bear with me. No sign of him. We'll just go across the way here and see if we can get a quick word with Owen Murphy again. Owen, I think everybody's hiding from the rain now.
Yeah. we'll hopefully it's dry out in the stages now.
That's the question on everybody's mind, or the worry on everybody's mind.
Yeah, sure, look, it is what it is. We're at nothing spectacular in it, so we'll just drive way through it. If it gets wet out there, I wouldn't like to be one of the top boys, and they'll push on. Yeah, we only have to get home now and have the dinner. That's about our major concern. Yeah.
So you're not particularly happy with the pace, but you're still enjoying it?
I know, we had a good run out last 2 stages. We're happy enough, but yeah, we're kind of at our level now. I'm not gonna to push it any harder in here this weekend. Now we just tip way through and try and get a bit more mileage. You know, I have an R5 car a while now, but I've nothing done them, so that's the big problem. Like, just try and get a bit of mileage in it.
I know, if we had €1 for every time we said it, but honestly, the mileage is just such an important part of it.
Oh, it's everything now. It's everything. Like, yeah. You just have to be in it. Like, when, as I said, when I had that little moment this morning, it threw me off for the rest of the stage. They probably had 5 moments before that, and they wouldn't knock a shake out of them. So that's what it is. It's just seat time, and yeah, keep driving. You'll be faster and faster. Yeah.
That's the main one. And you're still hearing this man?
We're still half talking anyway. Yeah.
Just about. We're not going to torture him because we don't want him to lose any more of his voice. We see Josh here. Phone is up to his ear, but we'll see if we can get a quick word with Andy Hayes, maybe.
What's the story out there?
Andy, we're all under pressure here to try and figure out what's going on. Yours are, it's concerning enough. Rain there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's starting to turn to wet rain there, isn't it?
It really, genuinely, because a while ago it actually wasn't wet rain, but now it is. Like, if this stays for a couple of minutes, this is going to wet the roads. Like.
Yeah, now we're leaving in 5 minutes, so time to make a choice, and pretty quick.
Do you find this the hard part now?
Yeah, it's nearly harder than anything else, yeah. Because
Yeah.
once you get out on the road and on the way to the first stage, it's too late, you can't change it. You know? So it's that feeling that you're resigned to whatever it is now, whatever choice you make.
You're very committed though, the times are very tight today.
Yeah, very tight, Chad. Obviously, the bad run there on the first one after service with a spin on it, last 10 seconds. But other than that, no, it's been tight enough. He's getting the hang of the car and getting comfortable, so it's starting to go well.
Takes a wee while for everything to click into place, doesn't it?
Yeah, so new car, like, it always takes a few days, so I think this is what, 3rd day in the car now. Yeah, so starting to feel it now.
Good on you. We'll keep watching intently. Andy, thanks a million. So that's Andy Hayes, co-driver for Josh. We just let Josh head off and stay on the phone there because it's just a tricky moment. They've 5 minutes. They've 5 minutes to make a decision on what they're going to do for tyres, and obviously the tyres are going to determine what happens between that tiny time difference. So you can understand the pressure that they're under now at the moment. So we'll see how everything else is going for other people as we walk down through. Jamie, you still happy?
Still happy, yeah. Just try to get the car sorted now for the next one and go again.
We have a wee moment?
No, exhaust manifold crack, so we can get that sorted now and get going again.
Always the way of rallying, isn't it?
We were just getting into it, two of us are gelling well, and that's the way, sure. That's rallying.
That's like, you learn the hard way in rallying. That's just not how it works. When you're feeling good, remember that something's going to happen.
Once he keeps the head down, we go again.
That's it. Tyre choices will be the big one now. Jeez, this is a very important man. My God, do you see this? Look at this. Come here. Great to be back. Great to be through the majority of the day, but rain coming now for the last two.
Rain coming now, and today after busting the exhaust manifold down as well, so yeah, look, the boys are at it down now, they'll get us after that, hopefully, so we get.
And do you feel under pressure, or do you just let it go and let them fix it and get where you get?
No point give you out about it. So we'll come right, alright. We won't panic a while in there.
No point. And tell me this, did you enjoy the last loop?
Yeah, the last two down are unbelievable, to be fair, like. Good speed now. Yeah, no, we enjoyed them now, alright. We were just starting to gel with each other there and things, but so look, hopefully we'll get going in it.
Good man. We'll let you get at it and get.
Thanks very much.
Great sports, I have to say. They're good crack. They're all enjoying themselves anyway, which is the main thing. So we'll just see if we can get anyone else to have a quick word with us here. Anybody?
What's happening?
Everybody's hiding from the rain here, folks.
We've all got shy.
Is everybody happy? You're probably all happy in here out of the rain anyway.
Absolutely, yeah. We don't want to get wet because of our suits. We'll fog up the car, so that's why we don't have to go in the wet.
And it genuinely, like, it sounds like we're joking, but that actually is such an important part of this.
Yeah, oh definitely. If you get injured, the minute you start sweating, it'll fog the car, so we're playing cues.
And then you can't see, and then that's a disaster.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, come here, we'll stay out of your way then. Thank you very much for letting us in. there's a method to the madness, folks. It's not just a case of hiding because it's annoying, but it is quite tricky whenever you have to worry about the car fogging up and not being able to see out. So we'll head up through the left-hand side of the service park this time, and we'll see who we can see over here. We're going to head for the other side of the car park and get a few of the Mark IIs, hopefully. We'll head for the complete opposite side, and hopefully there'll be a few more people about and get plenty of variety and hear plenty of stories. Bear with us. We missed James Ford the last time, so it'll be good to get a quick word with him now. He's just popping into the car here, so we mightn't have too long. James, we missed you last time and we're just about to miss you again.
Yeah, no problem. How are you?
Are you enjoying it all?
Yeah, very good. Yeah. So just, I think we'll let the top 3 guys just sort of carry on what they're doing, and we'll just stay where we are, I think, which is good. So we're having a good battle with Ryan, which is, it's a good day out.
It's always great to have a battle with somebody, though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it sort of focuses you a bit, for sure.
And obviously, everything got very tricky in terms of picking tyres there now.
Yeah, well, we're just going to go on the same tyre again, but this morning we probably went a little bit too soft, but it was probably safe, so we maybe lost a little bit there. But yeah, now this afternoon seems fine. So
you'll be raring to go now.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Good man, James. We let you go. We know how time sensitive it is around here. We'll see if we can get a quick word with your dad. Bear with us, folks. We're going to see if we can get a quick word after wrecking that one. Dad.
Second, Dad. Dad's here.
Are you okay to come out?
That's the legit. I thought it was somebody else.
Not at all, Chris. We're wanting to see. We want to see what it's. We want to see how enjoyable it is to have a father-son set up for the weekend.
Oh well, we've done quite a lot of rallying over here. Then I come along to support James. Really, a little bit old for these R5 cars, but quite enjoy it, and it's a very proud father.
Yeah.
Proud. We just got this truck delivered, which is great. He designed the truck and we've had that delivered, so I think that's here and staying in Ireland right away for next season as well. So. Yeah.
So this is basically the start of what we should be ready to see.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and we got sponsorship from Sligo Pallets. So well, James has got it, and I've stuck it on my car as well. So Andy's been really good with us there as well. He's a really nice guy. So buy all your pallets from Sligo Pallets.
And the car's feeling really good. You're enjoying yourself.
I do enjoy it. Yeah, it's difficult to drive for me, but yeah, I do enjoy it. It's really good.
And what do you find difficult about it? Is it just
so
different?
It's Subaru, which is easy. Just point and squirt car. You've really got to drive these very, hard into corners and carry your speed more.
Yeah.
And I find that difficult to do at times.
It's just a totally different way of driving, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a young person's car, really, truth be known, yeah.
And do you find yourself out there thinking about how James is doing more than you, or do you find yourself well able to concentrate the entire time that you're there?
I really don't care what I do as long as James is safe. Yeah. And if he does okay, that's great. Nobody's pushing him. Yeah. Never pushed him in any sports, and I think that's the right thing to do. Just let him enjoy it. If I can spend time with him and he wants to do it, then it's great, isn't it? Yeah.
Ah, well, it's a successful weekend out.
Yeah, and I'm sorry about
Not at all. Not at all. Sure, it's all part of the fun of rallying, isn't it?
Okay, yeah.
Guessing who's coming around the corner. Thank you. We appreciate you taking the time, Chris. And we'll probably check in as the weekend goes on. We're going to go across the way and see if we can see any of the Mark II boys. Everybody, again, as I said earlier, everybody's kind of inside hiding. So we'll see. we can see them all messing with each other already. Can we get a quick word, Ollie? We missed you earlier. I don't know if you can see that, but Oliver is They're all having a bit of crack in there and having a wee laugh
That's
and
it.
poking fun at Mac there.
Oh, we're just giving him a bit of grief. We seen him doing his hair this morning. Oh,
How's your morning going for you? We missed you earlier.
we're going all right.
How much it's cost me to get him here.
Come on ahead. Come on ahead.
Oh, we're steady away.
Do you want to ask his dad how much it's cost to get him here this weekend?
How are you feeling about his weekend?
No, it's going good, thank God. But we need to finish this one. we really do. Hopefully we'll finish.
But sure,
Thank
isn't that not at all? Thank you. Isn't that the whole cracker rally? And you just never know, don't you not?
Nothing like added pressure.
And nothing like everybody keeping you humble and you reminding you exactly what you have to do, huh?
That's it, yeah, nothing like that. No, to be fair to all the lads, like Den Motorsport, KGP, like the car was just a shell on Tuesday, so between us all we all got stuck in and you know, managed to get it back together, and obviously just to try and get some points for the championship really. So we're tipping away, but we're not setting the world alight.
And all joking aside, are you enjoying it? Like, is it feeling good for you this weekend?
Yeah. It feels good just to be back in the car and try and get a bit of seat time and just get a bit of comfort with the Ulster next. So really we need to come away from here just with a steady result. So.
And obviously, like with the Ulster being so close, there's not a whole room for, or a whole lot of room for error.
Oh, the boys won't want to be doing too much work in the next 2 weeks. I know that for a fact.
They're going to want the next 2 weeks off.
For definite.
But back to this weekend, you're happy enough with the next 2 stages. Was there any of them you really enjoyed that you're dying to get back into?
Enjoyed stage 2 there. I forget what it's called. I think it's an inch maybe.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. Them 2 there sort of struggled to get into a groove. On the first one, it was just a little bit too short, in my opinion. Just couldn't quite get a good feeling. But I think again, first run through it. Second run will be different again. You know, hopefully we'll just have a good spin and see how we go.
Good man. All right, we appreciate you coming out and having a word with us. Thanks a million. We're going to let you go. And folks, we are going to just take a few because we're running out of cars on this side and we're going to make our way to the other side. So just bear with us for a few minutes and we will see you very shortly.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up.
Welcome back. We found a few more faces. How's everything going for you?
Great day, great event to be fair. Now your stage is very, very challenging. It's great to be out at my home club event.
Yeah.
The setup is just fantastic. The lads put an awful lot of work in over the last 12 months to put this rally together. It's just a super event. Very, very difficult now. Very, very difficult rally, you know.
Are you enjoying it even through the challenge?
It's absolutely brilliant now from start to finish. The layout, you can see the service area, the stages, the rally office, the scrutineers, everything from start to finish has been fantastic really. It's been a great success so far. Now hopefully we'll get 2 more stages out of the way this evening and maybe turn up again tomorrow, so hopefully it'll be
good. Man, Jared, that's what I was going to ask you next. How's the car feeling for you?
The car's good, yeah. We hired it off of Jason O'Mahony there. It's our first time out in this car. Ben and my son is on the notes, second time in the notes, so we're having a ball. We're really enjoying it. Stage is very demanding, very challenging, you know, and that's what we want, you know. That's what we want. It's I've done Donegal, I've done the Killarneys, I've done all those. It's probably more challenging than any of them, to be fair.
Aye, and I mean Cork has an excellent name. Like the stages down here they're no joke. Like, and I mean even the length of them there this morning.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, Kevin O'Riordan has really put the shoulder to the wheel, and the lads and Paul and them, you know, they've really picked classic stages, and I think, you know, the base here is fantastic, and I hope they can build on it now, and that more crews come out for next year and support the event. You know, it's very important.
And I mean that actually is kind of the gist of what everybody's saying today is not so much kind of, you know, it's more kind of like, why would you want to miss it? This is the most, you know, incredible days driving that we've seen in a long time, or, you know, it's just as good as every other bit of driving they've done this year.
Well, they talk about stages down in the Macroom and they're quite good, but there's nothing to touch the stage out here today. So they're really fantastic, and you know, they're just a pleasure to drive. Now, I'm not driving them very well, mind you, but there's a lot of people go a lot quicker than me, and you know, it's anybody's rally really, to be fair, you know, and we're just enjoying ourselves around the ball.
And that's the thing, it's the enjoyment factor. And obviously you've mentioned that it's a father-son team again, and there's actually quite a few father-son teams out. Is it going well for you? You're enjoying it?
Yeah, he's given out to me all day, which I think he enjoys that. It's his turn to give out. Yeah, you know, but no, it's great. It's good fun. We're really enjoying it. So no, it's superb.
Brilliant. Is he about? Can we get him? There he is. There is, right. Daniel, you're enjoying your weekend. We were just chatting to your dad Jared there, and he was saying he's just over the moon with what an excellent weekend it is. You're enjoying it too?
Yeah, it's brilliant. You know, the club put on some fantastic stages, and car's going well, so we're happy enough.
And are you enjoying? Are you getting to see any of the stages that you're enjoying at all? Are you getting a chance to look up?
Not really, no. Kind of when we get a bit of a moment, I should have a look up, but that's about it.
Just to check where you are.
Yeah. But,
your dad mentioned that you're enjoying having a wee nudge given out to him and telling him what to do today.
Yeah. He needs a bit of encouragement sometimes, but no, he's doing way fine, and so we're still here, so we're still enjoying ourselves.
Good man. Thanks a million. We'll see you over the weekend. Thanks for talking to us and for giving us your time. We'll head over across and see who else we can see here now. Some people are taking a wee rest, a well-deserved rest after a very busy service there. We'll see if we can get car number 59. We'll see if we can get a quick word with anyone. You're having a wee break, but we just want to check how everything's going for most people. Whoever we can see, how's everything going for you today?
Speak to the driver.
Not at all. We need to speak to the navigators too. Yeah. Everything happens on your side. It's very busy on your side.
It is quite busy today. Yeah, that last stage was very busy. It's fast as well, so it was a tricky stage. But no, we got here, so looking forward to the next two now.
Good on you, and I mean, obviously worth the effort of getting here.
Oh yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge this time because we rolled on Ravens Rock, so it's been a bit of work to get the car back ready for this weekend. So it's been all systems go. But yeah, we've got here, so yeah, enjoy.
Always what's important, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Any of the stages that you actually enjoyed particularly, or are you just happy as long as you're sitting on that side?
That last loop was really good. Yeah. So very, very fast that last stage. Yeah. And quite challenging. So yeah, it's good.
You're very busy on that side then.
Yeah, very busy. Yeah.
Samir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Missed it. Missed it. You're enjoying yourself as well?
Very good, yes.
Always a team effort.
It is, yeah. We've seen the backup crew I got, and it gets us here.
Yeah.
After a hard month of doing the car, it's been good stages, fast, tricky. Yeah, it's nice to be out here, you know.
Yeah. And is the car feeling good?
Feeling good, yeah. It's been redone with Melvin's, and yeah, it's a different car. We did Killarney.
Yeah.
And it's had a total rebuild since then, and we're out here this weekend, and yeah, very enjoying it.
Excellent. I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Well, enjoying it, you know. I'm not the fastest out there, but you enjoy what you do in the class, you know.
Well, that's it. There has to be people everywhere, and there has to be people kind of setting all sorts of different times. But as long as it's enjoyable and fun for everybody.
Yeah, but it's in different classes and different cars and stuff. So yeah, we're in class 20. We do it. We hold our own. So I'm happy for that. Yes.
Good on you. Well, come here. Thank you very much for talking to us. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow.
Well, yes.
Oh no, he does, but
I think everybody wants to get to Sunday. Folks, there you have it. This is our last service of the day. Everybody will be very excited to get back out to the stages. So we're going to hand you back to the stages and you can watch the action from there and see how everybody's getting on for this last loop.
thank you very much, Tony. Good catch up as always with as many crews as she has the time to walk around the service park in Rathcormac in Cork. We're about, let me see, maybe 10 to 15 minutes away from stage 7 going live. And of course, if you haven't been with us earlier today, we start with the historic cars. The historic cars have led the field all day today and will do so again tomorrow. So we have a battle royal raging in the historics, as well as a battle royal in the main field. And we have an Evans leading in West Cork, in the O'Connell Group West Cork, or in the Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally, and an Evans leading in Rally Finland. Elfyn has held on to his lead today, stretched out the gap to Thierry Neuville. So Evans leads in Finland, Evans leads in Cork.
We had two Marianne Evans earlier in the year.
We did.
Winning the historic and the main rally. West Cork, wasn't it?
Yep.
So a quick recap on the historic rally, which really has been setting a new standard today. Some very, very competitive driving, nothing in it at all. 10.6 seconds now the lead, but some of the stages, they 1/10 of a second separating 3 or 4 drivers. So it's been fantastic. Thomas Davies leads. Neil Williams did lead after the first stage, but as Tony caught up to them in the service, we knew he had a brake problem and the pedal went to the floor on the second stage, and unfortunately they went off the road. So they're not going to run the risk of running the car again. It'd been, I can't remember exactly, what was it, 20-something seconds faster than anyone else in the opening stage, very significant. Michael McDade is having a fantastic run. In fact, was fastest on the previous stage, fastest overall. Been a bit of damage done. Running first on the road is Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver, the current championship leaders. And on stage 5, they clipped a chicane and moved the bailout, which was then collected by Michael McDade. Michael McDade hit the same bail, but more importantly, Trevor Wilson hit a proper clout and actually bounced off it and hit a tree as well. So he's got quite a lot of damage done to his escort, but it's all superficial. And again, we saw the mechanics doing a bit of repair work in the service area, which is great camera work from Donovan, letting us see all the stuff going on. So Trevor Wilson's third with Paul Mulholland co-driving, and cars all straightened out. Side windows a bit second-hand looking, but that's good. Ray Breen's having a really nice run in fourth. He's only 3 seconds behind Trevor Wilson. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver, again, leading the championship. I think they were a bit upset at damaging the car on the chicane, but that shows their pride. So Martin Rossiter and Ian Davies in their lovely RS 1800 are 6th. Philip Rogers and Sian Jones are 7th. Alan Tracy and Brian O'Keefe, who related a great story about the Permapost Escort. It was 40 years ago, or 1978 Cork 20 rally. Ernest Kidney did the rally in that car at number 8, and he seated number 8 in the historics this weekend, which I thought was a great story.
Nice touch, nice story.
Pyder and Grace Walsh of the Mark 1 Escort into the top 10, and Grant Chand and Rosa Chand round off the top 10 in the Rally Extreme Mark 2 Escort.
Main field now, and we have a real battle royale. We have a top 3 battle, we have a 4th, 5th and 6th battle. Marianne Evans and Jonathan Jackson have set fastest times on stage 5 and 6 today to stretch out their lead to 11.2 seconds over Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan. Josh Moffat had a bit of a high-speed spin and dropped time, which has pushed him back into 3rd, 0.6 of a second behind Callum Devine. There's a terrific battle between James Ford and Neil Shanks, Ryan Lockyer and Gareth Doherty, and a little bit further back then, Johnny Greer and Niall Burns. So that's a 2-tier battle at the top of the leaderboard. Robert Barbles had a A bit of a mixed day. Wrong tyre choice this morning meant he went out in hard tyres and sort of hemorrhage time over the opening 2 stages. Himself and Gordon Noble sit in 7th, while Cal McCarthy and Eric Calnan are locked in a Cork battle with the likes of David Guest and Jonathan McGrath in 9th, and Owen Murphy and Anthony Nestor, who round out the top 10. Equally though, there's a frantic 2-wheel drive battle going on. There's a frantic RC4 battle going on. So we may well have battles at the top of the leaderboard, but as many of the crews have said, long way to go, 2 stages tonight, 7 tomorrow. There's enough, and we're going live now to pictures while our cameraman gives it a bit of a check, has a look, thinks he may have scratched the lens, giving it a bit of a rub, and so there we go, the sun's out. Doesn't look like there's any sign of rain there, Michael.
No, and there was a bit of concern about this rain. Andrew Bush had the modified up there. There's an interesting development. We haven't had official confirmation of it, but Eddie Docherty, who got held up behind one of the R5 cars on stage 2 or 3 today, he dropped, it's so tight that he dropped maybe 15 or 20 seconds, and pretty much Frank Kelly was able to get into the lead. Now Eddie's come back and it's down to, is it 2.2 seconds between them, which is a really, really nice battle developing with these guys. Frank's in 12th overall and Eddie's in 14th. And just want to say to the guys in production that the Facebook feed has run out of time, needs reconnecting.
Yes, indeed, but we have plenty of time to do that. Stage isn't due to go live for another probably 5-6 minutes, and we are towards the end of the stage, so you could probably add a few minutes onto that. And as I said, the first cars up will be the Historics, which have proved to be a massive hit with spectators and people who are viewing. It has gone down very, very well. Oh. And I'm just trying to work with technology here.
So 00 car, that's good news.
So there you have the view from the camera. Blue skies, few clouds, dry road, and some people's immaculate gardens. This is towards the very end of the stage.
Well, you can see the advanced fly and finish board there, and then we know the fly and finish is just round the corner. This is the same location that we were at earlier on, but it's a good location and good chance to see the various different approaches to a hairpin corner.
So, as we say, we had 220 kilometres of stages over the weekend, approximately 138 miles, roughly 73 miles of stages today. Tomorrow has 7 stages, and the first one beginning in or around 10 o'clock. Of course, we'll be live in the morning prior to stage start. First stage in the morning is Mullintora at 10:10, but we have approximately 111 kilometres of stages tomorrow in terms of kilometres. Plenty to fight for, runs on till about 10 to 4 tomorrow afternoon. So as the drivers and crews did say to Tony in service, a long way to go yet. We're just about halfway. So it's going to be interesting now over the last 2 stages here. Marion has obviously set the quickest time both times round. First time, what his approach is. Callum, who said to Tony earlier in the day in service that He much prefers the longer stage, and of course we've got one of each. We've got a short, sharp blast on Curraglass at 8 kilometres, 5 miles, and then of course the repeat of Inch at 17.4 kilometres, which is about 11 miles. And
Ryan Loughlin was the one who really impressed you, I think, Sav. He was second fastest through this stage, first time through.
Yeah, because he had said to Tony that he openly admitted that the notes that he has made have been made with his experience of driving the Escort.
Yep.
And he said part of it is just not taking any chances, realising that a Mark II Escort to an R5 is a completely different animal, and just making the changes nice and gradually, getting more familiar. You know, his braking points change, the lines into corners change, the amount of speed that he can carry through a fast section changes obviously with four-wheel drive as opposed to two-wheel drive. So I was really impressed with Ryan, and of course earlier on in the year Gary Jennings highlighted him and tipped him to do well.
Yep.
And Gary Jennings would be a very, very good judge of talent behind the wheel.
Just like to see Gary out more often this year. He's really getting to grips with the car. And where was it? He won the Tour of the Sperrins.
Yeah, I mean, when he's out and he's on the nail, I mean, he is certainly worth watching. But it'd be nice to see him out a lot more. But he is very, very busy with the Mayfly and Kesh, and of course his own farm, and of course the fuel business.
Yes, and the trucks, and so it goes on.
You know, yeah, Gary doesn't just have enough hours in the day, and of course daughters are very proficient in show jumping. Very hard working, Gary and Kerry Jennings.
Yep, good people.
Yep. So, one of the safety cars making their way through.
So we've probably got another 5 minutes or so before we get the first of the historic cars.
There are times in this business whenever I never realise I can't believe half of what my producer tells me. That's all I can say.
I do.
And a lovely shot of some very happy cows in the sunshine.
Yep. So the concerns about the rain have literally blown over, and we saw in the service area a few people having to leave, make a decision at the very last minute. Andy Hayes was talking to us, Josh was on the phone to his weather crew, and at that point it was actually raining quite heavily, but if this is anything to go by, it's as dry as a bones have.
And you'd wonder if anybody listened to the doom and gloom weather forecast and have gone out in intermediates.
Well, that's if they have.
Do you know?
This first stage wouldn't be too bad, but the second stage would be a
disaster.
It
really
would be, yeah. Just looking what Tim. Some showers. I've literally just received a message from Tim Hoare. Some showers about, but very good drying conditions in the wind. No change for recommendation for this loop. Michelin medium slick M20. Yeah, that makes sense to me as well. And in preference, there are more than one tyre supplier, and I imagine that Pirelli will be advising. David Moynihan, we saw him earlier in the service park, will be advising the same thing. it's one of those days, I suspect, which has got, it's fundamentally warm, Zav, it's windy. It might rain for 5 minutes, but it'll dry up almost immediately.
Yeah, it's drying out very quickly, and I think we're going to be the benefit of that. So what do you do if you're Marion Evans? Nice and steady again?
No, flat out. Knock the wind out of their sails. Absolutely go for it.
Kick them when they're down?
Yep. Overnight lead. You know, his exact words were, yeah, Tony said to him 11 point whatever seconds it is.
Yeah.
We've got used to that being quite a big gap, but Marion himself says it's not really. You know, it's a stall. Half spin. Do a Frank Kelly and turn left instead of right.
Listen, Frank Kelly only looks at one corner ahead. Every time he gets around a corner, he feels elated. You could write a program with Frank Kelly. I mean, if ever there was a time he didn't do an event, he would be some man to get into the studio for a bit of crack.
Oh, stop. He was funny this morning now when Tony interviewed him. I'm happy to get around at every corner.
Yeah.
I suppose he has a point. Well, it's 2 or 3 minutes since the last zero car. Stage 7, Curraglass 2. Start 16:35. Can't be far away from the first competing car.
You've got 16:35, have you? I can hear a car in the background anyway.
Okay.
I have 16:42.
How can we possibly have two different schedules?
No, that's the first edition. That's the second edition. It's okay, we resolved it.
So we saw the damage earlier from this stage where they clipped the chicane and over the line in 45. Duncan very grateful to everybody that helped, including Davy Greer's men. The car looks like it's...
Michael McDade has...
he's done another flyer here.
Yeah, pushed the boat out a bit.
He has indeed, yes.
There's a BDA singing.
Trevor Wilson pops into view. Done a good job patching that up, haven't they?
Yeah, very good.
I think Michael McDade has driven a blinder in here.
Oh, he has all day. He's been really, really good. Ray Breen, Damien Morrissey.
Brilliant. And there's the first of the times in. Michael McDade did a 4:17.1 as opposed to Trevor Wilson doing a 4:25.7. This is fantastic stuff. Duncan Williams wasn't hanging about in there, 4:28.5. And Thomas Davies certainly looked like he was pushing on. Current, or was leading the historics going into this stage. Tracy. Very nice. So we've had a change in the leaderboard. Ray Breen, second fastest on this stage. Moves up to third overall. Trevor Wilson drops down one place to fourth. McDade's fastest time has chopped the overall rally lead to 6.1 seconds.
Like we said earlier, it's a great battle in historics and a really good idea to have it at the start of the field, because it's just, if you like, it's a rally within a rally and people can follow it. So Kevin O'Riordan and his team must be congratulated on being innovative and inspiring. It's a great idea, and from what I've seen on social media, people really, really like it.
Welsh. Just comparing times with earlier on. 3 or 4 seconds faster, that's all.
Grant Shand and Rosa Shand in the Rally Extreme. Of course, Grant, a regular competitor through Rally Extreme in historic events in Europe, Belgium, Holland, France, regularly seen over there.
Yield car looks good. Oh. Alan Watkins through. So there's the Pocket Rock Samba and an updated historic leaderboard. Confirmation that Thomas Davies has had his lead cut to 6.1 seconds by Michael McDade on that stage. Trevor Wilson and Ray Breen jump about from third to fourth. Duncan Williams stays safe with a good time, 4:28.5 in fifth. But Philip Rogers has moved up a place in sixth. Alan Tracy in seventh and Patter Walsh in eighth. So I think we and I was just about to say that we're waiting for the M3. He hasn't come through yet.
Do you think? Yeah.
No way.
Oh, we've interesting report from our camera crew on stage 7. Is that it's starting to rain, Sav? But we've sort of been through this. Even if it rains heavily for 5 minutes, it'll dry up really, really quickly, I would say.
Yeah, but that's 10 cars.
It is 10 cars in Irish Rallying, yep.
No, I don't mean, I wasn't trying to be facetious.
No, but even if it is only
but
10.
You know, that 10, depending when it rains, does it rain? If it rains over the top 5, will it change the leaderboard? If it rains 5 to 10, if you know what I mean?
Yes.
Short, sharp shower, you're right. It'll dry out really quickly, but it's the conditions for the crews that are sort of susceptible to a short, sharp shower. So if you haven't been with us earlier on today, we have probably 10, 12, 14 minutes before the main field make their way through. There will be a safety car, maybe 2 safety cars go through between the historics and the main field. So in effect, you're kind of closing off one small event and opening up the other one. And during the course of the day, we've shown adverts and highlights. But we have a really good one now going in. You know, Michael McDade and Declan Casey obviously now have the bit between their teeth. 6.1 seconds. They're now heading into the best part of 17 or 18 kilometres for the second run over Inch. And as we've seen, and you've managed to work out during the course of the day, second runs over the stages are always quicker than the first runs.
Certainly this morning's stages, but I think that was because of the dampness and the storm overnight. These are not... they were starting these stages dry anyway this afternoon, so you'll always get a bit of an improvement, but it won't be anything as dramatic as it was this morning.
There we go. There's the rain now back at stage 7. That is the safety car through between the historics and the main field. But you can see the rain now is...
Oh, it's properly raining.
Yeah. This could be your cat amongst the pigeons.
This is not part of the plan. I've been there, Sav, sitting at the start of a stage with your helmet on and it starts raining and you're on the wrong tyres. And you look at your driver.
And you say, don't worry about it, it'll be grand.
Yeah, you do. Both of you knowing full well you're just stepping into the unknown. This is just unknown.
And this is, as we said, it's 8 kilometres of Corraglass. No, it's only 8 kilometres, 5 miles.
It could only be raining. I don't want to be funny, but it could be just there that it's raining. No, it might not be raining at the start.
No, it might not be, but when you said that there, it reminded me of the Father Ted thing. Those cows, Dougal, over there are very, very small.
Well, I know what I'm saying. Like, here's Richard in the 0 car.
Yeah.
Wipers on full blast. Yep. And he's locking wheels there, trying to get stopped.
Yeah. Well, you're going to get that, producers pointed out, that in junctions and corners now where you have a lot of rubber laid down in dry conditions, that then becomes slippy, traction becomes less and less, and the conditions are right for somebody, going back to what you were saying about, 11.3 seconds of a lead. It's a spin, it's a half stall, it's just running it out over the,
It's not very much.
No, it's not a lot. And we were kind of talking earlier on about a 40-mile stage, and the Roger Albert Clark at the end of the rally is going to completely change everything. Depending on how much it falls here, it could actually make a difference. But equally, you were saying it could dry up very quickly. I mean, we're looking at 17 degrees. So it's going to be interesting, for sure. It's going to be interesting. And as our viewers will note, we're right at the very end of the stage. So I expect to see... I would expect to see sometimes where we've got 2 or 3 cars coming in very, very quick succession. It's almost like it has stopped raining there, but you can see it's still a bit in the distance.
Yep.
So it may well be, like Tim Horse said, isolated, short, sharp showers. That's Christy Carey in the Mitsubishi. In the 00 car, Richard Talbot is doing the maps. Thank you to Brian Cronin for clarifying that. Addy Ewing says, how are you keeping, lads? We're doing good, and we've certainly enjoyed the 6.5 stages that we've seen so far today. The cream of Irish rallying are chasing Galway winner Marion Evans. Marion holds an 11.3 second lead, I think it is, 11.3, 11.1. And they're making their way into this stage, which is the second running of Curraglass. If you know the area at all, it makes its way up through Mount Prospect, down towards Glengora, across to Slieve Doctor, and then to Bouladura South. That's the...
Finishes just outside Tallow.
Yep.
Yep.
And then they come out and turn right, and then start to make their way to what will be the 8th and final stage of the day. The second running over Inch, before they then finish, make their way back into the service park at Rathcormac for around 6:10. They have half an hour service, and Tony Kelly will be there to bring the latest news of the last 2 stages of the day and thoughts of the competitors and crews as they park up for the night and how they're going to approach tomorrow possibly.
And it does seem that the BMW definitely didn't come through, and there's no time in for Ian Davies and Mark Crisp in the beautiful M3 in the historic part of the rally. So actually the historics, we've lost a few today.
We have, yeah.
Down to 13 historic cars left. It's not the biggest field in the world, the overall package, but add in the juniors tomorrow and...
The quality in the historics has been impressive. It's been really, really good, and the battle between them has been immense.
Seconds, just seconds.
And I mean, even for us, you know, as commentators, when we're doing this broadcast and other rally broadcasts, it's been great for us to be able to cover this. And it has gone down very, very well with the loads of people that are tuned in and watching.
So we've had 2 0 cars in, and I think...
I can hear something in the background.
Yeah, I think Christy and Richard are the last proper safety car. So we could have them any second now. Whistle, and the road is wet, spray, and I'd say Josh is being quite cautious there, would you not?
Yeah.
Yep. That will have an adverse effect on the stage time.
What did he go over there at? 10 on the clock. I think it was.
Yeah.
If he did, Callum is certainly up on time, by my reckoning anyway.
5 seconds.
Yeah. So the next car is going to be the interesting one.
Yep. See where Marion is. Callum's fastest so far.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yep, same time as Josh.
Yeah, maybe a second slower, I think. But that would be enough to keep him in the lead. I don't think Callum's time was that quick in terms of moving him ahead. So possibly a sensible approach from Marion. Of course, then we have Ryan Loughran, Owen Murphy, Cal McCarthy, James Ford, Keith Lyons, all still to come. There's Robert Barable now. That looks like a good time from Robert Barable.
Yep. So apparently it is only the end of the stage that's wet. It's taken them all a wee bit by surprise.
Johnny Greer now Burns in the DGM Citroen C3.
He's about 2 seconds down on Josh. Ryan Loughran. See if we can get a few times in. There we go.
Yep.
So we were on the money. 5 seconds between Callum and Marion.
Yep. Marion on the 352.2, Callum and Noel on the 347.3. So the lead
cut in half, literally.
Josh has dropped a bit of time as well in comparison to Callum, so 3.5 seconds behind Callum. Johnny Greer for now shows in fourth, but we know that Ryan Loughran's time and a few others have still yet to come through.
Yeah.
Robert Barable's time 3:59.2, which did look quick at the time.
David Guest through safely there a second ago. And this is Owen Murphy. Nice and neat and tidy. Well, no nonsense.
Yeah, Johnny Greer on a 3:54.4. Robert Barable, Gordy Noble 3:59.2. David Guest on a 4:01.1. Cal McCarthy through. Harry Calman on the notes. Nicely done.
Very nicely. Tasty bit of driving there.
Ryan Loughran times in 3:53.7, which moves him back into fourth ahead of Johnny Greer. So Ryan Loughran certainly getting dialed in with the vagaries of the R5 very quickly.
Yeah, Johnny Greer had a decent time there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Jason McSweeney.
Liam Brennan.
Struggling to get turned into the apex.
Let's go to Fabia instead of the listed Ford. So crews now making their way, leading crews making their way to stage 8, final stage of the day. First car's due off in about 4 minutes. It's
Defiance.
wide entrance, but
well, he's enjoying
get
himself.
the speed going, yeah.
Oh,
Eddie Doherty.
So he's taken a chunk of time out of Keith Lyons. under braking. Frank Kelly. Oh, Frank!
Every corner's a challenge. There was a chance he was going to turn left again, wasn't there?
I thought he was going to hit the bales protecting the wall, to be honest. He got away from him under braking and... You can hear the Screamer engine.
Byrne, Stephen Quinn, Class 14 Escort.
Yeah, going nicely.
Nice and neat.
Times have got a wee bit slow. James Ford is in 3:52 apparently.
Good time for him.
Yep.
That's a good time. Dolphin and Eugene Cronin, Class 14 Escorts. Eddie Doherty's time 3:57.1. That is some time in a two-wheel drive.
He wants to get ahead of Frank, doesn't he?
Yeah. Cian Walsh, Dylan Doonan, Class 13, Toyota Corolla.
So has he got ahead? He hasn't quite got ahead of Frank Kelly, but he's reeling him in. Frank did a 4:02.5 and Eddie did a 3:57.1.
6.8 seconds between them.
Yeah, he's determined to get back into the lead of the modifieds, isn't he?
Ronnie Benton, Kyle Diffin.
Nice and neat. I'd be honest, it's looking like it's starting to dry up already, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Just be interesting to see what they've had over on stage 8. Jay Coleman. Nice, a battle on his hands in the RC4 class. Owen Lloyd driving very well all day.
Owen's just crept away. Second here, second there, and suddenly he's 15 seconds up the road.
Yeah. Normally not far behind. He's normally on the pace, sort of 30 seconds-ish.
Yep.
There we go. Very impressive and polished performance by Owen Lloyd today. Sean Williams in the Peugeot 208 Rally 4.
Struggling to get stopped.
Ian Caldwell and Liam Egan. Should be James Boland and John McKay up next. Quinn and Stephen Joyce are battling with the likes of Cian Caldwell, Ewan Lloyd and Casey J. Coleman.
Darrow Reardon dropped a place, 4:11.4, allowing Eddie Doherty to jump ahead of him into second place in the modifieds.
I can't believe this car coming for the last 15 seconds. Screamer of a car.
Yep.
Aaron Brown and Derry Long in the Class 11F Honda Civic. Fergal McGuigan, Michael Moore, Class 13 Escort. Out over the flying finish and on the way to Special Stage 8, which is about 17.4 kilometres of inch, which they did earlier this afternoon.
There's just a recap of the leaderboard with the, you can see that Callum Devine fastest on this. 8 kilometre stage, some feat to take 5 seconds off somebody. Mickey Conlon away through. Ollie Benton's time in, 4:10.6. Compare that to Cian Walsh, 4:13.2. I just think Ollie lost just a wee bit too much time on the first stage this morning. Stefan Davies and Mark Mays in the Mark II, Class 14 car. Lloyd 4:13.5, Casey J. Coleman 4:16.5, Shane Quinn 4:22.7.
Well, that gives Ewan Lloyd a more extended lead.
Yep.
Ewan Lloyd's leads out to 31.7 seconds now.
Can't complain about that.
Over Cian Caldwell and Liam Egan, and Casey J. Coleman and Lorcan Moore are a further 16.7 seconds back. So Ewan Lloyd showing the way to go.
Thomas O'Rourke. So David Guest did a 4:01.1 and Owen Murphy did a 4:01.6. Some battle being going on between these guys.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, is there's battles all the way down the field. There's battles all the way through Class 17, 18, 19, 20, Class 24, you know.
Yep.
RC2 is Marion Evans, Callum Devine. So
There are no RC3 cars.
Then with Ewan Lloyd, I think there's only one in RC5 now.
Tommy Randall's. Second Ford, Citroen, Chris Ford. Neil Coleman co-driving. Weather looks like it's clearing up. It's still pretty slippy, and the drivers are reporting that it's slippy. But it's only here, it's literally the last mile of the stage. Williams through his class 13 Mark II. Cautious under braking, but then a good bit of a throw through the junction. Still very slippy.
Yeah.
That was Paul Casey.
Paul Casey, Jonathan Keneally in the class 12 escort.
Jeffries again struggling a wee bit to get slowed down.
N10 and Pretza.
John Quill. So we're getting into the later runners now. Penultimate stage of the day. Start to get a wee bit spread out, Sav.
Yeah, well, that happens. Once you start heading down towards the latter end, then yeah, it gets a wee bit stretched.
Kenny O'Brien and Gary Lombard in their Nova. This is Ger Seaman.
Yep, Ger and Daniel Seaman. Still going well. Ish. That must have been that little confidence booster that Daniel was telling Tony that he has to give his dad every now and again. But good to see them through.
Yep. I believe the first of the historics are through the final stage of the day.
They'll be making their way now back towards the mart in Rathcormac, where they have a half an hour service this evening, and check into Park Fermi from about 10 to 7 onwards, where the cars will be secured overnight before we all wake up and do it all again tomorrow over 7 stages.
Yep.
So still a fairly substantial amount of stage kilometres or mileage left.
Slightly different format tomorrow. 3 stages done twice, with one of them done a third time.
And Jamie Collins in the EG6 Honda Civic Class 11F.
And as predicted, the final stage of the day, the historics, we reckon Michael McDade is on a bit of a charge, and he has gone into the lead of the historic rally by 3 seconds, a time almost 10 seconds faster over the 18k stage. From actually, Trevor Wilson was second fastest, but only 0.4 of a second between him and Thomas Davies. Ray Breen, 9:58.7. Duncan Williams at 10:04. And interesting, getting on the pace in that stage, Alan Tracy, second fastest on 9:54. But Michael McDade moving into a different league, really throwing down the gauntlet.
And he'll be pleased with that, because he's pushed himself in the car now right to the last stage of the day and goes in, sits in Park Fermi overnight with the lead.
Yep.
And his approach to tomorrow will probably be different if he was chasing. Now he'll be the chased tomorrow, if that makes sense. People will be chasing him.
Well, he'll run first in the road because he'll be reseeded tonight, I would think. So, yeah, somebody's just suggested, first in the road finds all the bad spots.
There's no bad spots in Irish rallying.
There's Subaru. For my taxi service.
Pius O'Connell and George Swanton in the Class 20 car. So heading into the last stage, and we have Marion Evans has a 6.3 second lead over Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan, as we have what looks like the road opening car, possibly.
Yep.
Somebody through with no crash helmet. So yeah, into the last stage of the day, Marion Evans has a very slender 6.3 second lead over Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan.
That's it.
That's
our wrap.
They lie in second, ahead of Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes, just a very narrow 3.5 seconds behind Callum. James Ford and Neil Shanks showing very well in fourth, with Ryan Loughran again showing very well, with Gareth Doherty on the notes in fifth, ahead of Johnny Greer, Niall Burns, Robert Barable and Gordon Noble, Cal McCarthy and Eric Calnan, who is involved in a battle with David Guest and Jonathan McGrath and Owen Murphy and Anthony Nestor for best Cork crew, and that rounds out the top 10. I believe that we're having a few difficulties in terms of getting pictures from the final stage of the day, and our technical team are working very hard to resolve the issue. So hopefully we may be able to do something about that. There's a couple of messages in there on Facebook for you, Michael.
Yeah, I see that.
One there from Mike Daw.
Yep, old Doug Daw, and Mike Daw, famous rally family from Gloucestershire. I remember doing my first ever proper road rally, when road rallies were road rallies, and it was one of the night halts. But the guy I was co-driving for was the late David Williams, who was editor at Motoring News at the time.
Oh.
David and I did quite a few rallies together, but Doug Daw looked after David's rally car for him. So, and Andy Daw, do you remember Andy Daw?
Yeah.
Yeah, Andy's the other brother. So best regards to you guys. Great to see you watching. I appreciate your comments. Jimmy, whoever Jimmy is. What was the song?
Was it Champ 69 or the Undertones?
Something like that. Great informative coverage and a credit to CMC Initiative running the historics ahead of the modern and modified cars. So we've got nearly all of the historics through the final stage of the day.
So it won't be long now until the main field starts making their way through.
Yep.
The 17.38 miles of inch. Of course, tomorrow we have Mullintora, Badgers Hill and Chimney Field. 3 runs over Mullintora, 2 each over Badgers Hill and Chimney Field. And first stage of the morning is scheduled to start at 10:10. We'll be on air slightly before that and try and aim to get the crews as they come into service. And of course we'll be live then at stage 9, the opening stage of the Sunday schedule for the O'Connell Group 2023 Cork 20 International Rally.
Yeah, tomorrow actually a bit more familiar ground, Sav. The two second stage and third stage are almost a rerun of last year's, but the first stage, Mullintora, is mostly new and super fast. I mean, absolutely super fast. You start off and it opens up into these really, really fast roads. Lots of chicanes, shiny tar, but the drivers are going to love them or hate them. If you like fast stages, they are just fantastic. And these R5 cars, the historic cars even, you know, when you get to open them up.
Oh no, when you get them opened up, they sing. I mean, on stage 7 there, you could hear in the distance when they come down the hill to where we saw them, just being able to listen to them through the camera microphone and picking them up and hearing that, it's just amazing.
Yep.
So hopefully we're in for more of the same of that tomorrow. Cars due into service in Rathcormac at about 6:10. So we're about probably half an hour away from that. We are still trying very hard to get technical issues resolved in terms of coverage of stage 8. We will do our best and keep at it. But tomorrow sees 7 stages, as I said, 116.4 kilometres of stages.
Yeah, it's a big day's rallying tomorrow. It's been a big day's rallying today. And I think when we hear the competitors say even the short stage is just, everybody has nothing but praise for the stages. Everybody's just praising the stages, praising the organisation. Whatever they've done today, it's certainly gone down well.
No, I mean, the competitors have liked it, and you know, it's been evident in terms of the things that they've told us, and as well as that terrific feedback coming from the crews as well, and obviously the spectators. But there's a few people we need to thank, obviously. But we're going to head for an ad break very shortly while we try and put some pennies in the meter on the camera on stage 8, see what we can do. If not, we'll come back, we'll have a chat and take it as a lead into service and Tony Kelly. And as I say, there's a few people that we will want to thank, some of the crews, but we'll do that after a while. But we're going to take a short ad break and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Flat out up round easy right 150. Push on up. push on up. up round the easy right 150. Push on up. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
So you join us back. We're still trying to fix technical problems and getting to stage 8, but we're going to run through very quickly the leaderboard for the historic, and then we'll move on to some times that have come in for the main field cruise on the final stage of the day, stage 8, which is 17.4 kilometres of inch. As you can see, Michael McDade and Declan Casey lead the historic section by 3 seconds from Thomas Davies and Di Roberts. Further 39 seconds back on Trevor Wilson and Paul Mulholland, with Ray Breen and Damien Morrissey 4th. Duncan Williams, Guy Weaver 5th. Philip Rogers and Sean Jones are in 6th, with Alan Tracy and Brian O'Keefe in 7th. Martin Rossiter and Ian Davies are in 8th. 9th is Peter Walsh, Grace Walsh in their Mark 1 Escort. Rounding out the top 10, Grant and Rosa Shan in their Escort Mark 2. And Michael, you've some times in from stage 8.
Yep, from the final stage of the day, and it's a bit of a stalemate, to be honest. Apparently also a drop of rain, but very little. A little bit slippy towards the end of the stage. And everybody on the same sort of tyre, apparently a soft compound tyre. They were expecting more rain, it didn't come. Interestingly, Marion was fastest, but only by 0.5 of a second from Callum. So the overnight lead is 6.8 seconds. Callum thought he would have taken a bit more time, but as I say, there was nothing between the top 3. Josh did a 8:45.2. So we'll have Marion fastest on 8:44.0, Callum on 8:44.5, Josh on an 8:45.2, Ryan Loughran, nice time, 8:52.1. Johnny Greer, 8:54.4. Now, we don't have a time for James Ford yet. We know that he's running just outside the top 10. My screen is literally refreshed as I was talking, and he did an 8:48.6. He really is starting to chip on the... He's getting away from like the second part of the top 10.
Yeah, he is.
And doing a good job. Robert Barrable, he thinks he's driving fine, but he just doesn't know where he's losing the time. Then we have this Cork battle raging. Cal McCarthy, 9:01.0. David Guest, 9:05.8. Owen Murphy, 9:11.4. I think the conditions started to deteriorate ever so slightly. We're obviously still trying to bring a few pictures, but it's not looking great at the moment. And I think they'll all be very happy overnight. And I think, 6.8 seconds. I thought Marion would pull away. I was very impressed with Callum on the penultimate stage. He did a flyer, absolute flyer. Yeah. And has it knocked the wind out of Marion's sails, maybe?
I don't think so.
I think so. No.
I think everyone's going to be glad after 8 stages, hard day's rally and no quarter given. I think they'll be very glad to get back to Park Ferme, have an overnight, by date, have a refresh, go through tomorrow's notes.
Yeah.
Make a few tweaks to the notes. Tomorrow's a new day. Tomorrow's another rally. 7 stages, 120 odd kilometres of stages again.
Marion Evans at the end of the last stage pretty much said, what about tomorrow? He said the same as today, which means he's going for it.
Yeah. and his gander will be up because he won in Galway fair and square. He's had a couple of trouble events between Galway and this weekend, but I was saying this morning that I have noticed that if Marion Evans starts event really well, he stays in the top 1 or 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he draws confidence from that. If he's confident in the car from the start, he's good to go. Callum, Callum's thinking about a championship. Josh has to win. So I suppose Marion's right. More of the same boys tomorrow, and I think that's the way it'll be.
Bit of a ding-dong going on between Eddie Doherty and Frank Kelly. Frank Kelly's got the upper hand on this final stage, doing a 9:13.5 as opposed to Eddie Doherty, who had been chipping away at Frank after his delay earlier on, did a 9:21.2. So 14.5 seconds for the two-wheel drive overnight. That's I think they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, they've got to be. And I mean, we have the battles then that we've said throughout the rest of the field. The RC4 battle, that's still to come. Times for them are still to come in. But I suppose, we're looking at the end of the day and how it's been. And I mean, I think fair play to Kevin O'Riordan. We spoke earlier on about the 6 o'clock this morning. Stage 1 was good to go. By 7 o'clock, there were broken branches and trees everywhere.
Yeah.
They got the guys out with chainsaws, tractors, cleared the stage, ran 4 minutes late and pulled that back. The likes of Kevin O'Riordan, Paul Brown have done an amazing job. Chief Marshal Brian Manning has kept the event running with marshals all over the place. People like Bones O'Connor, for example, running the refuel in service and then out to do stage exits, stage 5 and 7. It's people like them would be lost without, radio controller Mary Fitzgerald, the Chief Rescue Officer Paddy Russell, Emergency Service Liaison Officer Tom O'Riordan, Chief Medical Officer Dr. Fiona Kelly, all her team, the rescue crews, the ambulances that are in place, the emergency services, even people like the Competitors Relations Officer Pat Shale, Super Rally Coordinator who gets people back from retirement back into the event, the likes of Carlo Derrick and all us marshals that go to every event. The landowners, the house owners that don't mind the event going past their door. You can see today from some of our coverage how much rallying is welcomed into people's front gardens. And of course the landowners that allow, in some cases, people to stand in their field and watch what goes on. So, we have an awful lot to be thankful for and an awful lot of people to thank.
A few more times in from the final stage of the day. Everything seems to be going well. Dara O'Riordan in. Dara's gone off the boil a wee bit this afternoon, but still 14th overall and leading the class, did a 9:18. Colin Byrne, a 9:19.5. Dennis Moynihan, 9:32.1. Keith Lyons, 9:45.9. I think this Mark II battle is really hotting up, Sav. I think it's great. It's great to see Frank. I think it's great to see Frank Kelly setting fastest stage times in his category again, because he had got away, and obviously he's fully recovered from his.
Well, he would tell you he hasn't recovered, because he'll never recover because he's not the full shilling. But, you know, he did admit it took him a couple of events to get back into the groove and back up to being competitive. And it's lovely to see it here in Cork. You know, he's taken the battle to them. Lauren Kelly's done a great job. So it's about familiarity and being content. So it's nice to see him in the thick of the battle.
Absolutely.
It really is.
Well, we're going to sign off from the studio for today, but we're going to finish off, go into service, and Tony is going to get us some interesting stuff from service as the historics arrive in for the overnight halt.
Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back to service, the last service of the day. And we're actually going to try and get a quick word with John Hickey here, because this is not where you want to be before everybody else arrives in. So we're just going to see how your afternoon is going, if we can. He's a busy man, though, to be fair. So we don't want to get too much in his way. John, can we have a quick word?
We're going to have a quick word, that's right.
This is, you're hard at work here. This isn't ideal for you.
Unfortunately, we blew a turbo. So then, on stage 3, and then we came in and changed the turbo. But unfortunately, very strange thing happened. The oil pressure release valve jammed in the oil pump, so she would make no oil pressure. So then we had to rip a good piece of the engine to free that out. So hopefully we'll get out now tomorrow, so everything will be
That's the important thing, that you'll be able to actually get back out on the road.
and get a bit of value for our entry fee and for and have a bit of fun.
And can you tell us a wee bit about the car? Very interesting.
It's a which is the only one ever built actually. It's a 4-wheel drive Mat 2 Escort based on a Subaru platform, really. All put into a Mat 2 Escort and fabricated up. I done it back in 06. So we've been rallied a good bit since, and yeah, fans love it, and it sounds different, and it performs very well, really, to be honest, because it's quite light and it has good power. So I don't take it out that often, maybe the rally at the lakes and maybe this rally, 2 or 3 rallies a year, really. But people love it, you know, because it actually has its own kind of a personality, you know.
Yeah.
Some cars
and it sounds incredible. We've heard you start it here a few times.
Yes, right, it sounds great, yeah. Much different to most of the other Escorts. The idea behind it really was to build an affordable, powerful Mark II Escort, you know what I mean, if you're not going to buy a Millington Diamond engine and all the rest of the stuff. So we just put this together in our own shed, you know, in our spare time. So it was very enjoyable building it, actually. And it has been great competing in it as well, in fairness.
Brilliant. Well, fingers crossed now we get to see you back out again tomorrow and enjoy your day's rallying tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
John, thanks a million. A very interesting car now, I have to say. A Fubaru, I think I heard it been called earlier on. So we're just going to go across here now and get the new leader of the historics. Very interesting last loop. Are you just... A very interesting last loop. I was just saying there, my God, what a change.
Aye, the thing turned around, we got into the groove, like, went very well.
That wee coffee worked.
Aye, you need the caffeine, don't you, like? No, we had a good run. You know, when you said earlier, like, when it goes well, you get into the groove. It worked well first, like, so happy enough, like.
How do you feel now heading into tomorrow as the leader? Like, would you have preferred to be sitting kind of back a wee bit and chase?
Possibly second.
Or do you feel pressure now?
No, look, we're just going to drive the rally as we are, like, that's the way we've kind of... You must have put my hat on. The sun, in case the sun wards me head.
Get the sun out of your eyes.
Yeah.
And tell us, what's the plan for tomorrow? You just go home this evening and regroup and think about tomorrow, or will you just leave it until tomorrow?
To get a feed and a bit of Guinness.
So you get the iron back in?
Yes, impossible. The rest, though, you need to go to bed early. Like. You can't
very big day and an even bigger day tomorrow.
Well, the stages are very fast tomorrow. So actually, I thought the days were very fast, but they're even faster tomorrow.
More work tomorrow?
But the stages were brilliant. I have to say, them's probably the best stages they've done all year. Like.
Everybody's praising this event, something
I
serious.
Think it's amazing. Like I even said to Killian earlier that this is up there with Donegal. Like. The stages are brilliant. Well run too.
Excellent, brilliant, Michael. Thanks very much for
you.
talking to us all day, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. So we're going to head here for Trevor Wilson. Is basically there's been a big change in the leaderboard, so we're going to chat to Trevor here as well, and then back up to Thomas to see his thoughts on that last stage, because obviously he was leading all day as we spoke to him. So we'll just get a quick word with Trevor and see how he felt. Trevor, a big mix on those stages.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. Definitely did enjoy it that time. Now it was. I think we actually got back up to third again. So no, happy enough. we'll take that.
You'll be happy with that, like after all the hard work all day.
Well, after the third loop there and going off just with that chicane, we're lucky to be here, let's face it. So to fight back on that loop and get third, we'll take it. We'll take it.
It's nice to head into tomorrow in that position, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But like, we're only half roads and big day tomorrow. Big demanding stages tomorrow. So.
Are you looking forward to any of them, or are you not even thinking about it yet?
Can't even remember them, Tony. I'm going to have a real good look at them tonight, so no, I will look forward to it, yeah, see how it goes.
Trevor, thanks a million. Delighted to see you back, and we'll see you in the morning bright and early again. So that's Trevor, very happy with his day's work, and just one of those things, you just never know what's going to happen, because when we looked at the times after the second last stage there, everything looked very different to the way it looks now. So we have to thank these guys for making our viewing very, very interesting, and the conversations very interesting. Di is walking across here. Di, how's your day going? You happy enough?
Yeah, happy enough to be fair.
Aye.
So just
Wee bit of a change now this evening.
yeah, but I think we went because of the rain we had in service. We went a bit conservative on tyres. Didn't pay off for us. So, but at least we're not first on the road tomorrow.
Well, that's it.
That's the positive side of
Exactly,
it.
and it's not, it's not a million miles away either.
No,
So it's a
we're only
case of just being able to claw it all
Yeah,
back.
it's only 3 seconds, so we'll have a push in the morning and go from there.
But you're keeping everything exciting for us.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it. It's got to keep it entertaining for everyone. So.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Well, come here, we'll let you go. You're
There we go.
probably eager to rest up for the evening, and we'll get a quick word now with Thomas. That was Di Roberts,
See where you
co-driver
are.
here.
And then try it on a...
Do you mind having a quick word, Thomas?
Yeah, fine.
Thomas, a very interesting turn of events this evening.
Yeah, it's been.
The weather changed everything on us.
It is, yeah. It started raining in service, and then decided to stick on mediums, and I think that was a bit of a bad choice because it was just a bit loose on the last 2 stages. But it's good, it's close, and long day tomorrow.
Well, that's it. And I mean, obviously this evening then, you get to sort of relax and regroup and get ready to go again tomorrow.
We might change a few little things on the car, and see if that improves things tomorrow.
Exactly. Good man, Thomas. Well, we'll let you go. Thanks for talking to us all day today, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow. We're going to head back down this way again and see who else we see. There's a few other cars in here, so we'll just get a quick word as we wait to talk to the top 3 or 4 in the main field. They shouldn't be too far away now. There is maybe, I'd say, about a 5 or 10 minute delay in the main field and the historics, as you've been seeing all day with the footage. So we'll just go down and try and get a quick word with a few more of the drivers down this end and how everybody else's day's going. Interesting, as we've been mentioning all day, the historics running front of the field is quite interesting. So we will we'll keep chatting to these guys and see how they're faring out. Everybody's back.
He got me on camera working before him on that.
Duncan's just doing a wee bit of work there, I think, to intercoms possibly. Yeah. Guy, could we hear from you? We haven't actually had a chance to chat to you all day.
You can. Talk
You
away.
enjoying it?
I am. Home rally. So I took Michael to Donegal to win Donegal.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks he's from Donegal, I don't know how.
No, in fairness, his accent is fairly close. I'm calling you Guy as well.
No, don't call me Guy.
starting to-
I'm Declan.
I'm starting to see stars at this stage.
But no, it's his turn out to give me the Cork 20 back. It's fair enough, wouldn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. No, we'd
But I mean, a great day for you. Like,
Yeah,
it's
we'd
so
have tough-
interesting all day, and then
we'd
to
have
end it
we'd
like
have tough
this.
first stage, but we've been steadily climbing back.
Mhm.
And we took 9 there now, and the last one off most of the top guys.
Yeah.
So hopefully that'll demoralise them overnight.
Well, that's what you
Or else
do.
they'll get up in the morning fighting.
It's either going to be that, or they're going to be out chomping at the bit.
Yeah. We didn't get to do this rally last year. Engine packed up on the way to stage 1. So the likes of Duncan would have done tomorrow's stages last year.
Yeah.
Some of them anyway, not all of them. But
Where
there's
you didn't get a go with
we
it?
didn't get a chance. No, we only got to Requiem. So Duncan might have an advantage there. Trevor Wilson wouldn't have done them last year, I suppose. Thomas Davies wouldn't have done them last year. Maybe, I can't remember.
So pretty much a level playing field is what you're
Exactly.
saying.
Yes. So tomorrow's just a new rally again. Like, there's nothing in it. Like 3 seconds is
3 seconds is tiny, really,
3
isn't
seconds is nothing. We're in the car.
Yeah.
It feels like all day. Like, but
And listen, Michael was saying that he's not entirely sure that he does love this position, you know, to be sort of feeling a wee bit under pressure
he
now.
was saying coming in there now that he'd probably rather be second on the road in the morning than first.
And what do you feel about that? What are your thoughts? Do you mind?
We've never been here before, like, so I said to him, pull in the morning if you want to leave one of the boys out.
Yeah.
Just pretend it, put up the bonnet, pretend that there's something wrong with the cars. It's all games.
You've told everybody now, though. That plan's not going to
Trevor
work.
Wilson is Thomas Davies.
But it is one of those things where I would
look,
imagine-
if he doesn't want to be first on the road, he doesn't have to be first on the road. There's nobody going to make him.
But it's an interesting one, isn't it? Like, it's definitely something.
And you're actually first on the road. Like normally we'd be at the back.
Yeah.
So we'd have all the brake marks and all the accidents would be after happening by the time we get there.
You've a lot of wisdom by the time you get there.
There'd be yellow flags and there'd be marshals out on the road if there was some bad spots. But we're kind of finding the bad spots now. So yeah, sure.
It's tough at the top.
We'll try our best.
Good on
We'll
you.
try our best. That's all we can
Well,
do.
we let you go and get back into it. We're going to see if we can torture Duncan here. And he's looking around. Declan, thank you very much.
Am I the champion? I don't know.
It's always lovely to get to the last service of the day, isn't it, Duncan?
It is, it is. We've got a bit of a thirst on actually. It's that time of day. Been looking forward to this time of day, all day.
Big relief.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. Nice to get to the end of one day, and tomorrow's another day.
Yeah.
We'll have another crack, see what happens.
We were just talking there about the fact that, like, you've probably got a little bit of experience on these stages last year because you got to do them, whereas most of the other guys that are kind of swapping times there are kind of, you know, wouldn't have as much. Does that give you sort of a good feeling heading into tomorrow, a confident feeling, or would you even think about that?
I wouldn't even think about it, to be honest, because I can't remember. I can't remember. Yes, I do recall on the recce. I remember doing some of the stages, thinking, oh yes, this is familiar.
Yeah.
How fast they are, and there's lots of grass up the middle of the road. You have to be inch perfect on those sort of stages. I look forward to that sort of thing. I like those sort of stages.
Do you ever find that comes back to you like mid-stage? You know, where you're on it and then, yes, I know exactly where I am now, this feels
Sometimes it's too late. You've done half the stage and it's you've lost out on that first. You know that. You should know that.
I do know that. That's why I'm asking.
Wouldn't we all? But yes, you've got to be on it from the word go and all the way to the last.
Yeah.
You know.
And tell us any of the stages that you're particularly looking forward to. You know, anything.
I can't remember them.
Literally have no
I can't
memory.
remember them.
No.
Honestly, I can't.
And now that you have the experience of the stage we were all confused about all day,
Inch.
Now that that's under the belt, happy?
Yes, happy. I enjoyed that actually. I enjoyed that. We didn't do a great time on it.
Yeah.
There's something amiss this weekend for us. But something not happening quite. This isn't quite there for us. Not sure what it is yet. But we'll see if we can fix something for tomorrow.
Well, that's always the way, isn't it? And what is your plan of attack tonight? Like, how do you handle the evening? You know, because you obviously want to relax after today, but you have to get ready for tomorrow as well.
We'll just take it easy. Just take it easy. We might have a shandy, go out for a meal, go to bed early, go to bed 8:30.
Yeah.
Not really.
That's a lot of sleep.
It's a lot of sleep, but we have to get up early.
Exactly.
Because we're staying down in Cork City, so it's a fair trek from Cork up to here. So
it's great to get the wee bit of a drive too, though, to kind of get you out of sleep and into the car and ready to kind of go and get your head in the game.
Yeah. We were up at 5:30 this morning, just so that we could leave at 6:15 to get into Rathcormac for get a breakfast bun from the Spar shop, and then it's a long day.
Yeah.
What time is it now?
I have no idea.
Bedtime.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that, doesn't
Could be, couldn't it? Yeah.
Duncan, thanks a million. You've been
No
so brilliant
problem.
to talk to all
No
day, and
problem.
we will definitely see you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening off.
Fingers crossed.
So we're just going to make our way now to the top runners of the main field, folks. We might actually scoot out this way to go up and get Callum Devine first, and then we'll make our way over to Marion Evans, and we'll get Josh as well, hopefully Ryan Loughran. and see who else we see. Try and get the top 5, but we'll do our best to get all the information that we can for you now, folks, and see what everybody's feeling heading into tomorrow. Always such a relief to get through the first day, particularly of the long weekend, the long stages and stuff. So penultimate round of the championship, anything could happen, so nobody wants to throw anything away, but nobody wants to be sleeping either, you know. So we'll see what everybody's thinking now.
Is this live?
This is live.
Oh, you got
We're always. Do you want to go and get hair and makeup or anything? No. Come here. Always a great relief to be here and get to the evening of the first day.
It isn't, surely. And no, look, that was the plan there. Really, was just go get to the end of the day and see where we are. And thankfully, we got a wee bit of time back out of the boys, you know. So we're happy enough.
I would imagine you have a big plan of attack for tomorrow.
I probably will have to go up and at it in the morning and see what the story is like. We've been playing about with the setups and stuff and changing tyres and stuff. We're just trying to find it right, you know. So yeah, we'll see what it does in the morning. Big stage has started off, so and then get up and at it.
Can you remember them? Are you looking forward to them in particular?
I think that first one was good now, to be honest. The first one tomorrow is good, I think.
That's a good feeling, to be heading and enjoying the thought of the first stage.
Exactly. No, to be fair, all the stages have been good. Even that last stage was really, really good, you know. And no, they're good stages. They're fast, you know. But so we're looking forward to it tomorrow, and yeah, see what we do. Look, we'll have a go out in the morning and see what way they're working. But the boys are going hard too, so if they
there's no rest.
Hey.
Good man,
Will
Cal.
you tell them boys to slow down, sure, maybe?
I'll tell them for you now, Cal. That's what I'll do. Cal, thanks a million. We'll see you tomorrow. And we'll head over now and get Marion. And with Noel taking his wee sip of water, making sure he's staying hydrated for the big day tomorrow. And yeah, it's great to see everybody in great form. And again, so much positive feedback about the event and how well everything is run and how brilliant the stages are and how everybody's, you know, they can't really pick out any flaws or anything. So that's great to hear and great to see happy people at the end of the day. We see Ryan Loughran after coming in there with a wee bit of damage. Jonathan, you'll be happy with the position this evening?
Yeah, pretty happy. Can't get better than that, can you? No, it's been a really good day. You know, really enjoy it. Days like that in the car are always really good. You'll take them every day.
You really would, and I mean, in this weather, I know we had a wee skift of rain earlier on, but like, so enjoyable today.
Really good. You know, that little bit of rain kind of put the fear into us all, but thankfully it stayed away. But yeah, it's just been the
Didn't affect times or anything?
No, we just got to the very end of stage 7 there, and it was just completely wet. And it kind of, you think, oh God, they're going into the last corner, but no, it's fine.
You just have to keep the cool for a few seconds longer.
Aye, that's it. Yeah.
Jonathan, thanks a million. We'll see if we can get a quick word with Marion. Marion, what a day. You'll be happy with that?
Yeah, happy. Nice day, to be honest, for us. So I think Callum had a good tyre call for the first stage of the loop, and then it kind of probably evened out for the second one, but all in all, good. I'm happy.
Good man. And what's the plan now for this evening? What do you do in preparation of heading into tomorrow?
The same as I'd always do, probably. You know, spend a bit of time looking over things for tomorrow, and you know, some of the stages we did last year anyway. So sort of try and just refresh the mind more than anything.
And are you looking forward to any of the ones tomorrow in particular? Like, some people are kind of saying that they can't really remember what tomorrow is, but sometimes people remember a favourite stage possibly.
No, to be honest, from last year I like them all. So it's just a case of trying to be the fastest this year. We started last year on the Sunday morning, we were quickest on the first stage, but it'd be nice to do that again this year now.
Not a bad day today, no, I have to say.
No, I'm happy enough. If you'd offered at the start of the day, it'd be nice, but you'd always think maybe the lead I had at the last service was better, but you know, the other boys, everyone's had kind of their little niggles and stuff, so you know, it's still not bad. It's nearly 7 seconds, which these days is not bad at all.
And you know, you probably hate it, but it's so enjoyable for us to be watching it, like, you know. And as I say, like, you know, not a bad day in terms of being able to go home and actually relax a wee bit and kind of think, right, well, we've done a good job, we can do the same tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, it's enjoyable for us on the whole. I mean, it doesn't feel at the time because you're always kind of flat out sort of looking at ways to improve and get faster, but I think in time we'll probably learn that this is, you know, it's an enjoyable time to be rallying here, and there's really good competition, you know, so yeah, hopefully we have another good day tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well done, Marion. Thanks a million for taking the time to speak with us today. We're just going to go down and get Ryan Loughran soon. So what I was going to do was pop down to Ryan Loughran, but what we're actually going to do is just head straight over to Josh Moffat, see what his feelings are this evening and heading into tomorrow, and how everything was going for him this evening. Bear with us. Let's see, I can see the car, but I can't see Josh just yet. Josh is inside the truck, so I think we're going to have to go inside, Donovan. We're sorry, we're intruding here, folks. Josh, thank you very much for taking the time. You'll be glad to get to the end of the day?
Oh, definitely. It's been a tough day now. Everybody's going fairly hard there, so yeah, look, glad to be at the end of it. But we're 11 seconds off at the minute, but still a long day to go tomorrow.
And that's it. And I mean, they're big, long stages. Anything can happen.
Yeah, that's it. Like, obviously, we had a spin today, so you know that could happen to anybody at any stage. So yeah, look, we're looking forward to tomorrow.
And how's the car feeling? Obviously another full day's rallying under the belt. Like, you have to be so much more confident now at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. Every stage we're getting more and more comfortable with it there, so it's all good.
Good man, Josh. Thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting, folks. Team meeting going on here. Very, very important to make sure we end the day with all of the information and know what they're doing in the morning. So that's us, folks. That's all the excitement that we have for you today. We want to thank you for being with us today, and we look forward to giving you all the entertainment and information tomorrow. Join us bright and early. I think we're on about 9:30 or so. So we'll see you then. Raring to go. Enjoy your evening.